Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Internetwork Defense in association with Ultimate Knowledge Institute present the Cyber Kung Fu for the CISSP for 2015. This is a beta class. I appreciate everybody helping me this morning. Our goal was to, well, we're going to see a couple of goals, but my primary goal is to test a new material, how I reorganized everything, and hopefully get smarter as you guys feedback and say things about your job that help me understand how these things work. All right, so again, my personal objective, improve my new material. When I teach a class, though, I like to say for the students, I have 4 objectives. Most people come to my classes to pass a test. That's the primary reason they're there. And I think about it as a martial arts instructor. I want you to get your black belt. But I would feel really negligent if I didn't also teach you how to defend yourself. So number 2, I want you to gain vocational knowledge, and I'm sure that's what people also want to do. I don't want to sound sour, but that's the primary reason. I don't want you to sound stupid to your colleagues. There will be things in any test that you need to know, their verbiage maybe, that will help you pass the test, that would get you laughed at in the real world. So for example, on like any network test I've taken, if the question ever comes up, if there's a bridge, or I should say a router that knows how to also bridge, would be called a browder. And that might get you an answer to pass a test, but that would get you laughed at in the real world if you ever went into a network operations center and asked to see a browder. And 4 is a kind of a joking thing. We say, whoever, what's the right way to do it? Whatever one gets you, uses less keystrokes. It's the right command to use, to get anything done. But it's also a good way to pick the right answer on a test. And anybody involved in project management, we have the triple constraints. And the triple constraints are, and we're going to talk about it quite a bit, but you have the scope of what you want to get done. And that means you meet that scope. And it's very hard to understand the scope. We're going to be doing that a lot. But make sure I understand exactly what they need to get done. And then get it done in the least amount of time and the least amount of cost. And that's what we're looking for. So when you take a test, particularly the CISSP test, I wouldn't expect 1 right answer and 3 wrong answers. Very often, all the answers work. They're all functional answers. But the answer that cost the least amount of money or took the least amount of time is probably the right answer. So a very broad level, I could encrypt your mail with your public key. You'd be the only one who could read it. But that's about 1,000 times slower than creating a symmetric session key, encrypting the mail with that, and just encrypting your session key with your public key. So they both work. But, you imagine that I can get it done. It'll take me 3 years, boss. I can get it done today, boss. Guess who gets that job? So, but the overall objective, and one of my favorite things about the CISSP, I teach a number of courses over the years. I've been teaching since the mid-90s. And, you often have a code of ethics and things. And sometimes they're just like very about that job function. I will do my job as an auditor, and I promise to. And these are important. But I love the CISSP one. When I first read it, it looked like Jedi Knight stuff. And the overall objective, the primary, you have 4 canons, mandatory canons, and the overall demanding one, the overall objective, to protect society, the Commonwealth, and the infrastructure. And, I just think about it from whether it's ISIS or the riots that were going on last week in Baltimore, and I understand, frustration and whatever it is, and you want to have justice. But justice never seems to be served by hurting innocent people or it destroying property, an infrastructure, whether it's smashing a 7-Eleven's window or when I see like ISIS destroying artwork, I just think this doesn't help at all. So CISSP, we are duty bound. We are duty bound to, like Jedi Knights, we're here to protect society, everybody. The Commonwealth is everyone, and we protect the infrastructure. Very cool. You're going to hear a lot about my mother this week. She was quite a character. I lost her last year. She passed But she helped prepare me for my life as a security guy, I'm sure. She was always suspect of anyone. She read a lot of mystery novels and Alfred Hitchcock and stuff. And she just, we grew up in the inner city, and she was very streetwise in her own little way. And I remember I got a comic book. I was a big comic book fan when I was a kid. And if you control Skippy the Turtle or Freddy the Squirrel, send it in to us. We'll have a team of experts go over your drawing and assess whether or not you have the aptitude to, and she pointed out later, send them money in the mail. So I show her my drawing, and I said, what do you think? And she goes, oh, it looks just like it. You're going to win. And I said, yeah, I think so too, huh? And she goes, yeah, because everybody wins. I said, no, they said a team of experts. She goes, oh, Larry, that's what they want you to think. And no matter, it should always be suspect. Anybody you meet, anybody at the store, anybody in the bus, where, be careful what you say. That's what they want you to think. You know what they want? They want your money. She's mostly right. And we're going to see it with viruses. I kept saying, his first warning of viruses that they were going to, do all this stuff to delete your hard drive or some of the early ones. And but then they were talking about, the fear of cyber terrorism, and they're going to make planes fall from the sky. And I said, no, they're going to rob banks. They're going to steal money. And that's a big issue, of course, today. She also was very, like I said, suspect that people are going to get over. It's all a con. That's how they get you. And just for simple things, you take her to the Chinese buffet, and you fill up on the don't fill up on the rice and the breads, Larry. That's how they get you. You eat the meat, you eat the fish. Oh, she's very upset. She would kind of extend that out. Did they get you coming and going, Larry? Oh, first they raised the price and now they tax it. Oh, they get you coming and going. Oh, God bless you, Mom. You've got me always suspect of people. And she was very, very well read. She spoke multiple European languages, Italian and French and Spanish and Portuguese. And she spoke Greek, modern and ancient Greek. And she was one of, like, my big fat Greek wedding. She could tell you the Greek origin of any word. So it's pretty funny. Anybody, you remember the lost the sound? David, anybody else? Everybody else hear me? People hear me? You got you? Okay, good. All right. David, maybe it was a glitch on your side. Not sure. Okay. Yeah, I go Ethernet when I'm teaching. I don't do the Wi-Fi. You crazy kids fit your Wi-Fi. If you've never seen the movie, it was very funny. There's a girl's telling stories about her father, and there's a scene where the kids are trying to confound him, because he's telling the kids, you give me any word, I show you how this word come from the Greek. Like arachnophobia. Arachna means spider, phobia means fear, right? It comes from the Greek. So the friends say, all right, Mr. Papadakis, what about the word kimono? Kimono. Oh, yes, in Greek, winter is homines. Homines is winter is cold. You wear a robe. Kimono, homines come from the Greek. It's pretty funny. But really, it's a lot of words. I get a lot of guys, and I find it important to take a test, because it's hard to come to terms with a test if you don't understand the terms or terminologies. So I like guys in forensics. Over the years, I've been teaching IT for many years. Don't know the meaning of the word. Anybody know what the meaning of the word forensics is? It's a very important word for us. And understanding it would very likely help you get the right answers on the test. And when I say things like that, it's a TCP question. I expect an acknowledgement in the chat box. Forensics. I stumped you. Is the mic working? At least let me know that the mic's working. Hello, hello. Uh-oh. I'm afraid nobody can hear me. It comes from the Greek. It means to be in a forum. It has come to mean the study or science of debate. We're going to be debating stuff all week. We are going to be, I'm not an expert in that. I'm some kind of secure. You guys work with this stuff. I talk for a living most of the time. I do some sniffing. I got a new project too that's actually very relatable too on SAML. So I'll know more about SAML by then. But most of the time I'm talking, and I get to pull like a Captain Kirk. You guys can feed stuff in there, but I know like it's project management. I know the time and the cost, and I'm going to be watching the clock. And I just go at a certain point, that's fascinating, but we need to move on. Spock. And what helps you win a forensics argument would be something that makes it obvious, and that's what evidence means, to be obvious. It's quite evident. We have a photograph of him. We have his signature. Two very important words, perhaps the most important words for us, cyber and risk this week, come from the Greek, and I love it. Most people think cyber has something to do with computers. It does not mean computers. Cyber, just like the word govern, comes from the Greek word kybernon, who is the helmsman of a ship. And to steer, right? To steer. Well, when you're steering a ship or a car, I'm going to use a car all week as an analogy, a great high-tech device that can be very deadly if you mismanage it. You really need to pay attention, right? So if you're not texting and you pay attention, then you can steer out of the way of the dangers you see. But there are dangers you can't see. And the worst danger would be a cliff under the water. You look out and you see the island in the back and you figure, okay, we still got a mile. No, that island is right there a foot in front of you. It just happens that most of it is underwater, about 2 feet underwater or 10 feet underwater. Not good. And the only way you would know those cliffs were there is if you hit them or somebody else hit them and let you know about it. This is why we try to learn from history. We respect our elders. They steered in these waters. Risk now means something like unforeseen danger. Now, security this week is going to be about prevention, detection, and response. It is very difficult to prevent hitting something that you couldn't see before ahead of time. So all week, we're going to deal with things that we couldn't have prevented. And we're going to have ways to detect and respond. Does that make sense, everybody? Come from the Greek. Anybody recognize this ship? One of my all-time favorite movies. When I was a little kid, I loved this movie. Jason and the Argonauts. Latin, as my mother used to tell us how I always thought everything came from the Latin, and then I realized so much of it came from the Greek. The Latins took it from the Greeks, Larry. And so many of my words I've been able to find the Latin and the Greek, but many of them I can't. I can only find like certify and accredit. I can't find the Greek origins yet, so I'm still on Latin for those. All right, beware. Awareness is your number one countermeasure. If you didn't know that these dangers existed, you wouldn't have taken any steps to do anything about them. That's why you listen to the weather report, or you listen to the traffic report, so you're aware of any incident. And this isn't just new. People talk about the information communication age. One of my favorite authors, Alvin Toffler, as if this is something new. But Sun Tzu in The Art of War, written some 2,500 years ago, felt it was always about information. And the famous quote, if you know yourself and you know the enemy, you needn't fear defeat in 100 battles. I like to think that, though, it's a trick there. Because if you really know yourself and you know the enemy, you won't be enemies. I really think that most problems are not real. They're misunderstandings. And we're going to talk about that. It's the hardest step in a development life cycle is understanding. Understanding requirements. All right, so we're a bit on that. So our number one awareness is awareness, our number one countermeasure. You got to know. And I told you, I don't know everything, of course. I've been in this field teaching for many years. I think I've, short of Clement Dupuis and our good friend who's helped us out, by the way, Clement has donated, offered a 25% off discount to anybody sitting this class for his test. I've taught this class a lot but I don't know a lot. Most of your questions, I'm going to go like, oh, let's Google it. So everybody here, I'm hoping is going to contribute some good information. And again, I'll just be a Captain Kirk and go, we need to move on. Also, I've been involved in martial arts since I was a youngster, and I never really liked the master type kind of relationship that a lot of people had. So luckily, I was able to find coaches. And Frank, I mentioned, one of our attendees here is very good friends with the gentleman to my right. That is Tom Up the Grove, the co-founder of Internetwork Defense and Cyber Kung Fu. And to my left is Joe Lewis, the founder of kickboxing, American Kickboxing, and just a great guy, one of my teachers, and there I am with my black belt there. Joe hated masters. He'd say, guys, do not follow me. I make a lot of mistakes in life, and when I do, I need help. And you know who can help me? Followers. They made the same damn mistake I'd make or worse. He was a former Marine, and called him as he sees him, and I loved it. He said, a good leader does not have followers. You're going to have fellowships with other leaders, people who are stronger in a subject that you're not as good in. And I love that. And he also, just before he passed, he's another great person in my life I lost in the last few years. The last lesson he ever taught, I think, it was in Tampa in 2011. And as he's taking off his gloves, he knew he had cancer. He knew he was going to pass soon. And he said, guys, don't go teaching Joe Lewis style now. That'd be stupid. The only things you can honestly teach a person, are things you can make work. Now, I bet there's some things that you could make work that I never made work. And there's probably some things I could make work that you couldn't. I hope some of the things I taught you work for you. But don't go teaching Joe Lewis style. And I love that. I love that. So, he was a great friend of Bruce Lee. And right, the only champion that hung out with Bruce Lee. And he said when Bruce Lee died, he said, well, Bruce Lee, one of his great lessons was not to follow styles. He said, so he made up Jeet Kune Do. Now, when he died, why would I just follow and teach Jeet Kune Do? I would be missing the point. So he made up the Joe Lewis fighting systems. So, using that, I created my own style. He also has a code of ethics that I very, very much, and reminds me a lot of the CISSP, the Commonwealth Society as a whole. He said, I will not permit considerations of race, religion, national origin, or social standing to influence in any way my relations with my students. And I know we have a student, at least in this class, from as far away as Sri Lanka. So I appreciate very, very much everybody coming here, and I hope you get that same respect. We're here like Jedi Knights, protect the Commonwealth. Yep, so Cyber Kung Fu is my martial art. And if you do a risk assessment, the likelihood that you're going to show up in the hospital because of ninja star is very low. I've lost my mother, and then in the last 2 weeks, I lost my sister the same way from a fall, which I understood is the number one cause of an emergency room visit, is a fall. So we're going to do the high likelihood things. Today, you're more likely to have your identity stolen than be attacked by ninjas. So we're going to help us, a guide to help you steer. Cyber, we know, come from the Greek. Kung Fu is another misunderstood term. A lot of people think it has something to do with martial arts, but basically it's Alvin Top, or excuse me, it's oh gosh, he wrote Blink and The Tipping Point. What's the guy's name I'm thinking of here now? Malcolm Gladwell. And it's basically Malcolm Gladwell's point of the 10,000 hours to be master. So, how did the master get so good at martial arts? He spent a lot of time doing it. That's all. It's no trick, no magical thing. That's how you're going to pass your test. You're going to spend time on it. You're not going to look for any magical thing. And in this class, we don't need to spend too much time on who I am. You can look that up. I just know I've been in IT for a while. These are some of my certs that I've got. IBM PC Certified Technician in 1985, 86, I think it was. I like the IBM Advanced Connectivity Cert in 88. This is when I learned about the OSI 7-layer model and how it was replacing TCP/IP. TCP/IP is dead, guys. Government's already signed off That was awesome. Novell CNE in 1990 and some other certs there. Just, it doesn't prove I'm smart. It just proves I know well, at least pass some tests, I guess, and I've been at it for a while. Oh, what a great honor. Knowing that Joe was going to pass. Linda Lee came up and spoke for him, and I don't want to spend too much time on this stuff, but I told you Joe was friends with Bruce, and he always told us, in fact, he's got books out that saying that he was Bruce's student. And Linda stood up there and she said, Joe, that's not fair. You've been telling people you're a student. Bruce would never have considered you below him. To him, you were research partners. So we were like, wow, Joe, we thought you had a big mouth and bragging, but actually you were holding back. He really was. To hear him talk, we thought he was a loudmouth. To hear other people talk about him, he held back on some of the greater accomplishments of him. Anyway, and what we're going to do here. And today, and hopefully everyone's seen the other slides. So if you go to materials, for those of you who came in late, there's 3 materials I want you to download. You'll see this presentation, and then the next 2 presentations, security and risk management, and then asset security. All right, so we're going to cover 2 domains today. Now, asset security was kind of really in the risk management, information security risk management domain before. In the older, they've gone through a few different names. I always call it security management, but I think it was called information security and risk management. So they kind of broke out assets. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. They added, though, in asset security, and I mentioned earlier, some crypto introduction. And I actually find that good. It helps me break up my crypto section, so that'll help. Tomorrow, this is where most of the stuff went. So they took the architecture domain, and this is where you talked about operating systems for the most part. And I'm not able to download the materials from Michelle. Okay, Shalisha, are you there? Could you possibly work with Michelle? If not, during the break, Michelle, I'll help you out there. We'll get that. So they took the existing architecture. You're welcome. They took the existing architecture section, and again, this is where we had operating systems and basic computer technology in general, how a single computer works and how the operating system allots various virtual address spaces for applications and things like that, and how it loads device drivers. But they added in a good chunk of encryption, the hardest part of encryption, which makes sense because it's about architecture here. So I can understand why that would be added there. And then they also added, we don't have a physical security section. It's in here. So that makes a big thing. What materials do you download? There are 3 things under the materials section there, right? So you should see 3 PDF files, and that's today's material. And every morning I will do the same thing. And if people are having problems with that, I have a Dropbox link I could also share there. So I have 3 separate presentations to do security engineering. All right, so we'll see. That's going to be one of the toughest ones, and my major goal maybe this week is timing the security engineering domain. Communications and network security is the same as our old network, plus some crypto, plus things like SSL, SSH. I was already covering some IPsec there, so it's a great place to do it anyway. And the same with our link layer encryption, at least Wi-Fi type of thing. So I would just do it in one day. And another thing I can warn you about day 3. Day 3, my little one has a dentist appointment at 4 o'clock, so I got to run out of here at 3:30 anyway. Day 4, identity and access management is the old access control minus the accounting. So when I taught identity and access control, I did AAA services. That's authenticate, authorize, and account. Who are you? What are you allowed to do here? Let's keep records of what you did. Well, we took one of those out of there. We kept out, let's keep records. So they put that in security assessment and testing, which is a lot of logging and stuff. But they had, and here's the tricky part, they have a lot of different types of tests, but the tests that they've been beating people up on the actual test has been mostly penetration testing. Well, I don't really see a definite penetration testing section. They do a little bit in day 3, network scanning, and then some more in day 4. I'm going to cover my pen testing in day 4. Day 5, I actually have this out of order for them. I'm so used to ending up on operations. So I prefer to do it that way. I'll cover the software development security. It hasn't changed much. The big things there are always knowing the development lifecycle and knowing malicious code. Um, Operation security, your day-to-day running it, which used to also include the vulnerability testing and pen testing. Are there any tools or prereqs for day 4 then? No, no, no. You guys just sit back and chill and enjoy and give me feedback, of course, especially if there's stuff that you work on and you need to correct me or stuff like that. So that'd be awesome. Or just something you think is neat and you go, hey, Larry, will this be on the test? And my answer is like, I don't know. Could be. Thank you for bringing it up. So usually my day 5s end up pretty early. So what was it, Felipe? Are you okay? AM? Oh, okay, good. So operations, I think we're going to be done day 5 around lunchtime. So the big ones are going to be day 2 and day 3, and then see how that how the pace of this stuff goes. And as I mentioned, my good buddy Clement Dupuis. Clement and I used to work at Intense School with Sean Harris. Sean created, as most of you know, the best known study guides for this. And we've maintained a very good friendship since then. And we also worked together at a couple places since then, actually. And I was talking to Clement as I'm building up this class, and his practice tests are the only tests I ever recommend. Nobody else who I know maintains 2 things. One, just the database itself of questions, but the real tricky part is this is a reading test. This is an English test more than it is anything else. And most practice tests I see are much too short. They're one-line questions, which you will get a number of, but you're also going to get page-long scenarios. And only Clement, do I know, has something close to this. So I highly recommend you, if you want to get pass the test, that you download his exams. And there's 3 basic exams, so you can get the whole suite. He has scenario-based questions. He has the drag and drop, ever since they've gone electronic, because this used to be a paper-based test. He has that simulate the drag and drop. And then he also has his general database of questions. And again, I can't stress enough that it's one thing to have the knowledge in your head. It's another thing to know how the questions are going to come at you and be prepared, right? So beware, forewarned. And he created a rebate code, so when you purchase it, just pick in Larry, and you'll get 25% off. So big thank you, Clement. All right, triple constraints. I said you got to do the scope. Now I'm going to use an analogy, a number of analogies, but let's say right now a restaurant owner hires a person a company to build a kitchen, and he says, "Okay, I need you to build a kitchen." Now he's the owner of a restaurant. He's not the cook, so to really understand the scope, he's going to have to work with a cook. But what the owner can tell him is like, and it has to get done by whatever Thanksgiving, and you've got this much money to work with. So he has to understand the scope, and I said the hardest part of the development life cycle is understanding requirements. We're going to beat this up a lot, but working with both the cook and maybe some dishwashers or whatever, he can understand how to architect something. And the guy who can come up with the way to do it in the least amount of time, least amount of cost. And you can't short scope it. If they said we want tile in here, you can't. I could save them money by putting in linoleum. No, they said tile. So you just have to pay less for the tile. We're not going to short scope anything. Process management is a great word that I couldn't find the Greek origin for. So I know the Latin. Process, it means to proceed, to move forward in time. So let's imagine I get a flat. And I'm driving. Well, the first thing I have to do is be safe. You know, when you have a flat tire, your car's not behaving properly, so you're at risk, and so are the other people on the road. So you owe it to yourself and to society to get to the side of the road. Your first step is not to fix the tire; it's to get to the side of the road. Now you're at the side of the road. Now you can begin doing your damage assessment. right? And maybe it was just a bumpy road, or maybe you need to, you've got fix a flat, or you got to swap, whatever. And now you get that on, well, you're not over, you don't have another spare tire. Maybe your spare is a donut tire. You don't have the same service levels. So you're not out of the emergency until you've reconstituted to get your original tire replaced or repaired. All right, so we had a danger state, the flat state. We got to the side of the road, the safe state. We got the spare tire on, the recovered state. And then we returned to normal, the reconstituted state. States are points in time. But the way you move from state to state, you would have to know a process. How do I proceed to get from this state to that state? Well, Edward Deming and actually his teacher, Walter Sheward, had come up with this idea. Walter Sheward didn't understand why, he was an engineer at Western Electric, and he didn't understand why a component built in the same factory might last 3 months, might last 3 years. Well, obviously, the process for building this component must have varied. Actually, humans will always vary a process. You listen to your favorite musician. I like to believe I'm a musician. That's my primary goofball job in life, is to sing around the house. But I like to, you listen to your favorite musician play whatever lead break, or a horn solo, whatever. And listen to him play it again. He didn't do it the same way. No, humans can't do that. So we realized that when you define a process, you must allow room for shift and drift. So, for example, in order for the drive your car through the garage door and get it in the garage process to work, the garage door must be wider than the car. Okay? That process isn't going to work. But how much wider? 1 atom on either side of the car. No, I'm going to scratch my car. So we allow some room. But how much room? 10 feet on either side of the car. That's too much room. So we try to manage and reduce variance in a process as much as possible, but to a manageable level. Right? So Edward became much more famous than his teacher, and he created, originally they had the Plan, Do, Study Act. It became Plan, Do, Check Act. And this became a very well-recognized process management tool or model, and most of the ISO documents that we care about this week are based on PDCA. So sometimes you get test questions directly on it, and you might need to know that it's called PDCA. You might sometimes in tests call it the Deming wheel. Sometimes they have nothing to do with the question or the answers. Don't say PDCA, but they obviously in the context realize, well, this thing's already running. So what are we doing here? We're probably checking. And you have to realize, monitoring and auditing, monitoring. Okay, good. So we're going to use this a lot. So I said all the ISO documents, including a very testable 27001, is based on this. And the idea is how to create an information security management system, an ISMS. We plan it. Then we run the information security management system. And we check. We check by monitoring day to day. We audit periodically. The goal of an audit is to identify gaps. Please don't forget that. The responsible thing to do after the audit is to do the very testable gap analysis. We're going to prioritize ways to get better, to close the gap. You can't fix everything at once. It's kind of like doing triage. They don't have emergency room people for everybody. You have very limited resources. You hit the high things. And this is done year to year. This is your risk assessment, basically. Now, if you ask me to play a saxophone, I would tell you I can't do it. I can't do that process. I have no maturity level whatsoever in that process. You ever fix something? And Marco, who has managed me, we know back here, has probably seen me fix something and said, Larry, you got it working? I said, yeah. He said, well, how would you do? I don't know. I made like 7 or 8 changes, and one of them must have worked. I initially got it. Sometimes called ad hoc. Maturity level 1. Now, this is developed by Carnegie Mellon originally for software development, but this is now used all over the place. We're going to talk about this tomorrow in COBIT, or actually, yeah, tomorrow in COBIT. But CMI originally was CMM, and you may see a lot of books just called CMM. It's been CMI for over a dozen years. They added zero. They just assumed you had something. So these are ways you can actually get a rating, and if you get, well, let's go a little further. Larry, could you repeat that? Now, maybe I did like 7 steps to get this server working, and I had to figure out what it was I did again. Yeah, I did. Yeah, and I can repeat that. Good. Would you write it down in case you're not here? Defined, level 3, sometimes called documented. Very testable, by the way. We'll see it again, but I like to see it in the intro. So I define it in a document. And if you've documented, say, your software development processes, and you get Carnegie Mellon to give you a CMMI rating of 3, you will brag about that on your website. And yet, if I ask you, oh, how long will it take? Huh? Or how much money will that cost? Right? Our basic quality things. You wouldn't even know that at level 3. That's awesome. You cannot manage something if you don't have realistic metrics. You can't just pull numbers out of it seems pretty good to me. Of course, that's how I manage my idea of network of performance. As long as no one is calling and complaining, the network must be fine. Very, very fundamental piece of my class. You're going to hear me say it a lot for level 4. You cannot speak matter of factually about anything you can't measure. You have to measure something. Now, at a very little thing, we're going to talk later on about value, the difference between value and cost. Cost is what you paid for something. That's very measurable. Value is not so measurable. You know how you can tell if somebody values something? Do they take any measurements? So I measure the price of, say, Gibson guitars. I don't know that everybody cares about Gibson guitars. Values are very subjective. Your values are different than mine. But when dealing with others, I have found it best to assume that everybody values time and money, because everybody measures that. You guys knew what time to start class. And you probably know how much money you'd like to make after you pass your test. Something like that. So we have to measure something. Security is very difficult to get good metrics on. This is a trick. It reminds me of music. I can tell you what bad music is. If it's out of tune or out of time, no one will like that music. But if it's in tune and in time, I don't know, it depends on what you like in music. And it's the same with security. I can tell you what bad security is. SA with no password, bad. But I don't know what good security is. Just like a penetration test, guys. Keep that in mind, because some of you will get beat up a lot on your tests about penetration testing. Pen tests don't tell you you have good security. They can tell you you have bad security. And then the other edge of the dial, it says, I don't know, I couldn't find a problem. Doesn't mean it's good. So it's very difficult. Think about TSA. The fact that we haven't had another 9/11 means taking our nail clipper away was a good idea. That doesn't prove that at all, right? However, how about this one? You, after an audit, notice there are more IDs in the directory than there are corresponding records in HR. Well, no, that's not a bit. We've got temps and contractors. We've got service accounts. No, that's not a good security metric at all. It's useless. Okay, I have more IDs in the directory than I have in the identity management system. Ooh, that question looked identical to the other one at first, but that's not the same question, and that would be a very bad thing, because those contractors, those temp accounts, those service accounts should have been logged in the identity management system. Does that make sense, guys? TCP question. What's the max here? All right. That also helps me know the mic is working. All right, good. All right, so you can measure it. Well, level 5. Now remember I said there were like 7 steps that I did to fix this thing. Do you have to do all 7? Larry, I think 3 of your steps were like jumping up and down and panicking. One of them was telling a weird joke, and the other one was walking like a duck for some reason. I don't know why Larry does that, but whatever. I don't know. I've been watching a lot of Marx Brothers over the last week, guys, if I'm in a silly mood. So optimize. That doesn't mean perfect. Optimize is just you get it down in less steps. So level 1 is effective. You got the job done. And level 5 is the most efficient. You can be very efficient at an ineffective process. When you're looking for an answer on a test, make sure the answer is at least effective. Then look for the most efficient of the effective answers. All right. Our life cycle, we're going to see a lot. We're going to see this a lot. Now, in security, we don't start with feasibility. Now, if this were me doing an application or recording a song, I'd be like, oh, I got an idea to record a song. I'm going to need a harp player. And I might go, Larry, you don't have a harp player. Yes, I'm thinking of harpo marks. Marco, you and I once had a conversation about the your ideal job would be making funny voices for cartoons. Well, I just told I said if the Lord told me I couldn't be me, you couldn't be Larry, you got to pick somebody else in history to be. I think I'd be Harpo Marx. That guy had apparently a wonderful family life. His kids loved him, and his nieces and nephews said they loved staying at his house. And he was a great musician, best of the 3, and he got paid to just horse around with his siblings, doing the types of things that, parents yell, yo, kids, cut it out back there. That's what he got paid for. He made millions doing that. It's just awesome. No lines to remember. He just mostly made funny faces. Oh, well, anyway. All right, so feasibility, you sit there and you go, is it feasible? I don't have a harp player. In security, you do not have a feasibility study. It's like, should I get auto insurance? You will get auto insurance. All right, so you don't see that in a security development lifecycle. You start with project initiation. Project initiation is what we're going to be doing all day today. It's all project and some functional requirements. We're going to be looking at these today. So this is understanding, and I like to use a lot of Star Trek analogies. So if you think of some movies or cartoons, you always have an angel and a devil on each shoulder guiding you. We're going to have Kirk and Spock. All right. So this is when we meet Kirk, and Kirk welcomes us to the Enterprise, and he introduces us to the other managers. We meet Spock, we meet Uhura, we meet McCoy, we meet Scotty. We understand the other managers' requirements. Now, we're not the only people doing security, too, right? We're going to be meeting HR. We're going to be meeting legal. There's already a physical risk. Don't come in there like you're the only guy doing security at a company. And the same on the test. Don't approach the test like we're the only ones doing security. There's already a credit risk department. There's a physical risk. So we're going to understand the other team players. And this is like the owner of the restaurant. They're telling us, all right, you have this schedule, you have this budget, and we're also going to find out our level of authority. And guys, a very important tip for the test. Any answer that says fire so-and-so or pull the cable is probably the wrong answer. Security has very little authority. Our primary role is to advise. We do not decide. All right? If we want to fire somebody, we could bring that up with HR. Remember that. If you want to disconnect something, you talk to somebody in the business unit. Marco did work also at you were at Susquehanna, right? Yeah, this is a trading firm, Philadelphia's largest presence on the stock exchange. And we did work there when we were at IBM. Could you imagine we see a problem on a trading server and we just decide we're going to pull the cable without bringing it up to the traders? Oh, that would go over well. So they know that on the test. The hardest step, functional requirements. Now, that's what they're going to be telling us. We're going to work with, say, the business unit at sales, and they're going to tell us the features that they need. And we're going to sit there and go, wow, you have to protect that. A lot of what security is, I like to think of as looking at things from my North Philly upbringing and considering the weapon potential of anything. So, it's like I joke around, the guys in my band, I showed my drummer my phone years ago, my first smartphone, and I was showing him, hey, look, you can see the band play. It's a YouTube video. He's like, hey, that's pretty hard, man. Imagine I clock you upside the head with that, dude. But you could take somebody out there, huh? Probably mess somebody up. So when they tell us, hey, we're going to take credit card numbers over the internet and do marketing online and cut out them, we go, whoa, dude, you better encrypt that data. You're going to fall under PCI or something. So that's going to be our job, the assurance requirements. Right? Functional, what features does it have? Assurance, how well can it do that feature? Very, very important for us. So this is us understanding the business unit, and we do this with a risk assessment. So a good deal today is understanding risk management. Then us, the security manager, we architect solutions that meet those requirements. Now, think of an assurance requirement says you better encrypt. During the system design, we say, and we'll use AES. So in requirements is when we're saying what we need, and system design is how we intend to do that. And then we develop or require things that meet those things. Now, if the architect in the kitchen said it had to be GFCI circuits at 30 amps, well, the electrician needs to make sure that he's looking at that checklist saying, all right, he said 30 amps and it has to be GFCI. He's verifying. Verification is making sure that the subject matter expert builds it according to design. It's a type of test. It's a unit test, so to speak. But the most important test is when we install the whole system. We put the kitchen together, and you let the cook and the dishwashers test. The user acceptance test, the UAT, is the most important test. If verification says you're building it right, validation says it works right. It meets the business unit's needs, and that's the most important test. And then you certify and accredit. And I like to think of certification as Spock adding up all the numbers and being certain. That's what the word means. And he says, I'm certain, Captain, that is 8 gigs of RAM. And Kirk, the accreditor, decides whether 8 gigs of RAM is appropriate and will authorize or accredit. Another word I can only find from the Latin. Accredit, cred. It's actually a neat word for us. Cred means to believe. So if something's incredible, you don't believe it. But if you believe it, yeah, I can credit that. So Kirk accredits it. It's also going to be important for us to prove I can claim to be Larry, but if you want credit to that claim, I will show you my license. That's a credential. It's an English test more than anything. I have to stress that over and over and over again. All right, so now it meets the business needs. It's certified, accredited, you're authorized to put it into operation. It's like, that's credible. Thank you. When you operate, it's just like I just got the approval to buy the car I wanted. Well, that your job's not over. Day to day, you really should check your oil and stuff every time you get in your car, is what your grandfathers probably did, right? I look at the electronic gauges at least. But you've got to day-to-day maintain your car. There are going to be small problems, just like I got a regular scheduled maintenance. Then there's going to be big problems. We have 2 big categories of problems, and they could be, well, most of our problems are accidents, natural disasters. Bruce and I presented one time, what was the difference between security engineering and safety engineering? And he said, well, safety engineering deals with Murphy's Law. If something could go wrong, eventually it will. And security engineering deals with Satan's law. If something could go wrong, there's a malicious someone out there going to make it go wrong. Most of our problems are Murphy's Law problems. Most of our problems are accidents. Most big problems are accidents. But your car could be stolen. You could be carjacked for sure. Those things do happen. So for us, that's going to be our disaster recovery plans, our incident response plans. And then you're going to retire, dispose of the car or whatever, or the data. Now, a lot of times security people focus too much on confidentiality. Guys, confidentiality it gets in the way. How many people here have hidden something so well that you yourself don't know where it is? If you're a mortgage company, and you hid that data so well, you were supposed to get access to it for 30 years. Marco, you were with us. I believe you were still there when we were retired. You definitely were. We were retired. Marco and I retired the MS mail server at Scott Paper, and we moved them to Exchange. And then there were rumors of insider trading. Scott Paper got acquired by Kimberly-Clark. We had to build a server. Remember this, Marco? We had to build servers that could restore data from we had to build a MS mail server, restore data from quarter-inch cartridge, then 8mm DAC, and then DLT drives. That was a nightmare. That was a nightmare. If you're a mortgage company, you've got to do this for 30 years or more. So don't just watch out for the confidentiality laws, confidentiality issues. Security is about, I like to think, well, we know it's a CIA, confidentiality, integrity, availability. And I will argue all week that availability is probably the most important, because I look at my bank records. I want them confidential. It's no business. You don't need to know what I've got in there. Private. I would like the numbers pretty accurate. If I put in 1,000, I don't want to see 999 or whatever. I want 1,000. But most important, when I go to the bank, I can get it. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Greenblatt. No, you can't get that now. That's been secured forever. That's not secure, right? It's a denial of service. And that's what often happens with confidentiality. A good buddy of mine co-wrote the CEH official study guide with me. He wrote most of it, actually. Steve DeFino. And Steve, his take on encryption, he said, never encrypt anything you're not prepared to lose for the rest of your life. Very, very important to us, too. A good process management life cycle here is the incident response life cycle. It is never ready, fire, aim. There are a lot of questions on the test, I understand, if you get the heavy incident management test, that will try to get you to do that. You're going to detect a problem. Do you disconnect it from the back of the wall? Do you disconnect it from the back of the unit? Do you pull the network cable? Do you document and analyze your findings? Please, always think before you act. So we're prepared because we know these things could happen. That's why I carry a jack in my car and a spare tire. I know these things could happen. I'm aware. I detect a problem. Guys, whether it's a human or a burglar alarm or whatever, these things have false positives, you know. My smoke detectors go off because I'm cooking a steak. It's not a fire. So whenever that someone detects a problem on your test, please analyze, confirm the incident, do an impact assessment. These are the important things. Don't start taking any containment measures yet. Now, this could be a split-second decision, of course. Ready, aim, fire can be very quick. But do make sure that there's always an analysis phase. You take your containment measures, and often that is the best containment measure on a computer is to pull the network cable. If you pull the power, you're going to certainly doing a start shutdown. You're going to change the state of that machine. We're trying to preserve the state, but it's hard. You may have to do it. Depends, and we'll discuss power down procedures and stuff like that. Recovery means you got it back working or eradicated. Let's say this was a virus. I was prepared for it. We detected a problem. We analyzed it. We figured out what it is. We contain it. Oh, it's got a rootkit on it. We scrub the machine. We rebuild it from original media. We recover it. It get working. The salespeople are now selling again. We've recovered. We didn't look for the bad guy yet. And that's not our primary goal. Our primary goal, business continuity. But now that everyone's working, we're going to have a post-incident review, determine the root cause. What happened here? How did this happen? Now, there might be two things that happened. You might have had an inefficient access control, and you had a culprit, an untrustworthy input. Maybe you were sending passwords out in the clear text, someone sniffed it out and cracked it, and, well, you'll start encrypting passwords from now on, and you'll get, hold that other person responsible. Right? So that's your post-incident. To determine the root cause and to get better, you're now better prepared. You're now encrypting passwords from now on, and you understand people are out there with sniffers. Does that make sense, everybody? Very important concept here. It's a TCP question. That also, when I say TCP question, it also gives me a chance to sip my coffee. Awesome. All right, a gap analysis. I mentioned this after an audit. Now, our goal, like when I'll drive from Philly to Virginia. The reason I'm driving is because I have a business objective. I desire to be in Virginia. My car, I want to get down there as quickly, as inexpensively as possible. My car will do over 100. I could blow all the tolls, but there are laws saying you can't do that. Students tell me they use the acronym ROI, not for return on investment, but for them it's risk of imprisonment. There's a lot of new laws in IT that develop all the time. They used to ask a lot of U.S. laws on the test. They've taken those out, as far as I know. But in their material, they still cover, say, Sarbanes-Oxley, PCI stuff. So I don't cover too much. You can see those questions in your C-Secure. I like to cover big picture stuff, the process stuff. Well, you determine your current position with an internal audit. Now, an internal audit, well, audit could be internal, external, but external auditors could be the end of your career, so the end of your job, end of the company. So when they ask a question, you answer it honestly, but you don't offer anything. But with an internal audit, you can be a little more forthcoming. So, for instance, say they're auditing your data center, and are these pre-action sprinklers, as they're supposed to be in a data center? And if the answer is yes, you can say yes. But if it were an internal audit, you could say, yeah, they are. But you want to see something stupid? Check it out. They ain't connected to nothing. So you can offer it more. So whenever you see internal auditor, always assume they're there to help the company get better. And then you can't fix everything at once. You close the gap. This is what we're going to do. Plan, do, we check, and we act. Hardest part of the test. Hardest part in life. Understanding what people said. When you take a test, this is an English test, and you've got to read it very carefully. Now, over the 14 years I've been teaching this, I've noticed that I could get IDS geniuses, some of my best packet guys, miss it. And I've had a number of lawyers, and they always passed. Lawyers. Guys who told me, Larry, I didn't understand what the question was asking. I don't understand the answers either. But I understand they were looking for assurance. And I know that actions speak louder than words. So I looked for a verb, and there was only one verb. It's right, auditing or something like that. Yeah, whenever they want assurance, guys, look for an action. Having a manager sign off on a policy. But as you know, lawyers are going to say, yeah, but they asked which metric. 3 of these are processes. They said which metric. So you got to really read very, very carefully. I find it really cool, Frank Shire, you there, that binary math got its start in Tai Chi. Sure, did you heard me say Tai Chi? Most people call it yin and yang. Yin and yang is actually the 2 separate components that make up Tai Chi. So the yin yang circle, Tai Chi is the word we use to describe the harmony of the 2. Now, if you just take them apart, and they created these diagrams. So if you see the circle next to it where you have heaven and above and then earth and below, there's 3 broken lines, or 3 lines. Well, it's basically zeros and ones. And this is a 5,000-year-old text, and Gottfried Leibniz saw a diagram of this, and he said, well, I can quantify any number. No, you didn't get, dude, I paid you for that book. I paid you for that book at a picnic like 5 years ago, and I've still yet to get it. No, you owe me that book. Frank is an author of a book on Tai Chi, but he realized he can quantify any number on this using just zeros and ones, and that's where he got his idea. From the Book of Changes, it looks like Yi Jing, right? So, or I Ching. And he got his idea. Now, totally separate from this, George Boole had come up with the true-false logic system. So he realized that looking at 2 inputs, true or false, he could come out with an inferred third output. So if this is true and that's true, well, then I can infer that this is true. But if this is true or this is true, or if neither of these are true, you could still come out with something. And we're going to have to do some Boolean functions. So that's pretty cool. And it was an American scientist, Claude Shannon, came up with the idea of mixing the 2 together on an electrical relay circuit. And he said, well, I'll use closed relay will be true and open will be false. And I can have this circuit perform Boolean logic functions that I'll program in binary math. Wow, pretty cool. There are no Yi Jing questions on the test, but please, there is math on the test, and do not attempt to take the test if you don't understand the difference between binary, decimal, and hex. So real quickly here, with 4 bits, four binary numbers. I can represent it in decimal, and I could say, all right, 000 equals 0, and 1 is 1, and I go all the way up to 1010, and I see the date on bool looks wrong by a century. Let's go back there. 1815? No, I'm pretty sure that's right. Pretty sure that's right. Anyway, with 1010, decimal would take 2 keystrokes. And we know that, we can look that up, Ira. Let's double check on that. The 2 keystrokes, we know from our objective, we want to get through life with fewer keystrokes. So the hex system extends out our character set. So instead of writing 10 to represent 10, we use the letter A. And now I can represent 4 bits with 1 hex character up through F equaling all ones. Definitely some hex on the test, and it's going to make our life a little easier. All right, so I came up, and people think of a taxonomy. We have to learn a few taxonomies, and people think of tax as being a burden. But, well, tax literally means to classify things. Now, let's say I take my clothes out of the dryer and I throw them on the guest bed. Well, that's like a flat file database. It's very easy to store things that way, but very difficult to retrieve it. So we create taxonomies of maybe I put shirts in the shirt drawer, pants in it. Well, let's put information away in some drawers that I like to put away. And I'd like some credit for this. I know I'm not the only one really saying it, but in this novel way, you often hear people tell you, you got the things you know that you know. The things you know that you don't know, but it's what you don't know that you don't know that gets you. And I'm like, dude, I believe you left out a Boolean 4th choice, my friend. What about the things you thought you knew turned out to be wrong? And I will argue all week that is where most of our dangers come from. That's how the Smurf attack works. Oh, I thought that IP address was from our network. That's how phishing attacks work. I thought that was my bank. That's how social engineering in general works. He said he worked here. And they're the worst attacks ever. I don't care how strong your firewalls, your doors are. If I can get the security guard to hold the door for me because I've got a pen behind my ear and I'm holding a clipboard, he must be somebody. It doesn't matter. So I've got a drawer here that says shirts. When I open it up, there's shirts in it. That's something I know. True. There's another drawer that says private, and it's locked, and I can't open it. Well, I know something's in there. I don't know what it is. That's a true false. I know that I don't know. There was a hidden panel in the back of that thing. I had no idea it had a hidden panel in the back. That was something I didn't know that I didn't know. But you know where the missing shirt was? In the drawer marked pants. I didn't bother going in there. These are the things that mostly affect us. In fact, I just joking around that whenever I'm absolutely certain of something, I am wrong. I try to be less certain. I try to be agnostic whenever possible. All right, closing up here, we got a couple more slides, but attacks on information can be generally, we think of passive or active. Now, passive, this is like, think of an Ethernet cable. All I have is the receive pair. I'm not sending anything. Well, I can't tell if somebody's receiving. I can't tell if someone's eavesdropping. I can't even tell if you're listening. It's an undetectable thing. If someone's sniffing and they don't report back they're in promiscuous mode, I'm not going to know that. I could have prevented it. Could have soundproofed my room, or could have encrypted the data. Yeah, could have done that. I could have turned the stereo up really loud. Active attacks, though, is when they are sending something. Somebody keeps calling me on the phone. I can certainly tell that that's happening. I can't always stop it. You can't stop all denial of service attacks. Like somebody calling me on the phone. And you can't stop all covert channels. And these are very, very testable, guys. We're going to beat up a lot of these, especially on day 3. But if you allow any communication whatsoever, okay, we'll get to that. I'm sorry, I'm looking at Ira's comment there. There's no guarantee that channel is going to be used properly. So very, very high level look at things. The Great Firewall of China. I know they aggressively examine everything supposedly that goes in and out of that country, but I know they do allow email. So if I previously agreed with a friend of mine in China and I said, look, if you get an email from my Yahoo account, write down 1. And if you get it from my Gmail account, write down 0. And I mean, it would take me a while to sneak out an MPEG of the Avengers, which I just saw over the weekend. But I could sneak out a password in that day. Yeah. All right, what is security? Security can be looked at many different ways. I feel secure. I just feel secure because whatever. Because it just looks nice, because the house is strong, the walls are strong. Something given. I put down a security deposit. I invested in securities. But for us this week, something that secures. That's us. We're going to be providing security to our organization, to our families, to the world, to the Commonwealth. Talk about security, and we're going to talk about the basic processes all week of prevention, detection, and response. But if cyber means to steer, I would say the most important control is direction. Policies and procedures, training and awareness. We're telling people what to do. Oh, the Places You'll Go is perhaps my favorite cybernetic book, and it's by Dr. Seuss. That's the one I'm talking about. And absolutely all about steering. You have brains in your head, you have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself any direction you choose. You're on your own and you know what you know. And you're the guy who'll decide where to go. Yeah, great stuff. The artwork I'm using in the background of all my slides, developed by 2 NASA artists, Don Davis and Rick Gaitis, and they say you're welcome to use them. Please just give them credit. So here's the credit from them. They are space colonies, and they're all one of 3 designs. So moving from left to right, you see the Bernal sphere. This is built or designed to habitat. And all these things were out in the 70s, designed in the 70s, to house 10,000 people or so. Actually, the point was what NASA was trying to solve, and actually particularly Jared O'Neill in his book, The High Frontier, trying to solve things like climate change and other issues that were making the planet less habitable, particularly the damage done in manufacturing. They felt that moving manufacturing to space would be the greatest thing we could do to alleviate man-made damage to the Earth. 1976, they addressed this, and that's a long commute, to move the manufacturing facilities there. Actually, it would also do a lot of things. We'd actually build better product because most of the, well, first of all, it'd be cheaper. Most of the damage or most of the energy in manufacturing is spent fighting gravity, but also gravity warps designs. So any system or a process that required the bottom of your slide being cut off could be, it might not just be your PC. It could easily be the resolution of mine. Is there anybody else having a problem reading my the bottom of the slides? Aha. Thank you for somebody for finally bringing that up. I'll tell you what, we're almost done, so we'll start the next slideshow on that. So let me, because we're almost there. Thanks. All right, so the other thing though is when you have any type of like a mold or gel that it takes time to mold and gel. Gravity will warp the design because heavier elements sink to the bottom. But in 0G, they would maintain integrity, better integrity. So we'd have better product and cheaper to build and safer to the Earth. So I said it'll be a long commute. So moving left to right, the Bernal sphere. Actually, the most expensive, got to build it from Earth materials. Once we get out there, the second one, which made famous in movies like 2001 and most recently Elysium. This was built to house or designed to house 100,000 people. But this would be built from materials we harvest and mine from the asteroids and the moon. And then finally, the O'Neill cylinder. And this is designed to house 20 million people. So these are my dreams. This is the direction I'd like to go. I don't know that I'll ever make it, but if my offspring and my grandchildren someday do, then they can say, yeah, Grandpa was telling us about this years ago. Mm-hmm. Well, I have a quote that you guys can't see by Timothy Leary on the bottom. Timothy Leary felt that direction was very, very important. And I don't want to get religious or anything, but whatever religion you may or may not have. He felt that atheists, whatever it is, he said, if you don't believe anyone did it, then you're going to think we're going nowhere. So he was an agnostic. He felt that he didn't know what was right, but he thought that atheism would really lead you to a very, very depressed place. So you need to know where you're going. And he felt we were going to space. He felt that the first humans to smell, to go out into space would look like the first fish to smell air. You know, a lot of our stuff is going to be based on ISO standards. And many people think ISO is an acronym, by the way, for International Standards Organization. But no, it's a word. They come from the Greek. It's derived from the Greek ISIS, meaning equal. So over 160 member bodies from Afghanistan to Zimbabwe. And I don't care, I say, what music you listen to in your car. But if we all agree that red light means stop and green light means go, we can share the road. We can share, and that's a wonderful road we have for the internet. I believe in the ISO, much like, to me, they're the Federation. And I'm like Captain Kirk. I support them. That's what I do for a living. I also argue with them all the time. Like, why do I have to spend $200 and some to find out what's on these things? Can't you give it to me, you bean counters? Whatever. But to me, they're the Federation. You're going to hear me refer to them as the Federation often. Some ISO documents, very, very testable for us, are these top ones. 27001. Very testable, is the standard. It's an auditable standard for information security management. 27002 is a guideline to help you implement 27001. Please remember that 27002 is a guideline. You do not have to follow it. They don't get real deep on these things, but my slides are in these contexts anyway. ISO 15408 is also known as the common criteria. If you've done any research on this, and you're you know that they've asked over the years about the Orange Book. And the Orange Book was a way to rate operating systems that the U.S. used and retired 15 years ago. 15 years ago. It has been replaced by the common criteria. So I know there's some practice questions all over on the Orange Book. I haven't had a student get an Orange Book question in many, many years. So it's focused on the common criteria. It's an international standard. And while 17024 is not testable, when you pass your test, you'll fall under it because it's for people. And the CISSP, first IT test I know, is certification to be accredited by the 17024 program. Pretty cool. All right, so let's bring it up here. We're about to take a break. It is it's about 25 after, so let's take our break. We'll get back in 15 minutes, so at 10:40. But again, let's keep it in context here. I'm glad you're helping me. That's one of our major things here, get these slides together. I hope I'm helping you pass the CISSP. And overall, let's be Jedi Knights here, and we're going to protect society, the Commonwealth, and the infrastructure. All good? Sound good, everybody? Sound like a plan? Awesome. All right, so let's get back at, again, 10:40, and I am going to work on that resolution. I think I found a resolution that works for everybody, so back at boom. All right, 10:40, people back. Yeah. Again, my TCP thing. All righty. Awesome. Are we following in the book? Only in my slides. So maybe I didn't set the expectations properly. The way I do my presentation is I don't follow their books. I don't follow anyone's book, and I like to keep it open that you could use anyone's book. So back when Sean's was the number one, this is going to change things because Sean passed, and her book was always number one. But I've always just taught the domains using, like Joe Lewis said, I can only honestly teach you what I can make work. So I teach you what I know about the domains. And then hopefully it helps you read your book. So whatever book you decide, some people love Sean Harris's book. Some people prefer the official guide. I actually don't tell my friends, well, I guess I'm recording it now. I'm going to upload it to YouTube. But I like that the CISSP for Dummies by, I think Peter Gregory did a great job. That wasn't use my only resource. And the one I hear a lot about now that people like is the one by the Sands gentlemen, Eric Conrad and I forget the other gentleman, Seth, but I understand that gets a lot of good marks, people like that. So I don't really follow any book particularly. I just tell you what I know about the domains, and hopefully whatever book you pick will be easier to read based on how I present it. Does that make sense? Cool. Yeah, but hopefully you have my slides there. You were able to download my materials. And again, I'm working on them all night, so and even in the morning. So I only made them available this morning, and that'll be saved all week. So give me a chance to polish these up. All right, so we already saw the development life cycle. The purpose of this domain is to really focus on project initiation and understanding the business unit's needs. So we're going to determine what they would need. And that's probably true all day, actually, because the next module, which used to be part of this asset management, asset security, is understanding what we're trying to protect. So, of course, I can't really know the business unit's needs if I don't know what assets they have. Right, so we're just initiating the project. The purpose of this domain, teach you what security is, what information security is, understand the three goals, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, and the three processes, prevention, detection, and response. Now, think about that. We said that earlier. I would like to prevent. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cures. Many people say, I have a coach when I was a young guy, Cedric Devon Shaw. Rick Shaw used to say, you call me Rickshaw, like a Chinese taxi cab. But Rickshaw used to say that it's better to put a fence at the top of the hill than an ambulance down at the bottom. So we'd like to do that. If there's an answer on your test and all the answers address the problem, but one prevented it in the first place, of course pick that. But you can't prevent everything. You can't prevent the unforeseen danger. We know that. That's what risk is. But also got to understand, I can't prevent, say, the firewall admin from configuring rules that he's not supposed to, because I have to give them the ability to configure the firewall. I can't prevent HR people from looking up records from people's personal records. And that's how they get their job done. They need to look up people's personal records. And whenever prevention isn't an option, we're going to look for detection. I may not be able to prevent that firewall admin from doing that, but I can at least audit and see what he did, monitor his work. Does that make sense? Monitoring and auditing, these are our detective controls. So I can't prevent the HR people from looking up records, but I could monitor and audit and go, you looked up every employee Thursday night from whatever 7 to 8 and then printed all of that. That looks odd. That doesn't look like normal usage. We can even have some type of inference control as the way IPSs work. I allowed it at first, but after some certain threshold of activity, it's like, nah, I'm not going to allow it. That doesn't seem like normal usage. Let me start flagging things. All right, so we're mostly focused here today. Right. Now, I told you the Code of Ethics. It's only 2 pages. This is just the primary thing. There's also guidelines on how to support this. You may not be as gung-ho about the ethics as I am. I think they're awesome. They remind me of Jedi Knight stuff. But if you want to pass your test, you're going to learn them anyway, because there are versions of the tests that I've heard one woman thought she had over 30. She said, I literally stopped counting at 30. So she said they weren't easy. It wasn't something like, do you steal it and then erase the log? They all look like good things, but were they explicitly mentioned in the ISC Squared Code of Ethics? So please read them. 2 pages, and if you can't do that, I don't think you deserve to be a CISSP. But I'll read it. You know, the primary thing, safety of the Commonwealth, duty to our principles and to each other requires that we adhere and be seen to adhere to the highest ethical standards of behavior. And the canons is very cool. There are 4 things, but if there's a conflict between one and the other, well, you go with the top. So, you know, the most important, protect society, the Commonwealth, and the infrastructure. Next, act honorably, honestly, justly, responsibly, and legally. And I like to look at these. They say can conflict. Laws aren't always fair. The Underground Railroad was illegal. But if you build it, I wouldn't hold it against you because I'm willing to bet you were trying to protect society as a whole. Right? That was the goal there. So provide diligent and competent service to principals, and least important, advance and protect the profession. Also quite testable are the RFC's guidelines, and it is considered unethical and unacceptable to seek to gain unauthorized access to the resources of the internet, disrupt the intended use, whatever that was, waste resources, people, capacity, computer, destroys integrity of computer-based information, and compromises privacy. So my Joe Louis Code of Ethics, so you saw a subset, which says, I solemnly pledge to use the art of karate kickboxing solely for the purpose of defense, never for the purpose of aggression, and will teach my students to do likewise. I will treat with respect both my teachers and my students. The welfare of my students, that's you guys, will be my first consideration. Will not permit considerations of race, religion, national origin, or social standing to influence in any way my relations with my students. I will strive to impart to my students an attitude of respect and appreciation of the responsibility that a knowledge of this art entails. I will never sanction the use of this art for destructive or harmful ends. I make these promises solemnly and on my honor. And to me, it all comes down to this, my favorite ethical guideline. You know, technology is an interesting thing. We have things that really work. You know, it was one thing when you thought praying to the turtle god might make the crops better, and it turned out, no, it was praying to the bear god, and actually neither of these had anything to do with it. But we really do make things with science, things that change the world. And Buckminster Fuller felt that the ethical guideline, he said, you know, the things you leave behind, he called them artifacts, that these artifacts should advantage all without disadvantaging any. Now, that's not an easy thing to do by any means. That takes a great designer, a great engineer. But as a goal, I think it's wonderful. I think that's the way out of the problems that currently affect the world. The biggest problems that affect the world, I think, can be at least direction. We talked about, you know, for steering. I think this is the direction we need to go. All right, so our goal in governance and steering is to understand the enterprise, right? We're going to have to understand senior management. We have to understand the other players. We want to understand our level of authority, understand your budget. And often I like to think, you know, it's like a new coach to a team. And let's otherwise specify it. Assume you're a new security manager at a company and at some enterprise, and you can't fire all the people and just bring in your favorite players. It's not how that works. You find out where you are, what your level of authority, who's already there. You might have a great team. So you always inventory personnel, you inventory your assets, your other data assets, your inventory the business processes. You know, you want to understand what's going on here. What do they do for a living? We want to understand the basic governance roles now at a very, very high level. Let's just say we have a CEO who represents the board of directors. Right, direction. That's where you get your direction. Right? So he represents the board of directors and overall pilots the ship, so to speak. Kirk doesn't. It's Captain Kirk, but Captain Kirk is not sitting behind the helm. Right, he's got somebody else driving for him, but he provides directions. You know, he's always going to Rigel something. Rigel 5. You know, War Factor 2. What the hell? The other roles that we care about for our just high-level quality. We need scope, right? So we said for scope, we're going to talk to senior management and users. But I also, for time, my schedule, and for my budget, my costs, we're going to work with the COO and the CFO. So the COO, the Chief Operations Officer, wants to make sure things get done on time. And the Chief Financial Officer wants to make sure that things get done in budget. And where does security fit? You know, there's no right answer. A goal would be somewhere in the middle and not have to deal with the conflict between these two. So the goal is to just place them high. But in reality, the way I've seen it, and they know it on the test, you might have a CIO underneath a COO. And underneath the CIO is a CISO, a Chief Information Security Officer. And if you're that guy and you need to have a meeting with the CFO, see how that goes over. See how long it takes to schedule a meeting. And you're not bringing sandwiches or good coffee. So, I became a manager when I was at IBM. Marco just left, and he was glad to not have to deal with that. Marco managed me. But Marco, I'm sure you could appreciate, I always said nobody wanted to come to a meeting that I would schedule. I was really going to get people who respected me. Nobody respected me, especially if you didn't report to me. So we're going to understand the rules, and basically everyone's like Smokey the Bear, or Smokey Bear. He's not the bear. I actually had a person in my class from Park. She said, and by the way, he's not Smokey the Bear. Anyway, but everybody plays a role in security. Everybody does. Security fundamentals, again, confidentiality, integrity, and availability are our goals, and prevention, detection, and response are our processes. Risk management, we're going to deal with unforeseen danger. And you always think before you act. Thinking before you act is called due diligence. The actions you take are called due care. And those are the two basic processes in risk management. We think, what are the things that we have? What could go wrong with it? What's the impact, likelihood? What are the ways to control this? And then we come up with a plan. We go, all right, we're going to do this, and then do that. Compliance. Now, we need to be compliant to external laws. When I drive my car, I need to make sure I don't get pulled over. I have a threshold. If it says 55, I can do up to 63 is my threshold. That's my acceptable risk level. I have an appetite for that. In fact, I'll do an exact tolerance. I have the risk appetite that I don't have to go exactly the speed limit. My tolerance level is 8 miles. We're going to talk more about that. But I also have rules in my car that I've made up. I don't want food in my car. And I have to make sure the kids do that. Or if they do, in long voyages, you let them have, but they have to take the trash out. And it's tough because they will not do it. If I don't go over their work, they will not do it. My oldest one's worse. The older one, there's always stuff shoved in things in the back of my, so we're going to have to audit. It's a lot of our detective controls. We have to say that. We do a lot more of that in day 4. HR security. Before you hire a person, during employment, and when you terminate, there are security considerations. So before you hire them, we do our preventive controls. We do background checks and things. During employment, we're monitoring people. We're evaluating people. And we don't just look at what is this person doing. Well, they better not be stealing. Disgruntled people do a lot of damage. And a great way to make somebody disgruntled is act like you're their parent. Adults don't want to be managed that way. The best way to deal with a disgruntled employee, I feel, is to gruntle them. And it is a word. You can gruntle somebody. You put them in good humor. And they know that on this test. And we're going to talk more about that tomorrow when we talk about physical security. But a lot of that is what's called CEPTED. I'll type it in here. That is Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design, CEPTED. And for instance, people protect their territory. And if you want, I like to say, Eve is always evil, Alice is always good. Bob, you never know it, that guy. But if Bob's stealing and Alice doesn't like the company, she won't report him. But if Alice has a feeling of territoriality about this, she says, no, this is my home. You treat her nice. And you actually reduce the likelihood of crime in your organization by having it kept clean, looking like a home with artwork and nice furniture. That will reduce the likelihood of crime, according to police, in that very testable CEPTED. And we'll talk more about that tomorrow. All right, so HR security during employment, sending people to training. That's considered a very good way to reduce the likelihood you'll have a disgruntled employee. People like to go to training. I hope you like this class. And then we said people can't follow rules if they don't know they're there. You got to give people direction. Now, training, awareness, and education, sometimes they're thrown together, but if they ever separated, it works something like this. Training is very detailed information on a given subject. Your admins get trained. A great way to reduce the risk of driving a car. Learn to drive a car. A great way to reduce the risk of running Microsoft Exchange. Have your admin trained on Exchange. Awareness applies to everybody. That's a general thing. Hey, and if there's an emergency, these exit doors, don't hold the door open for strangers, these types of things. And education applies to management. This is more than just basic awareness. Overall big picture of multiple subjects, but without any subject matter expertise. So that's what this class is. You're going to have a lot more understanding of a firewall than basic users would, but you're not going to be able to administer a firewall at the end of this class. We talked about the gap analysis already. So this is where I'd like to be. My business objective is the primary reason I do that. Watch out. The primary reason for your security plan is not because of laws. That's not the primary reason you do it. You do it because I didn't drive to a company from Philly to DC because of a requirement. No, I drove because that's a business objective. And on the way down, I wanted to be secure. And that included not getting a ticket. Now, in your test, you may be the admin or the security person who's got to plan for policies and procedures, standards for a company that owns multiple branch offices in multiple countries. This could be very tricky. You will not break anyone's laws. If we do it right, if we can, we try to make our policies very generic. So the same policy applies everywhere. You protect private information. How you do that, the standards you use might not be legal in the same countries. We might have to use AES here, and it might be illegal in another country. So your standards are going to change. And even within the same standard, different departments might have different procedures. So the most static of these documents should be your policies, and the most dynamic, are procedures. And they moved policies and procedures, by the way, to security engineering as well. So we'll see more of that tomorrow. All right, and we talk about the internal audit. I just want to tell, because Frank might know this person. Frank, get me off. I'll let you know who this guy is, but it wasn't you. Tom brought in a guy to teach spear fighting, the Shaolin spear, and he's a great guy. He really is very good at knowing the family histories, and his posture was very good. And he taught us that if you've never seen a Chinese martial arts, like a dance form, and this particular form is 64 steps, 32 attacks, 32 defenses, something like that. And after 6 months of doing the form, we do I see you, Frank, but I know it wasn't you. You're going to laugh for sometime off pay, I'll tell you. We're going to do sparring. And a woman volunteered to go first. And obviously she wasn't paying attention. She held the spear all wrong. She choked up on it, and it looked like she was holding a broom or something. And she very quickly beat the crap out of the instructor. He's like, whoa, hold on. You see, like most beginners, she failed to attack properly. Now, he had never been tested outside his sphere of, she did something completely different. And that's the purpose of an audit, whether internal or external. Auditors are never allowed to be part of the design. It's a third-party look at things. We're gonna talk about all of this concept in all kinds of places. When we build our business continuity plans and our tests, we always want independent observers to document things because other people miss something. So, an internal or external audit, you get an outsider's opinion, and it can help you identify, false senses of security there. Yeah, very important, even in our code, right? We really want a third party doing so many problems in real life. I don't know how reflective it is on the test, but so many problems in real life are our three big attacks, and these get manipulated to make a few different more. But basically, we're talking about cross-site scripting, SQL injection, buffer overflows. And these are all issues in code not validating input. And having a third party come in and look at your input validation is considered the best way to test it, not having a pen test later that tests your operations after you already put it into place. Let's fix it, put the fence at the top of the hill instead of the ambulance at the bottom, right? All right, but we know how to close the gap, and that's the purpose there. All right, we do have to understand laws, and we have in the United States 3 broad categories of law. Some countries have a 4th category. And what's the 4th category some countries have? It might show up on your test. Is this mic working? You guys can hear me, right? Yeah. Okay, that's religious law. Religious law. Civil law and criminal law actually overlap a lot. But in civil law, there's no jail. It's always financial restitution. Civil law comes in 3 basic categories. Tort is harm done to a person. So it could be like murder versus wrongful death. And civil law would be wrongful death and criminal. Contract law. If I hire a contractor, say, to build a bathroom for me, and maybe it was for $5,000 and didn't work out the way I liked, I could sue him for $5,000-ish and whatever other damage I could come up with. Property. A property, it could be something very physical, a guitar, whatever, and you could steal it, and I could go to jail. But the property we care about in this class is probably intellectual property. Right? So we're going to deal with intellectual property laws, and they often go into criminal. Right? So again, you steal my property, you go to jail. Steal my car, you can go to jail. Sure. I could also see you in civil court, but absolutely intellectual property laws, the trademark, the trade secret, the copyright, and the patent. They're the 4 laws we care about. A criminal law, we know what that is, and you go to jail for that. That protects the public at large. And then we also have administrative, sometimes called regulatory or business law, and these are things like Sarbanes-Oxley, which, they do mention in the book. I don't know if it's on the test. They tried to get out all the U.S. laws. There was a lot of complaint. I thought this was an international test. Why have U.S. laws? Because they had at one point there were like 5 HIPAA questions. But Sarbanes-Oxley, I don't know, because even though it's U.S., so many. The basic thing, if you want to do business on the U.S. stock exchange, so a lot of countries around the world are still respecting that anyway. So we do know that Sarbanes-Oxley, whether there's a question on it at all, it is an integrity rule. It's not a confidentiality rule. So where HIPAA is something like you got to protect to make sure unauthorized people can't see this information. Sarbanes-Oxley is like, where are the records for this? Wait, what happened during this time period? Well, what happened? It's about logging, and then they'll tell you things like not just what you have to log, how frequently you have to log it, your minimum and maximum retention times. You must hold it for at least 3 and not a moment after 4 or whatever. Yeah, our intellectual property laws. The trade secret is the only intellectual property law that protects confidentiality. And that's very important in your near future, should you go on and take the test. Yeah, the trade secret, like the secret formula for Coke, which I find it amazing they're allowed to, what's in this thing I'm ingesting in my body? That's a secret, my friend. I guess I know the basic chemical there. But how long does that last? Anybody know? You'll need to know for your test. This is true in the trademark as well. As long as you protect it. If Coca-Cola accidentally prints that on their website and then Pepsi starts tasting exactly like it, they may not have legal recourse. That's the same with a trademark. A trademark could be a logo, a phrase, and a Network General trademark sniffer, and they lost it. They did not protect it. And so now anybody can call their protocol analyzer a sniffer. When I was a boy, sniffer was a brand. It's like calling your tissue a Kleenex. But no, they lost it. The copyright is the expression of the idea. So the idea can be kept secret with a trade secret, but a copyright just protects you from other people profiting from expressing. So if I copyright a song, then others couldn't make money, either replaying it themselves or just playing my version somehow, and I personally would be so honored if someone stole one of my songs. I'd be so happy. There'd be a slide on it for sure. And a patent is an invention or form. Oh, copyright, by the way, those laws changed over the years. Disney family lobbied very hard. It is good to the life of the author, but the author could die today. So it's at least that plus some value, and it can go up as high as 160 years. It's at least 100 years. It can go as high, I believe, as 160. A patent is an invention, a formula. For us, probably a cryptographic algorithm. RC4 was a patent and cracked or whatever. Not that it mattered, it didn't seem to weaken the algorithm. But anyway, the patents hold for 20 years. 20 years. And we have, can we extend it past lifetime? No, that's what I said. The copyright can go to the life of the author plus some value as high as 160 years. Yeah, I believe if I died today, my family would be protected for 100. All right, so World Intellectual Property Organization is the organization that protects these around the world. They usually ask questions about the Software Publishing Association, the Business Software Alliance, their U.S. agencies for particularly software license infringement. But now I understand they're focusing more on the WIPO. WIPO works closely with the World Trade Organization. And I think you've all heard of the World Trade Organization. They help us decide whether or not we can do business with other businesses in other countries. And also, and it's been on their test for a while, is some stuff from the OECD, the Organization of Economic Cooperative Development, Cooperation Development, particularly their guidelines on trans-border data flow. The guidelines. But the basic idea is that when you send data through a router that sits in another country, for instance, you should be respecting their rules. And every country has some type of privacy rule. So make sure you're not breaking those rules. That's their guides. Whenever considering the routing of data, make sure you're not breaking, even if it's, but it's only in there for a minute, not even, it's just a blink of an eye, it goes through there. It doesn't matter. So that's their report. If you see anything on the OECD guidelines, look for privacy protection or respect. All right, now there are no questions specifically to 27001. Now this is what I bought, paid for. I told you I had my ongoing argument with the Federation buying their stuff. I paid for 27001, the very first one that came out in 2005, and I had formatted my content around that framework. It was updated in 2013. Now the ISSP didn't start asking questions on it, in my experience, until about 2008. So I was a little ahead of the curve. It's kind of cool. I don't think they know the difference now about 2013, and I just didn't feel like spending the money yet. I probably will do it this year and get it. And coincidentally, I understand they've alleviated or backed off on some of the PDCA, Plan to Check Act, but we're going to know it's important for our test. All right, so there are two sections, 27001. It is an auditable standard. So the first section is about methodology, and the other section, the annex, is about the 11 audited controls. And you might want to remember that number. 11 control categories. Right? Like, do you have a security policy? Do you have a business continuity plan? Actually used to overlap. This was originally BS 7799, British Standard 7799. And there were 10 sections, and there were 10 domains. They used to be pretty lined up. They're pretty close. So making it from 10, and they updated, I would have thought they'd gone to 11 to follow 27001, but I don't know. It kind of follows the development life cycle or something. I don't know. We'll come up with a plan. All right, we're going to manage our time. We're going to manage our costs. And I love to blow people's minds Monday morning. I don't even know if you guys all finished your coffee. I looked up time in Wikipedia, and I got a pretty funny, not what I expected. They said, is time something that is out there, that we ourselves, as we get smarter, learn to appreciate better? So, maybe as a kid, you just think about tomorrow, but as an adult, you think about your retirement, right? And do we, as humans, just get smarter in our ability to appreciate time? Or does time not really exist? But we humans use time, kind of like lines of latitude and longitude, to help us. So, for example, did the Big Bang happen 13.7 billion years ago? Or is it always happening? And we just use time, like latitude of lines of latitude and longitude. We place them there to map out how far we are from the center of that event. And There's no question like that on the test. That's just like blowing your mind. But you will get questions on time management. And time management is getting the most out of time. And we're going to do that through planning. We're going to do that through operational, tactical, and strategic planning. And I have the clock here. Our strategic plans are our long-term plans. And these probably are okay. You know where we mostly break down operationally. And this is where I will argue most problems come from. And I think that bias or perspective helps my students pass the test. I think the IC squared knows that too. Most of our problems are not due to bad guys. Most of our problems are due to people taking shortcuts and not operationally doing the process by taking all steps in the procedures. So procedures, when we write procedures, they are step-by-step instructions. And people skip steps because it'll save them time. And everybody does it. How many people here know, for instance, that the policy to take care of your teeth requires some standards, a toothbrush and some toothpaste, there's safety, and the procedures to brush and floss after every meal. And of those people who know that, I'm willing to bet all of you, how many of you actually bring floss to work every day? One guy. It's willing to step up. I got these dollar store things I like, and they're on a right angle, so it's not like the typical picks that have it's like a toothpick end with a little floss on it. They make me slobber all over the thing, but I have the other kinds that are more right angle, and I appreciate this. You get like 20 something or 30 for $1, so I get those. Yeah, that's where most of our problems. Most of our problems are failure to follow procedures, and most of that is because people take shortcuts. Now, finding a more efficient way to get a process done, good. I'm still hitting the scope. Short scoping it, bad. And people won't follow procedures really for two reasons. We got Murphy's Law and Satan's Law. Mostly because they're taking shortcuts. And we need to watch for that. But also because they could be committing out-and-out fraud. And sometimes we can control this by doing some soft controls that are very testable. I could do, say, rotation of duties. In rotation of duties, somebody else is going to go over your job. Now, it's not going to prevent you from doing it. While you're in that role, you could do it. So it's not a preventive control. But when that person takes over your assignment, they will go, man, here's why he was getting out so early. He turned to verify on the tape backups. So they could detect. It's a detective control. Maybe you could mitigate it by requiring two-party integrity. It takes two people to get the job done. And there's a couple ways to do this. If I was worried about the secret formula for Coke, I might say Bob knows half and Allison is the other half. That's separation of duties. Or I could just say it takes two people. You got to put two signatures on that check. I mean, there's no confidentiality protection in that one. In separation of duties, I get confidentiality protection. But if I say two signatures on the check, then I'm getting what's called dual control. It still gives me two-party integrity. There's no confidentiality. They both read the check. But, they might collude. Bob wants to write a check for $1 million, but he knows it takes two people. He says, Alice, I'll share the loot with you. You might see a weird question on your test, and people argue this. It says, what control, if implemented, might force a person into collusion? Like, forced into collusion? Well, he didn't want to share it. He wanted the $1 million himself. He was forced to share it. That's what they mean. There's no honor among thieves, something else my mother taught me too. So I can just picture my mother in this question. Yeah, they'll probably plan to kill her at the end of the job. That's how they get you. That's what he wants you to think, Larry. So we could do two-party integrity, and I mean, they could collude. But if I was doing rotation of duties, they would notice that too. So rotation of duties can detect shortcuts. It can detect fraud, and it can detect two-party fraud, which is collusion. I would expect to see rotation of duties show up in my test like a dozen times. And it's also good for something else. What's another great reason to run rotation of duties? TCP question. Come on, guys. Cross-training, absolutely. Yeah, sure. You don't want to depend on Bob too much. They're very important in our business continuity plans. One of the things, by the way, they did bring a change was business continuity. The new domain, the new one, to start discussing it here, but we really still stick with it in its own place, and that's later on in operations that we kind of move that over. But yeah, that's a great thing to do in all your business continuity plans is to have at least two backups, a primary and at least two backups for any critical process. And by the way, business continuity, let me paint something in your brains. My number one failed domain over the 14, 15 years I've been teaching this class. Number one failed domain, 14 years. All right, so what is a process? I said I couldn't find the Greek. I found the Latin. To move forward, to proceed. We define processes. We define procedures. Procedures help people understand the process. And our number one problem is that people don't follow procedures. Now, they may not follow them because they didn't understand them. So it's important that we write them clearly, that we explain them, that we train people. But then we also have to monitor and make sure that they follow, because people are going to want to take shortcuts. Well, you got kids? You're going to tell me your kids never try to get out of whatever, cleaning the room or whatever. Yeah, I'm just bad. Actually, I am one of the worst guys. Mark, who can attest to that. But also, I think I've proved myself technically in other ways. But now I want to make sure that, which is the context here, I am not the Uber security guy. I am as bad as any stupid user. I just happen to have a lot of experience teaching this class, that's all. I do a lot of dumb stuff. I always tell people it'd be really easy to hack me, probably. Well, a great way to do it would be find me at a bar after I've had 3 drinks or so and memorize a few of my band's songs. And you come in and you go, oh my God, you're Larry Greenblatt from Gung Ho. Oh man, you guys are the best. How come you guys never made it? And I'd be like, whoa. And next thing you know, you need my keys, my car. Go ahead. No, it's all right, man. Take it along, whatever. That'd be very easy to socially engineer. So your best defense, don't start trouble with people. That's what I try to do. In fact, I work with kids, I always say, if you don't start trouble with people, you're not risk-free. There's always people who might try something just because for whatever reason, they're going to try to get over on you. But if you also start trouble with people, you're going to have another group of threat agents. And I want the smallest group of threat agents, right? So. All right, so we talked about Edward Deming and how he created the Plan, Do, Check, Act model, and we got it from his teacher, Walter Stewart. And the key is to reduce variation. Now, I said you can't reduce it to 0. I think we have a slide. I don't think I took it out. 6 Sigma. Anybody here familiar with 6 Sigma? Yeah. What is 6 Sigma? If I said somebody reached out, now I know it's a quality management stuff. Yeah, you can have a sour taste. If somebody implements it bad, it could leave people with a really bad feeling toward it. But the idea, 6 Sigma is a metric. It gets its name. It's a quality management process thing. But if I said they reach 6 Sigma levels of quality, what am I saying? It's a measurable thing. Do you know what that metric is? It's about variation in the process. It's all about this. It's maybe called deviations. 3.4 deviations per million. There you go, Mike. So for every million times you did something, you would only vary the process 3.4. That's amazing. I mean, if you're building socks, tube socks, and only for every million you only had 3.4 bad ones, it's amazing. Now, nobody gets this all over the place. The airline industry actually has succeeded this in passenger safety. They're nowhere close in luggage handling. And most people live with things like at a 3 Sigma level, maybe to a 4, 3 or 4. And that's hundreds of thousands of deviations. Now, think about, I say corrugated socks. Let's look at lines of code in just the kernel of your operating system. When Windows 2000 was in development, was that Chicago? I forget. But they were telling us 50 million lines of code in the kernel. How do you test 50? Even if they were to hit 6 Sigma levels of quality, and I assure you, neither Microsoft nor any build of Linux has come close that I know of. Even if they did, though, 3.4 for every million, and there's 50 million. You'd have dozens of defects. And that's on one machine. And the interwebs is a bunch of machines connected, and the client server. So when people tell me, when are they going to get this right, Larry? When are they going to stop? I think the antivirus vendors are the ones creating the problems. It's ridiculous stuff. And I'm like, you know when we're going to fix this? Sometime after we stop having problems with fire. We've been dealing with fire since prehistory. And yet every day, every couple hours, someone dies in a fire. And I could just picture, it's a great technology, fire, but it's very risky. And we have to understand fire, by the way. Some of you get beat up on fire, so it's a good thing to bring up. But I can just picture my great-grandfather arguing about the merit of fire. Oh, here he comes, you know, his son walks in. Mr. Fancy Pants, going to cook my food. Oh, yeah. You see what happened to the kid next door? See what happened to the whole tree? Burnt down, see that face? That's what fire does. You kids with your fire. You're playing God out there. You know, my father never cooked a meal in his life, and he lived to be 28 years old. You know, I can say, Dad, it's not just the cooking. You get light at night. You know, most people are sleeping at night. I don't know. And that's the thing. We still die from fire. We try our preventive controls, but we have to have fire detection and response. It's a very, very good analogy for information security. We're going to have these problems, you know, at least until we solve that problem with fire. Plan to Check Act is very testable. OODA loop I've not heard is testable, but I love it. It's a fighter pilot, Colonel John Boyd, Air Force pilot, did very well in World War II, and he said what made him so good, he had created this process. He called it OODA. He said, I observe what I see. I orient where I am in relationship to this thing. I make a decision. I need a comma there. Yes, I need a comma. And he said, and then I do it. Whatever I decide, you know, I act on it. So again, in forensics, you know, you analyze and then detect, analyze, and then contain. It might be a quick thing, you know, but you still have to analyze. And I like it because, well, he said, and then, you know, based on what I did, I would observe their reaction and then redo this. And he said, well, I felt I was getting inside people's, what I call OODA loop. And that's how I spar. I still tend to spar. I qualified for my 4th degree this year. See what happens. I'm a little overweight here. It's not unusual for me. Anyway, but I observe, you know, who is this guy? Is he bigger? I orient, where am I in relationship to that? I decide. I tend to like to start with a fake. A lot of us older guys like to fake. You know, it takes up less energy. I like to fake high, and I'll make a decision, fake, and I thought, I act. And then I observe. How did they react to my fake? Did they... I like it when their hands come up because that's cool. And then you know you can fake them out. What I don't like to see is they run back, you know, because I'm getting older. I can't chase these young kids. It's like, oh, man, I got to chase these guys. I feel like Pacquiao trying to chase Mayweather there. I have also observed where people actually read it totally and hit me on the way in. I've observed that a few times. I reorient myself, make a new decision. Don't do that again. And I don't do that again. CMMI, we've already looked at. People get CMMI questions they don't realize. So I'll tell you again, they don't always mention the concept in either the question or the answers, but if you keep it in your mind, that's what they're talking about. Like say, keep it in your heads-up display. Then you'll be able to interpret what they're talking about. Six Sigma, I haven't heard is testable. Just extended PDCA, really. COBIT and COSO from a competitor, the IT Governance Institute, actually is in their new book. Quite a bit about it. So I actually used to cover it in this domain. I'm just going to quickly introduce it here, and I'll talk about it in architecture. That's where they moved it. So. All right, so there's our our PDCA model. And what is an ISMS? It says plan. And I don't know why this picture that I get from Europe is always counterclockwise. But what is an ISMS? Anybody remember? I mentioned it's the point of 27001. ISMS. Could be important in your near future. Guys are slow typers. It's an information security management system. That's the whole point of 27001. We build an information security management system, and we do it, we implement and operate, we check it, we constantly monitor, we audit, evaluate, we test, and then we act, we improve it, we maintain and improve. And there's John Boyd, and I've gotten to do, I think, Chuki, you're Quantico, are you a Quantico guy? Even though he's Air Force, I've gotten to do quite a bit of work at Quantico for the Marines. Always a great honor. And at their library, they have a display for Mr. Boyd here, so it's pretty awesome. CMMI, I just want to make sure you get that. They might ask a question now. I said instead of initial, we call that, it might be ad hoc. And instead of defined, it might be called documented. And instead of quantitatively managed, you might see measured. Now, the way the questions could come at you is like, after a remote audit, one of your branch offices found to be able to repeat their patch management system. What would be the next process? What would be the next thing to standardize this throughout the organization? And, you see something like, well, it should be measured or it should be managed. That sounds good. It should be managed. Yeah. It should be optimized. Yeah, that looks good. But that's not the next thing. No, the next thing would be to document it or define it. And nowhere in the question or the answers did they say, oh, in the context of CMMI, but you knew what they meant. So this is really, really good to keep in any process management system. Anytime you manage a process, first, can they even do the process? Yeah, you can. How can you repeat it? Okay, you can repeat it. Good. Suppose you're not here. Would you write it down so somebody else could do it? And let's take some metrics. Now, there's a lot of metrics. How big is it? How small is it? Whatever. How much room is it going to take up? What color? And these are very subjective. But we always start with time and money. Whenever you want to take measurements that other people care about, look for time and money at first. How much will it cost? How long will it take? How much will it slow me down? Now, Marco and I have done a lot of work at Philadelphia's largest presence in the stock exchange, Susquehanna Investment Group. And most of their security issues, still till this day, I still talk to Jeremy regularly and Maurice once in a while. It's always how do we reduce latency? It's all about availability. They're not, of course they're worried about being compliant to laws and that things bad don't happen, but mostly what they care about is that they beat their competitors to the trade. Right? So it's all about, how slow will it make it? And security tends to slow things down, guys. It slows you down to brush your teeth. It slows you down to floss. It slows you down to stop at a red light, to come to the complete stop at the stop sign. Right? These things slow us down. And we don't want to be like TSA. I don't want to slow things down to the point where people can't get things done. There's a great book on security that I think is perhaps my favorite book in recent years. It's got two of them now. That is not really a security book, but to me it ultimately is. It's called The Speed of Trust. And the follow-up work is Smart Trust. Smart Trust. And these are by Steve, and I think it's Eugene R. Covey. That's the son of Stephen Covey, who wrote The 7 Habits of an Effective Manager. And his whole point is that, this age of security is going to strangle business. It's getting to the point where we're going to secure ourselves to death. He said, just look at the airport. Before 9/11, you could show up a half hour before your flight, and it was cheaper to fly. Now it takes you like 2 hours, and it costs more. And he says, as trust levels go down, time and money go up. And the way to instill trust is to be trustworthy at first, because if you're not trustworthy, you won't recognize it in other people. Right? So he said I couldn't even trust myself. I'd set the alarm for 6 o'clock, so I'd wake up and work out. Right, get it in the snooze till 7 o'clock or whatever. And he said, because I was tired, I didn't get much sleep. He said, I got to the point where I said, look, if I can't trust myself to do that, then I'm not going to set it for 7. But if I set it for 6, I don't care if I get 15 minutes of sleep. I'm getting up and I'm going to work out. And that may be the hardest type of commitment in the world to me. To me, that's the hardest part. Trusting myself first. These are very testable concepts. They know that most of your problems are internal. So I like to stress this, that, and I don't know, I'm just going to swag it, 80-20 rule. But I would like to say that 80% of my problems that affect me are my fault. It's because of me not following procedures. It's not because of whatever Fox News or Obama's socialist agenda. It's not because of Chinese hackers. It's not because of ISIS. I'm not saying those aren't real problems for many people. They just aren't the problems for me right now. And most of the problems I have would probably go away if I got the proper amount of sleep, if I ate more sensibly, if I exercise regularly and brush my teeth. I think most of my problems go away. Of course, there's other problems that I'm saying 20%. And that's the same with your organization. Assume that most of your problems are probably due to your people not following procedures, and probably because they're just taking shortcuts. I'm not avoiding flossing because I have a terrorist agenda against my teeth. It's not because I hate our troops. It's because I'm just trying to save time. I wanted to watch the Marx Brothers. I was in the middle of something. Nobody likes to have an additional step added to their thing. All right, we're going to make our plan. Plan based on our requirements, and we're going to understand our requirements by understanding our present state. And one way to do this is through an internal audit, but we're also going to do it with a risk assessment. And we're going to inventory other ways to do things. Now, I should check probably with ISO, with NIST, with other best practices from the vendor suggestions. But if I go to court and we didn't know what to do, and you said, well, we did it this way. Why did you do it that way? All of your competitors do something else. If you're Coca-Cola and you do it one way, but everybody else does it a different way, you might be considered negligent. They will compare you to your competitors. And once you consider this in law in general, forensics, there's a debate. Somebody's accused of a crime. That person's job, when you say I'm innocent or whatever, is to convince the judge and jury that whatever it was you did, that's what they would have done too. On your test, that might come under different names. Different states have different names in the United States. The most common term I've heard in CISSP books is the prudent man rule. But I know in Virginia, where I do most of my training, it's reasonable man rule. Some states have reasonable person, whatever. But if you're not an individual, like when they had the oil leak in the Gulf, nobody could sit there and go, well, if I was BP, I would have done this. No, they compared them to similar organizations. They compared them to other oil companies. So very, very testable to know when you inventory alternatives, consider your competitors. Design your preferred state. Now, it's not like a place you get to. It's like my preferred car. I'm going to use a car to be going places, so I'm not like just statically sitting there. State and static, it's derived from the same word. Static means you don't change state. That's a very dynamic state, but we're at a level of maturity, my preferred state of process maturity. Develop evaluation criteria, and this is tricky again. These are our security metrics that we have to figure out what makes sense. We don't want TSA type of metrics that make no sense. We wouldn't have another 9/11s, therefore we should be fondling old people and make them take their adult diapers off. That proves it. So we have to come up with some meaningful metrics. I'm a packet guy. I'm going to be looking at packet traces this week and show you, because you can't speak matter-of-factly about what you can measure, what you can't measure. And I like to say the other thing is you can't measure everything. But I can measure some things, and the things I can measure, I can speak matter-of-factly about. So for me as a network guy, I just like to look at packets. And we're going to look at a few packets, and I can't capture all the packets. Nobody can. You can't capture all the packets on a network. It's bad enough for microbursts in your own network. Imagine all the things that go into pulling an application from the cloud, and you're trying to capture those packets. But the ones you can capture, you can speak matter-of-factly about. Develop some strategies, like where do we run it? Are we going to outsource it? Or things like that. Who's going to be on the teams? And document our processes. Governance, steering, right? Cyber, to steer. And that's top-down management. And I just want to pick on my family a little bit. Be careful, but just to color it up, people tell me it's helped them on their tests, excuse me. I have a sister who has a degree in psychology. And she can tell you, she's my older sister, she can tell you why everybody's screwed up. I'm sorry. But she also has, now they're all in their 20s, but many years ago, she had 5 kids. And didn't have much money. And I 3 different dads, and no one's paying money for it. And I saw the one kid had like his 3rd or 4th video game console. And I just said, How is he getting that? Where did you buy him this? Where do you get the money? He said, oh, well, we were in the store and he started crying and he said, you don't love me. And what do you think hurts more? When a child says, I don't love you, or when they say, you don't love me? I always find that that's more hurtful. And I was just incredulous. I was like, I don't care what the kid says about love. I have rules and policies and procedures. That's just how it goes. No, you're not getting it. Like, I don't love you. Well, that's nice, honey. But you're still got to finish your broccoli. That's just how it goes. But whatever. And you provide oversight. You cannot just tell your children, clean the room, and not watch over them. You've got to go in there and check under the bed, right? Yeah. And you got to give them resources. If I'm telling you to wash the mirrors, then I got to give you paper towels and some Windex or something like that. And train them. I show them how to wash them. We have to identify what we have. An asset, which we have a whole chapter from now on, whole domain, but is you can only expect what you inspect. I like it. Assets are anything you value. And to us, a risk is anything that can cause loss of value. Actually, we'll say a threat causes loss of value, and the risk is the impact on the likelihood of that happening. And countermeasures are ways to reduce risks, to reduce impact, to reduce likelihood. Now, we're going to have more on this, right? So again, they broke this out into more architectures, and it makes sense. So let's understand, policies tell us what the issues are. So again, policy, you got to protect private information. Then we developed a standard. And in the United States, we're going to use AES. In other countries, we're going to use whatever. Then we develop step-by-step instructions, and always in that order. And be very careful. I've seen people get tripped up on a practice question that looks something like this. What's the most important thing about procedures? A, that they are easy to read. B, that they are distributed to all groups. C, I don't know, something that had nothing to do with it. Bell LaPadula model. Or that they meet the standard. Oh, the most important thing about a procedure is that it works. You can make procedures very easy to follow that don't work. So while it is important that procedures are easy to understand and distributed to the appropriate parties, the most important thing about the procedure is that it meets the standard. Everybody got that? Baselines are some point now where it's like, I'm not willing to live with the risk. Now, this could be something like you have to have at least a 8-character password. Or after $50, we're going to check for the signature on the back of the credit card. Because the IRS, I believe, is 50, so most grocery stores don't bother under 50. So that's the point. We're going to talk a lot about baselines. We're going to have baselines and configurations. You got to have at least this OS version and stuff like that. There's this patch level, this antivirus signature update. And guidelines are suggestions. So if I were you, the procedure might be you got to update virus signatures every week, but a guideline, I do it every night if I could. All right, just about to take a break here. So I just want to close up on this slide here. The threats that we deal with, the things that could go wrong. So if assets are what we have to protect, threats are what could go wrong. We mostly think of, again, in the press, I guess, malicious attacks, but that's not statistically what happens. Typically, and of course, if you man an IDS, you're constantly under attack. I don't want you to say, don't pay attention to this. I'm just saying that statistically, you're going to have a lot more accidents. And the ISC score knows that as well. Natural disasters, just happens. Fatigue, whether it's a technology or a human. You got a printer, it's good for 20 pages per minute. Not 7 by 24 by 365, it isn't. Bob can get this much work done in 8 hours. You're not going to get twice as much work running him 16. Right? Legal liabilities. How much could you be sued for? And overall, probably the most important thing to me in process management, the overall cost of, or cost to quality. We want to solve this as inexpensively as possible. Now, from a confidentiality, integrity, and availability standpoint, fiber optic cable is far more secure than unshielded twisted pair. But unshielded twisted pair meets the scope of what most of my desktops require. So there's no reason to spend the money on fiber optic. It wouldn't be cost justified. That makes sense, guys? I love that analogy. We're not looking for the best security. We're looking for the most appropriate. You don't have unlimited budget. You're going to play by Price is Right rules on this test. Your goal is to spend up to, but not a penny more than you were supposed to. Cool. All right, it's just about 11:40. I think that's a good time to take a lunch, I think. Otherwise, we're going to take 15 minutes and come back and take a lunch. So why don't we, everybody good, take an early lunch here, and we'll get back at 12:40. But I better watch my timing on this. Normally, on the live onlines, I can take longer lunches, but I think today, just in case. So everybody good? We take a lunch at for an hour, come back at 12:40. Awesome. All right, stop the recording here. I was muted the entire time. I'm talking. Thank you. Oh, that's wonderful. Let me go back here. Containers left. I'm talking all this stuff here. Okay, so we're still on the slide. Yes, thank you. All right, so roles and responsibilities. Senior management is ultimately accountable for everything. Ultimately accountable. That's the same as ultimately responsible. Be careful. Responsibilities can be primarily day to day, like my children are primarily responsible for their teeth, but ultimately or accountable, that's my job. When you see something on your test and they'll be bolded, who is ultimately responsible, you know that's senior management. It's the same as accountable. But functional managers would be primarily responsible for their stuff. The firewall admin is primarily responsible for the firewall. He does it day to day. But ultimately, it's senior management. I can transfer a lot of my primary responsibilities. I can outsource a lot of things. But I can't outsource my ultimate responsibility, my accountability. So please be careful. Know that you can transfer primary responsibility, but you cannot transfer ultimate responsibility. It's you could send your kids to camp or something, but it's still your job. You got ultimately your job. Please close any unused internet. You guys hear me okay? I'm getting a warning here that I might be experiencing degraded performance. Just in case, I'm going to kill my, I think I have every file. Okay, it's probably just a warning, but just in case I'm going to kill, I have YouTube opened up. There we go. All right, great. Oops, I hate that happens to my slides. Oops, back up here. All right, if I have to tell you what a user is, I think you lied about your requisite experience. But I want to stress how important the user is. Marco, you're still there? You might get a kick out of something, a story. You weren't there for this incident. But once at the trading firm, and I don't want you to make fun of me, I want you to pass your test. So I did something very stupid in my naivete. Marco, you know the other guys who were the other IBM folks who were at Susquehanna at the time. They were in charge of coming up with drive letter standardizations for the idea was we're going to use P for personal, S for shared if you were going to share information between people in the same building. But if you were going into a different location, then we would have W for world. And this was pretty funny because, I was with the WAN guys. I was with Jeremy and we'd just have our status meeting, and I'd know about this. Where are you up on the drive letter standards? And this went on for a while. So we were teasing them. That took so long just to come with drive letters. All right. Now I'm having coffee in the morning, and one of the guys says to me, Larry, you know about our drive letter standardization. And I said, yeah, I know about it. S for this and W for that. Yeah. Well, we found these people at the New York Stock Exchange are sharing information with the Chicago Board of Exchange using an R drive. What should we do? And I said, tell them to get rid of it. And they said, how long should we give them? And I pulled a number out of wherever. And I said, give them 2 weeks. And that led to what, in retrospect, is a very funny and very important lesson for us all. The trading floor manager, who made like $5 million that year, came into our room to have a little reality check. Guys, he started off so calm. We trade here for a living. That's how we make our money. Now, in order to trade, we need computers, and we don't know how to support these things. And that's why you're here. You help us support our computers that help us trade. Therefore, you help us trade. You help us trade. And in order for you to get your work done, it really helps if you develop standards. And I can appreciate that. Sure, that would help you, help us, and help us trade. And when some of your standards, however, break our ability to trade, I think you have forgotten why you're here. The R drive can stay as long as they need it. You just, let us know when you're done. That's a very good and testable concept. Security doesn't tell users what to do. You people who are in security, when you're in Department of Defense or something, then of course your business is security, so it's a little cloudy. But primarily that's not what most people do. Does that make sense, everybody? And they know that on the test. I get a TCP Act there. People hear that concept? User, yes. The user management has more say-so in operations than security management most of the time. In fact, whenever there's a change to the user environment, it's the user's manager that tells us when we can make that change. IT doesn't know when to make a change. Senior management doesn't know when to make a change. You know who will let you know when you can change that sales app? Salespeople. And that's very important. We know about independent auditors when we discuss this. I don't know that they use the term RACI because I keep hearing they use the terms primarily responsible, ultimately responsible. But just in case, RACI refers to responsible as the person who does it, and accountable is what we would call ultimately responsible. So to them in RACI charts, we would say it's primarily responsible, ultimately. Now, let's say I'm making a change. Well, before I make a change, I consult anybody who'd be affected by that change. But after the change, it's important to let people know too. It is very frustrating to a help desk professional to find out about a change that was made over the weekend from a user Monday morning. The guy who made the change felt, oh, I spent 30 hours in here. I'm taking my day off. Now, NIST has their own development life cycle. All they did was take the SDLC that we have, got rid of feasibility because we know it's infeasible that you wouldn't do security. And they combined 3 phases. They combined functional requirements, system design, and develop acquire. So starts with project initiation, and they do a sensitivity assessment. Anybody know what security goals sensitivity is generally associated with? When you see something like a sensitive document, what are you thinking? What do they probably want you to consider about that document? They say sensitive. It could be very important in your near future. This is my way of engaging the audience. Confidential, yeah, confidentiality. I find that most people only focus on confidentiality and they make a lot of mistakes. There's an old saying that if I get you to ask the wrong question, it doesn't really matter about the answer. So it's important that we don't just consider confidentiality, but availability and integrity. Now, I noticed in the private sector, most organizations just assume a high integrity. Now, that would kill you guys who are doing CNA work in the DoD and the public sector, but we can kind of get away with it, and it may reflect on your test as well. But availability has to be considered. To be very important when we do business continuity planning to understand how to deal with things, and that is typically called criticality. So instead of confidentiality, you might see sensitivity. Instead of availability, you might see criticality. And it could be very important in your near future. So when I do my business continuity plan, just plant seeds because it is my #1 failed domain. Consider maybe I classified my data for high, medium, and low availability or criticality. And if it's high critical, I know this stuff it's mirrored in the cloud. If it's low or medium critical, I'd say, well, you can restore from last night's backup. And if it's low criticality, oh, last week is fine. Something like that. So they do a sensitivity assessment, never considered a criticality assessment, should have done that. And again, we do the other phases just combined. So we determine the requirements, and we do that with a risk assessment, which we're going to do. Incorporate these requirements into specs. This is when we do our system design, and some of you will be asked, at what stage in the development life cycle are specs created? And it's in system design. And you obtain, build or buy the system and the people, the processes to support this stuff. You turn it on in a lab. You test it. Test is a technical thing. We're going to talk more about testing. And the test, I can be certain about my results. I can say, hey, yeah, it was 200 packets per second, whatever. Accreditation, again, though, just means to believe that it's appropriate. Management accredits. Spock's my certifier, Kirk's my accreditor. I run it. I'm going to have, where's security? I don't get to administer the firewall. Now, I'm going to work with the data users, the owners of the data. They're going to tell me the requirements. I, as security, will specify, let's say, for example, we need to open up a port on the firewall. And then I give that to the firewall admin, and he's to open it up. And I can't prevent them from doing it. Security doesn't have configuration rights, but I have the ability to monitor what they do. So I can't prevent. We know whenever you can't prevent, you detect. And better have come a way to respond. Right. Change management. There's so many, when it changes could be anywhere in the development life cycle, but you just assume it's in operation, it was working, and we need to do something to change it. We're going to have a lot of issues with changes, like changes to these slides, but we're going to beat more of this up in operations, so we're not going to beat up too much right now. And then, again, disposal, and don't just look for the confidentiality issues. Oh, it's top secret data. We had to degauss and shred the hard drives. Again, you might need that data. So you have to have some way to get to it. Let you know how old I am. I used to do something called calm to cold migration. We took computer output to microfilm and we're able to put it to Laserdisc. And it was a lot easier to do retrieval. But, the CD drives at that time were rated for a retention of only 10 years. Your audio CDs, they may hold up. It's just that the rating says 10. That's all they're promising. Well, I said if you're a mortgage company, you got to hold 30 years or more. Typically, you look for retention of 50 years or better. And worm drives, the old write once, read many drives, were rated to retain the data for 50 years, and you were allowed to do that. So a lot of companies took their old microfilm stuff and migrated over there. And it's just kind of funny to me because the technology had been out for like 10 years. They're like, this is rated for 50? Yeah. How did you do that? We have a time machine back in the lab. You got to see this thing. It's Star Wars. The development life cycle, I like the way they do it in this SP 800-100. It's a little old now, but there's a lot of nice graphics. It's a summary of a lot of our important NIST documents. And you see they make it a cycle because it's like, Mark, when I retired, we disposed of MS Mail, not because mail was going away, just that thing. We initiated exchange and put that in there. Many years ago, it was mid-90s. I believe that was Exchange 4. So was that the first exchange we got, Marco? I forget. Marco might have dropped off. There he goes. Don't recall. Yeah. Certification, I get a certificate. You guys pass your test. You're going to get a certificate, meaning the ISC square was reasonably certain that you meet the technical requirements to be a CISSP. It doesn't mean you got a job. Right? It just means we're certain about these things. Spock can be certain. It is a gig. I don't know if that's right, Captain. And you can be all indignant, too. You'd be like, dude, I'm a CISSP. You ain't going to hire me? I'm like, we understand, but this is the best buy, and we really don't need that. You're like fiber optic cable, and we need unshielded twisted pair, right? So a credit, it would it makes sense to give authority. It's generally what we think. Actually, if you're in DOD, even though the word accredit or CNA, certified accredit, means to believe, it generally means to give authority and to make things clearer for people. CNA and a lot of the U.S. Department of Defense are telling me, no, we use the A now to stand for authorization, certification, authorized. We're authorized to do it. Why would management authorize something? Well, remember I said you got features, technical features, and then assurance. How well do they do that technical feature? So maybe after an audit, you were told, you're setting passwords in clear text. The new system cannot do that. All right. Accreditation. Do the controls, reduce the risk. Yeah, we're now encrypting. Oh, good. What algorithm are we using? Pig Latin. I don't know. That gives me the assurance. So how much will it slow people down? What are the operating costs? The operation costs can be very, very high, and they know that on the test. The cost of a firewall is nowhere near the cost of maintaining a firewall. The humans that are going to be maintaining it cost a lot of money. All right, now you just draw a line in the sand. Whatever makes sense to you within legal limits, of course, of what constitutes a big change versus a small change. So it used to be Marco and I were doing Novell networks in the early 90s. We would get service packs like once a quarter, and you check, no, this doesn't even apply to us. We're not using Adapt exclusive. We're using the compacts. And you didn't even have to apply it. But now you got to apply these things. And I remember I did SMS system, and SMS 2.0 service pack 1 was 50 megs. That was like 2000. I was like, that's not a service pack. That's called a new version. Well, today it's hard to test all your changes. I have drawn a line, say, for example, antivirus signatures to me are small changes. They're minor changes. I don't certify and accredit them. I just put them in. But a major change might be a virus engine. If I'm going to update an antivirus engine, that's different. That's a big change, and I'm going to recertify and accredit that. All right, and then we run it. Again, there's no actual sections, questions on the test. I'd just like you to know 27001. It's what the Federation wants us to do. It's basically plan, do, check, act. So Section 4 is the meat of this, of the process, the procedural stuff. And it's all about, well, establish the information security management system. I plan. Implement and operate. I do. Monitor and review, I check. Maintain and improve, I act. PDCA. All right, risk management. Now we know that cyber is to steer, but the risk is what we're mostly focused on right now. And risk means unforeseen danger. They come from the Greek. We do our due diligence. We think before we act. And this is our job. We're security professionals, baby. That's why they hired us. But we got to work with the business unit to find all their assets and then determine how they value these assets. Because value is subjective. I don't know. Senior manager doesn't know. Only the business unit, the primary responsibility people, they may call them the owners. Sometimes they're called process owners. Sometimes called data owners. Depends on departmental management, whatever. We work with these groups to identify what they have. We as security professionals tell them what could go wrong with it, how things could mess you up with that. And we work to, through historical trending or whatever to come up with impact and likelihood assessments and guesses. And we, being security professionals, help them understand how to prevent, detect, and respond to these issues. We recommend controls. But we are not ultimately accountable. We don't have the signature, the right to write that check. So instead, we present this to management. We do our best sales job. It's like the football coach saying, hey, I'm hoping I get these players. We recommend controls. But management will make their selection based on their cost-benefit analysis and select what we have. And then it's our job to take that selection and architect a system with it. So again, due diligence, think before you act. Do care, take action. Funny commercial for the Royal Bank of Scotland, where I think really illustrated the difference. There's a guy choking at a dinner table, and it's like a company function or something. Another guy says, hey, you know what Schmitty needs? Heimlich maneuver. Yeah, we studied it in school. What happens is food gets stuck in your esophagus, right? And now Schmitty's dying as this guy's talking. So this guy did the due diligence. That's nice. But it really doesn't do anything until you take action. So I understand there might be a test question that, what's more important? Well, if I had to pick, I'd say take action. Sure. Learning the Heimlich maneuver, good stuff, but it does no good unless you perform it. And it's kind of funny. At the end of the commercial, somebody does perform it. Food pops out of the guy's mouth and lands on the other guy's lap. He goes, see, I told you, Heimlich maneuver. When we do our analysis, we try to be as matter-of-factual as possible. Now, I hear some really bad stuff sometimes when it comes to risk assessment and quantitative versus qualitative. There are books that claim, oh, well, some organizations prefer quantitative while others would prefer qualitative. And still other organizations will perform a mixture of semi-qualitative. No. You always quantify as much as you can within a reasonable time frame. Now, what is reasonable? Well, what's the risk? What's the impact of this thing being violated? Are we checking to make sure that the toilet paper is really cottony soft? I don't know, 5 minutes. Are we checking a change to a pharmaceutical that could kill people? You'll take years quantifying things. So, appropriate to the risk, or you quantify what you can. Now, remember, you're trying to predict the future. You cannot speak matter-of-factly about anything you can't measure. You can't measure everything. This is why the weather, they're predicting the future. You watch the weather report, but they don't know if it's going to rain for sure tomorrow. You take a guess. You do your best. Spock can measure the wind direction. He can talk about the barometer, the air pressure, the temperature, the humidity level, and he can be very certain about what he measures. Spock, is it going to rain tomorrow? Insufficient data, Captain. I can't measure everything. So at a certain point, again, depending on the risk, you say, okay, we're done the quantitative stuff. Kirk, what do you think? And Kirk just goes with his experience. Kirk is great for having a hunch. I have a hunch, Spock. He uses his gut feeling. Now, he knows he doesn't know everything. So he's going to get his people together, do a little brainstorming exercise. And this goes back before you, Marco, but you know somebody involved in this. I was at Wang Laboratories, and I just got there, and I'm sent to a 13-week, this is great, QLP. That's for Quality Leadership Process QLP training. And it's basically, if you guys remember, there was a book years ago in the 80s, James Champion, Mike Hammer, re-engineering the corporation with business process re-engineering the corporation, I forget, with like client server database and stuff like that. And very simple. Let's just look at what spell quality. We're not going to let that. We're not going to worry about that. Very simple business process reengineering looked at how we could apply technology not just to speed up a process, but to eliminate unneeded processes. So for instance, at a very simple level, fax boards were new in those days. And to do a fax, up until that time, you would take your desktop machine, you'd print the document, you take the document over to the fax machine, scan it in. And that might be a different department. You might have a person that picks up that stuff and walks it over there. So it's a whole different process. Well, now you can fax directly from the application. I saved paper. I saved a person. So again, business process reengineering helped us we were looking at ways to apply it. You know, it was a 13-week class I went to, one day a week, but it's still pretty awesome on this. And we broke up into teams, and our job was to improve something, and somehow we got our team was to increase the customer awareness of Wang's new word processor they developed for Windows. Now, I came from the outside, so to me this was silly. It's like 1991, 92. And I was like, you're just now coming out with a word processor for Windows. I think WordPerfect was still number one. But Microsoft Word, everyone could see was coming. We had WordStar. We had Multimate. There's no reason for this. So I saw this was stupid. All right, so we're learning how to do qualitative analysis with brainstorming. And the rules of brainstorming is I know it's all qualitative, so I want to get your opinion, and I don't want you to feel stifled. So someone's going to be designated the scribe. They just write down people's opinions, and all you people just call out. Don't worry about being criticized. There's no criticism here. We just want you to facilitate, your creativity. We'll go back later and critique it. Well, I'm told I can say anything I want, and that's giving Larry a little bit too much room. I'm a wise guy, so I raised my hand. Yes, Larry. I saw the whole thing is stupid anyway. So I said, we should get a giant statue of a dude who could shoot lasers out of his eyes and stick that right on the lawn. And he has to write that down. Giant statue of a guy. I said a dude who can shoot. Come on, people, what else can we do? And people were calling, and I ruined it. People were all acting silly. One woman said something well. Marco, this woman married our boss later at the CGI, so I think you know what I'm talking about. She meant well. She said, why don't we just get T-shirts with the company or with the product logo on our shirts, and we'll wear the T-shirt at the customer site. Well, in 1992, you didn't wear T-shirts, you wore suits. And the guy was already upset at people like me, so he says, well, that would just be stupid. And now he's breaking the rules of brainstorming. Brainstorming, it's a very good idea, but it's pretty common knowledge, that means testable, that people are not likely to give an opinion if they think they're going to be punished for that opinion. So the very testable Delphi technique is a form of brainstorming that requires anonymous input. It has to allow people to be honest and not worry about. So I always think of, a guy having a meeting. Come on, people, why are we losing? What can we really do around here to increase the bottom line? What's going on? I got an idea, boss. How about if you and your wife quit taking vacations and writing them off as business expenses? You're fired. Come on, people, what could we really do? What could we do? All right, so we need to have a way where we can just put in our anonymous suggestion. Got a lot of flip. I've talked to colleges. I talked to a graduating class last year. A bunch of people from Homeland Security. It was George Mason, and with the discussion of Snowden came up, and I don't think giving Russians our secrets is a great idea, but at the same time, I don't know that we gave him a way to anonymously fill us in. So shame on the system. Shame on the system. Is it shame on him too? I don't know. That's for other generations to decide or whatever. But I at least say the system needs to be re-engineered. All right. Very, very testable. I said it is hard to come to terms with anyone or any test if you don't understand the terminologies. So we need to get this down. An asset is anything you value. And values are subjective. That means if Larry plays a guitar, Larry's a subject. The guitar is the object. Different people can play a guitar and come up with different music. So is it worth it? It depends on what you like. What do you value? The problem is I've got to protect this thing and I need a value. I'm actually going to do my cost benefit analysis I'm not going to spend more on the control than the value of the asset. So we got to come up with them, and we'll come up with ways to evaluate assets. Certainly, I'm not going to know the value of the asset as much as whoever uses it. If it's a sales printer or even a shared directory, the salespeople will know. So the first thing we do in asset management, which we have our next section coming up after this is all dedicated to assets, it used to be on here, is to identify the owner. And we'll talk more about this in that upcoming section. But we identify an owner, and the owner will help us to determine the current value. And the owner's job is to classify it. Now, classification, we said most people overthink about confidentiality. The U.S. government has top secret, secret, confidential, and then unclassified. There's some middle terms depending on what agency is sensitive, but unclassified, whatever. But the point is it's always based on confidentiality, and we screwed up pretty badly. The rules we're going to see tomorrow on how to protect that is don't let anybody read up or write down. Well, if confidentiality is your goal, that makes sense. We were trying to protect the Russians from stealing our secrets, but the Russians weren't just stealing. And if you ask the wrong question, the answer doesn't matter. Nothing in that taxonomy prevented people from writing up. They might not be able to see what they just wrote, but who knows? Most of the stuff at top secret and secret might be junk. So that was a mistake. So we have to classify in terms of confidentiality, integrity, availability, and we'll work more on that, our classification. That's our job to help them understand classification. It's the owner's job to then say, okay, now that we've created this classification scheme, this particular asset goes here. And then the entitlements. It's the owner's job to let me know who's entitled to see that. That's a funny term, entitlements. We typically call them rights or privileges. They may be called capabilities. They may be called entitlements. Be careful. This is an English test. I am going to keep saying that. Read like a lawyer. I know what they're actually saying here, Larry. Now, we identify the assets. We identify an owner, and they help us. We are security specialists. Our job is to tell them these are the things that go wrong with that. This is how they can mess you up, the threats. Now, the threat is a very generic thing. The threat is it could burn. The threat is it could be stolen. Anything that can cause loss of value, loss of confidentiality, loss of integrity, loss of availability. Now, who or what would burn it? An arsonist? Kids playing with matches? The sun? That's the threat agent. So what we typically try to do is protect our assets, not necessarily from threats, from threat agents. I don't move my paper records away from fire. I move it away from the heater. Vulnerability, the fact that the paper is flammable. Right? So it's always in that order. You identify what you have, then you identify the threats against it, and then you do a vulnerability analysis. I'm not worried about my wrenches burning in a fire. Those are not very vulnerable to that type of attack. My guitars are very vulnerable. Now, I'm an Irish Jew. My mother was Irish. My father's Jewish. My sister and I take after my mother's side. For my father's side, we suntan mostly. My mother never had a suntan. She and my other sister only had sunburns. But they didn't get much sunburn because they didn't go out in the sun. They didn't expose themselves to the sun. Right? They didn't expose the asset's vulnerable part to any threat source or threat agent. So if that SQL server is vulnerable to a SQL injection attack, but it's only used on the corporate intranet, not on a DMZ exposed to external threats, it's a lower risk. Does that make sense? It's my reality check to make sure my mic still works. I train you guys to be ready. There we go. Always in that order, though. We always start with assets, threats, vulnerabilities. Exposure is not necessarily perfect. The impact is the amount of loss. The likelihood is the frequency that it should happen. So let's take a look at that and just look at those two things. That's what most people think of when they think of risk, impact and likelihood. Let's create a grid in our head. I have 4 quadrants: high impact, high likelihood; low impact, high likelihood; high impact, low likelihood; low likelihood, low impact. Well, if it's low likelihood, low impact, I don't care. And if it's low impact, even high likelihood might not even bother me. It's a very high likelihood I'll get scratches on the bottom of my car. Doesn't impact me that I know, so I don't really care. So now I really only have 2 areas that I'm worried about, the high impact areas. Well, high likelihood, high impact, guess where I'm putting my attention? But then it's a very low likelihood I'll get in a car accident. I've had 1 moving violation in 28 years. But the impact is loss of life. I'm not moving my car till the kids are buckled in. So I even try to hit some of those, right? Even though low. But generally, if you start running out of money, this is where we start accepting risk. And acceptance of a risk doesn't mean you neglected it. Acceptance of a risk means you accept you can't prevent it. Doesn't mean you're not going to detect and respond. That's what business continuity is. How will I detect and respond to all the stuff we accepted? Very important. Exploit, when my mother actually did go in this and got a sunburn. Damn, now I got a sunburn. Right, so we had an exploit. At some point during a moment of exposure, a threat agent exploited a vulnerability, causing an actual loss. And controls are our safeguards, measures, countermeasures to help reduce the likelihood, the impact, often by reducing the exposure, to reduce our risk. And the controls themselves can be a risk. You can use bug spray to kill the ants in your kitchen. It could also kill you and your pets. The electronic doors with the badges help control access so unauthorized people can't enter the building. And if the power goes out because of a fire, it might lock people in the building. So it is very important when we architect controls, we understand the limits of these controls, and we come up with a policy as to what to do when the control fails. Very, very important. What will you do? And we look for what's typically called fail-safe. So fail-safe in physical security means, well, if the power goes out, you open those doors, because safe means that people get out of there safely. But in my electronic security, I might look at it differently. I know fail-safe means if that firewall goes down, we're shutting all access. Oh, no, we deny everything. So you have to determine how you'll handle each and every control should it hit its limit and then break down. All right? Make sense, everybody? My garage door is supposed to control access to my garage. It has scratched my girlfriend's car 3 times. All right, good. Now, again, assets are things we value, and they are qualitative and subjective. I might think my guitar is worth more. But you know what? Insurance companies have to deal with this, and they go with replacement cost. If you have to pick something on your test, ultimately, what is the value of an asset? I don't know, replacement cost? But I don't know how you replace a shared directory. I don't know how you replace Bob. Exactly, anyway. Now, our controls, I should be able to tell you the cost. I can tell you exactly what it costs if I added it all up properly. What's that IDS cost? Oh, we're using SnurtSir, it's free. Our intrusion detection system's free. The hardware and everything. Oh, no, not the hardware. No, the hardware, we put it on with we have a small setup set. We only got 3 sensors, 1 man. It's about $5,000. I got an IDS system in here for $5,000, huh? They run themselves? Oh, no, sir, no. What do IDS people cost? 6 figures. Let's say $100,000. Do attacks only come in 9 to 5? No, you've got 3 shifts. These people want vacations, holidays. You got 5 people. You are spending $500,000 on your IDS. That's a total cost of ownership. And they will beat you up on the test about that. Make sure you understand and aggregate your costs. And we never want to spend more in our cost-benefit analysis on our controls than the value of the asset, or even less, because the entire asset might not be affected. the impact might be just a small percentage of what was exposed. My mother never got a sunburn on all of her skin that I know of. It would be like on her face and her arms or something like that. So you don't get all of the servers damaged. So just the vulnerable part, the exposed part. Yeah, what is an asset worth? What's your house worth? Whatever you can sell it for. But ultimately, you're going to come up with replacement costs. Loss of life is the worst loss. You can't replace it. But besides that, after that, loss of reputation is next. I work with a lot of kids in martial arts, and we have a dream, especially when we're children, as martial arts. We always think that pretty girl is going to get attacked by some thugs, and we're going to defend her and save her, and then she's going to give us her love. She's going to throw her love to us. And it never happens that way. I've never seen a girl get attacked right at the jump in, not physically. But I have had people, jeopardize someone's reputation. So I always say to young man or whatever, you want to protect somebody, protect their reputation, because you're going to have plenty of opportunities probably to do that. Right? So we protect our lives, we protect our employees' lives, and then we protect our reputation. Everything else, falls under that. Increased insurance, that's because of reputation. Less customers because of reputation. Now, I have initially what I may have seen in the original event. Let's say my house burnt down and I had to stay at a hotel. The house, the initial loss is what the house was going to cost. But what about the price of staying in the hotel? What about the insurance rates that went up later? So there is other delayed losses that you may not have noticed. Always aggregate your losses. And losses come in three big categories. Now let's imagine my phone went down and it cost $1,000 to fix the PBX. Well, the asset loss of $1,000 isn't just what I lost, because I had 10 people sitting around twiddling their thumbs. So I have productivity loss. And if I take that into account and I calculate what I paid for them, I should be able to get that. Here's the tough one. How many people were going to call me that day to do business? I don't know. And that's tough. It's very tough to deal with opportunity loss. We don't know. To an insurance company, all threats are either man-made or they are natural. But all CISSP books seem to have another category for me. They add technical. I don't know if that's really there on the test. I don't know. It's been there in every book since I've been in this business. So I'll keep it in there. But man-made threats can be accidental or intentional. And this is our Murphy's Law versus Satan's Law. And most of the time it's accidents. Most of our problems, failure to follow procedures. All right, now SB 800-100 has a risk assessment, and they spec it out like this. You do system characterization. Well, I call that asset identification. Well, all right, it's a system. It's an email server. Let's characterize. What does that mean, an email server? Send and receive email with attachments? How big? Do we use digital signatures? How are we authenticating people? Are we using PKI to validate everything? All right, so now we understand our threats. What are the things that could go wrong with a mail server? Oh my gosh, there's a lot of things. People can mail us malicious code, open it up and get a virus. People could read our sensitive mail. Well, that could be creepy. People could send mail as us. Of the three, what do you think would probably be the worst if you had to select on a test? And some of you may. What would be worse? Injecting malicious code to you? Reading your sensitive data? Sending mail as you? I'm expecting some typers. Sending mail as me. If you read my mail, you might find some embarrassing things, but you wouldn't find anything criminal. If you could send mail as me, you could threaten the president's life and land me in jail for the rest of my life. Yes, and they know that on the test. Might have something to do with your private key being compromised. That would be something they could do. All right, control analysis. How could I prevent, detect, and respond? And let's do a total cost of ownership. How much did it cost us to buy it or put it together? How about designing how we're going to use it and the configuration in our environment? How about the rollout, the implementation costs, sending it on a Saturday to pay people extra, buy pizza for the guys? I don't know. Did I have to also load in client software and maybe expand the power, put it in a new rack? Who knows? Compatibility with other counters. No, it breaks the old one now. Those things, they don't like each other. They set each other off false alarms or IDS now. Sometimes the cost of a product is, whatever, say $100,000, but it might be another $100,000 a year maintenance for 3 years. Operating support costs. How much power does it draw? Or how much ink? You think of these inkjet printers, how much toner or ink they use. It's crazy. And effects on productivity. And that, again, is so important. We need to think of our traders. They want to move faster, our speed of trust. I don't want to slow you down too much. I really don't. I don't want to be like TSA. They're going to hate us. Our controls tend to prevent, detect, and respond. And we know an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So I use the SAFE. The SAFE prevents you from getting to my money. It doesn't really prevent forever. Safes are rated in time. So it's like a cryptographic algorithm doesn't say forever. It's just going to take, on average, this long. So let's say my safe is rated 60 TLTR, 60 minutes with the best tools and a torch. Well, I better have burglar alarms that ring when someone gets to the safe. And I need guards to show up within 60 minutes or else this process doesn't work. So this is a holistic look at security. We prevent, detect, and respond. Now, I have two ways to respond. Sometimes people got in because the access control was inadequate. And then they caused a loss. They stole something. Maybe someone kicked in my door. I had an interior grade door. I used it at my mother's house, true story. And someone kicked it in and stole the TV. The corrective control was to get an exterior grade door. Start encrypting passwords. You got to correct your access control. But recovery says get your TV back. Restore the data back from tape or something. So corrective controls are to correct the inadequate access control. Recovery controls is how you respond to get your data back. Now, no control covers everything. As a boxer, my arms are kind of short compared to my body as being long. So I got a big gap between my belt and my elbows. A pain. But your insurance may cover 80% of your loss. Then you have a 20% gap. You need to know this. Because if I get a coverage for something, I think, okay, I don't have to worry about it. But if I know, no, 20% you do. That's what's still left over. That's my residual risk. The risk that still resides even after the controls. Right? And you're always left with something. You're never risk-free. You can reduce the number of flaws in something. You can build it better. You can add in additional stuff. I also add in malware bytes. And I reduce the magnitude of impact. I only put in certain lower classes of data on here. I only let certain IP addresses get to it. You're still left over with something. And this is the realm of business continuity again. We're going to beat that up because I told you it's my number one failed domain. So you have to know your residual risk. These are the things you couldn't prevent. And if they're ever realized, you have to have plans to how to detect and respond to them. All right, let me watch my time here because this usually is described as the hardest question on the test. So we got just enough time to cover this, and then we'll take another break here. We're looking at our impact and likelihood in an annualized fashion, just like insurance companies. In fact, think like an insurance agent. You'll go well on this test. You'll do very well. All right, so the single loss expectancy is the impact. And the impact financially is going to be based on, well, what was that asset worth and what percentage of it was damaged? So it's a very simple one. I have a data center worth $1 million. And if I'm looking at the risk of a tornado and the insurance agent tells me, oh, we see about 50% of a data center is destroyed, then my exposure factor is 50%. So my $1 million asset, really, I would only expect to lose 50% of that. Right, so my single loss expectancy, 500,000. But I don't expect to get tornadoes every day. No, insurance agent says, no, based over the last 20 years, you're going to see one in about 1 in 10 years. Oh. So I take that impact, my 500,000, I times it by the likelihood, annualized rate of occurrence, 0.1, and I only have an annualized loss expectancy of 50,000. And the insurance company tells me they can sell me tornado insurance for $60,000 a year. And I go, no, it'd be cheaper to live with it. But if it's less, no, it's only a couple hundred a year, and we cover 80% of your losses. Well, I had a 50,000. They're going to cover 80% of that. I still got a $10,000 residual risk. That makes sense to everybody? I want to stop here because if you don't get this, you're not prepared for the most amount of reading you're going to do when you take this test. For years, this has been the one, and they've changed the wordings a little bit, but I just want you to know it's a page-long scenario, and they have 2 or 3 questions around it. There used to be 2. They may have made up to 4. One guy thinks, I don't know. I don't have time this week to do practice test questions. That's not the goal of this week's delivery, but I did come up with one just to give you for this one because it's so tricky for most people. All right, so over the last 10 years, the company had 4 outages. The quantifiable impact, we couldn't do opportunity loss, but we were able to get the cost of repair and the cost of, say, the productivity loss, whatever. For each event was, well, the cost of recovery was $50,000, that's a big repair there, and $30,000 on productivity. So the total impact on each event is $80,000. All right, but they had 4 outages in 10 years. So we times that by 4, we get 32, $320,000. It'll be a much longer scenario, Randolph. You'll have to extract this. You'll be reading, Bob works in manufacturing. Alice is concerned with the legal requirements. Yeah, it's a page-long scenario. So what you do is you should have ahead of time, have the SLE asset value, exposure factor, annualized rate of occurrence, all put out in formula. So as you're reading, you plug in the values. That's what they're talking about. Yes, it was worth this. So if 4 times this 80,000 is 320,000, and then I was 32,000 if I divide by 10, so the answer is Bravo. Does that make sense, everybody? Why B is the answer? Okay. Cool. Generally the one that people complain about the most. Oh, I said I'd stop here and take a break. You know what? We still have 10 minutes. I'm sorry. Let's go on because I like this. This is good stuff here. So now we've done the risk assessment. We've worked with the business unit managers, the process owners, the data owners, however they word it, departmental managers. And we did a risk assessment. And we identified their assets, values, threats, vulnerability. We recommended controls. We documented it out. And management looks at this document. They go, I don't know. What are the basic ways I'm going to deal with this? The number one way to deal with a risk is don't do it. If you're worried about the risks of smoking crack, don't smoke crack. But I have a business case to drive a car. I had to. Like, I don't have to skydive. I can avoid that. But I have to drive a car because that, for my job, I have to do it. I don't know how you're going to run a business without running email. So the next step is to reduce it. Now, I have avoid or terminate. So it's kind of like terminate is I had no business case to run LimeWire. Don't do it. No, we're already running LimeWire. Stop doing it. Stop doing that. And I always think of the old Henny Youngman joke. Doctor, it hurts when they go like this. So stop going like this. You said, but if I have a business case, like I had to drive a car, I reduce the risk of driving a car by planning my routes, by wearing my seatbelt, by learning to drive. And that's the same way in any technology. Plan. If you want to reduce the risk of running Exchange, plan how you're going to use it. Apply some technologies and learn how to administer Exchange. You could transfer risk. There are risks I could do in my car, damages I can't afford. So the insurance company can take off some of that. In fact, some of minimal coverage has got to be there. I have to do it. It's legal requirement. But I don't have to buy all the extra stuff. For instance, when I rent a car, I notice a little problem if the guy's under 30. I've been renting cars now for 30 years or so. I've never needed the extra insurance. Quick question before we go on break. It appears that this session is being recorded. Yes. Yes, it will be. At the beginning, yep, all these recordings will be available, Randolph. Actually, I'm hoping to put these up to YouTube. So, yeah, that was part of the agreement when you took it on. You're going to be allowed part of this history-making event. So I I go to rent a car and they want to sell me the extra insurance. And if they're under 30, they get all, Mr. Greenblatt, do you want the extra insurance? And I go, no, I want the ordinance price, basically. That's what I had agreed on. And I go, well, sir, did you know that? And I'm like, oh my God, I'm not going to, I'm not doing, no matter what you say, I'm not doing it. And they try to make you feel stupid. But if they're over 30, they go, do you want the extra insurance? No. Okay, your car's in section blah, blah, blah. See, in the 30 plus years or so, I should say, of me renting cars, I've never had them call me on any problem. I've had my children spill grape juice in the back seat, and they never said anything. So I accept that risk. Now, if they do call me on it the next time, as each time I rent a car, I go, yeah, but you never know. They're tracking down on that, sir. If they do, I can update my policy. But as of yet, I accept it. And there's nothing wrong with accepting a risk. As long as it's legal and it's within your acceptable level. And that's what a risk appetite is, a very generic thing. We're going to talk the difference between risk appetite and tolerance coming up here. But risk appetite is Kirk's animal willing to live with the risk. Risk tolerance is Spock nailing him down by how much percentage, Captain? Plus minus what? But it's not wrong. Again, accepting a risk means you accept, you can't prevent it. Doesn't mean you don't have ways to detect and respond. That's negligence. That's negligence. We talked about forensics meaning a debate. In your near future, or maybe in real life, you may have accepted risk, and something goes wrong, and there's a loss event. And you're litigated, and they believe you were negligent. Now, if forensics means to be in a forum, and to make it obvious you're right, you bring in evidence, what type of evidence do you think would be your best evidence in a negligence case of this sort? How could you prove to somebody that you actually did your due diligence and did some due care? What evidence would you bring in? I'm going to give you a hint. Most evidence in court is a paper record. I don't care if it's a murder case. Here's the printout of his phone records. Here is the receipt for the gun. So it's going to be some type of documentation. What suite of documents do you think would really go a long way to help proving that you thought about this, you did something? People take an early break? You're close. Business continuity plans. No, we knew we could still have fires. That's why we still have fire drills. And we have these plans and emergency rendezvous points and smoke detectors. And, I'm sorry if Bob died in that fire. But he was the one who never wanted to participate in the fire drills. He always thought they were stupid and he hid under his desk. Your business continuity plans. These are very testable. Alrighty. It is now just about 1:40. So let's take a break. We're doing pretty good. Let's take a break and get back at 2. Does that sound good to everybody? We get back at 2? You get a little longer break here. Excellent. Yeah, I'm going to call my daughter's dentist too. Alrighty. All right, let's get back. I have 2 o'clock. These are the ways we can handle or treat a risk. It's funny, you see the term mitigate a lot. Mitigate means to reduce. Now, the overall assumption is that you can never get to zero. You can only reduce your risks. But on any given item, you can completely avoid it if there's no business case, as I said. It's an interesting thing. What about things like YouTube? I like YouTube videos. I got a whole bunch of YouTube videos out there. Is it okay for your employees to look at it? Sometimes there might be content that you want them to see. Sometimes it's just a killer, bandwidth killer. So you have to determine, we want to keep our employees gruntled. Don't want to keep them disgruntled. When Mark and I were at the trading firm, the interweb was still pretty relatively new. So I think I took over, you left there in 97, and I took on your assignment. And CNN was like one of the big things to do on the interwebs. Should people be able to use CNN? Was there a business case? I don't know, but employees liked it. It made them feel good. So they okayed it. And you have to do these things. You have to consider. But if there is no business case, YouTube does kill a lot of videos. You might decide, no, I'm not going to do that. Remember, risk avoidance is you don't do it. Risk termination is you're doing it. You need to stop doing it. Now, for all of our accepted risk, they might be realized. We're accepting that we can't prevent it. What will we do if and when it should ever be realized? Well, we have to have ways to detect and respond. Now, the risk appetite, as I said, is like Kirk's overall, I'm willing to live with it. Kirk would do things that other Starfleet captains wouldn't. He was constantly pushing it past warp factor 8. I don't think anyone from the Intrepid would have done that. And Scotty hated it. He'd be very nervous. Captain, I don't think that lithium crystal's going to hold, Captain. So how much is he willing to do? Risk tolerance, it has to be quantitative metrics. So if Kirk said he's willing to accept that not all credit card transactions have to be, all credit card transactions have to be signed. Well, how much, Captain? Up to $50. That's the risk tolerance, up to $50. So if you specify some activity, and you monitor these things, your IT staff, your security staff monitoring these things has to know when something's exceeded, not appetite, that's, I don't know, what do you mean by appetite? It's a very qualitative thing. Risk tolerance metrics. They said if it goes beyond 10 to send an alert. So there you go. 3 unsuccessful logins we'll live with, or 2 unsuccessful logins we'll live with. 3, no. We done with our tolerance is a 3. We accepted that they might put in a password wrong. We only tolerate up to 2. Before they have 3 times, now you got to call. And that's not always the case, of course, just an example. Business continuity management is the plans and procedures and everything to deal with, to respond. So I have to know, I can't prevent hitting the cliffs underwater. So I have a guy at the lookout. Everybody can't sleep on that ship at once. Somebody's got to stay awake and on the lookout. And should he see that we've hit it, you got to have lifeboats. You can't just, no, we did it. We hit it. You got to have ways to respond to that. Now, an older NIST thing, it doesn't really work for natural disasters. It doesn't even work for accidents. This is for malicious attacks only. After a risk assessment, is there a risk? Well, yeah, there is. Okay. Is the attacker's cost less than their gain? Well, if someone's going to rob a bank and they think there's $20,000 in it, they're not going to invest $1 million trying to do that. But today, a cyber attack is your ability to download Kali Linux or something. So that's pretty cheap. All right, is the anticipated loss greater than threshold? What threshold are they talking about here? We just went over it. Our risk tolerance level. If the loss is greater than over $50, oh no. I'm not accepting that risk. I want a signature on the back of that. Does that make sense, guys? And Marco, yes, it does assume irrational thinking. We're going for the odds here. For the crazies, there's not really much you can do. Yes. Somehow, because of Marco and I working together, I pictured Pinky and the Brain somehow involved in that. That was a big cartoon when we were working. Anyway, and then we do it. We operate, we implement our information security management system. And we make sure everybody's aware of basic rules, how to get out of the building in an emergency. Don't open attachments, blah, 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 blah. Look out for phishing attacks. Training applies to our admins, and education is for management, and that's what this class is. And I get these definitions from 850. But management has to know their responsibility. Management has to understand that they're primarily, ultimately accountable for everything. Now, one of my favorite old movies, not that well, to me, it's relative, The Right Stuff. I love The Right Stuff, and there's a great, funny, and yet so telling scene in there when, if you don't know the story of the movie, it's about the first NASA Mercury program, and they were sending manned flights, and we wanted pilots. It sounded good to have hotshot pilots, but piloting skill must not have been that required because they were sending chimpanzees too. So it was really more of a press thing, just to get people, excited about it. And there was this scene where all these old hotshot pilots, the fighter, they're talking test pilots and stuff. They're making fun of these guys. And a PR guy says, "You know what makes those rockets fly?" And pilot's like, "Man, to explain the aerodynamics to a guy like you," and he shuts him right because funding. No bucks, no Buck Rogers. And that's what I think of whenever I get to this slide. If management doesn't care, you won't get funded. And it's not likely to work without funding. So management has to show commitment, though, by provisioning resources. That means people, money, time to work on it, a place to get things done, and they have to provide oversight. So they must go over, they must check. Now, management, there's a difference between monitoring and auditing. Monitoring is considered to them a day-to-day thing. And if you're in security now, you probably have been hearing for the last 3-4 years, "Oh, we need to do continuous monitoring, continuous monitoring, continuous monitoring." And that's true, absolutely. I can't just glance down at my indicators periodically, once a month at my car. I have to look at my speedometer regularly. I have to monitor regularly. Of course, most of my attention's outside the windshield where I'm going, my goal. Don't forget that. Most of your attention is not on security. It should be focused on what you do. Salespeople should be focused on selling. But still, as a security guy, I'm going to monitor things. I may monitor, I was a WAN guy at the trading firm, and I would monitor network utilization, just glance over it day to day and make sure, our average was, let's say it was 32%. Now, if one day I saw it 35%, do you think I flagged down the CEO? Boss, hold on. My name's Larry Cooper. I work for I'm in the WAN group, and I'm monitoring the WAN. And normally I see about a 32% utilization. Today, 35. Yeah. So generally the results of monitoring in this context don't feed up to senior management. But suppose I didn't typically see 32%, and one today I saw 100 or 98. This is a huge deviation. In which case, I might create an exception report. The exception report might include something like the results of monitoring because I monitored a huge deviation from a standard. I know you said normally don't bother with these things, but this looked big. But typically, management only looks at the results of audits. Audits are brought in, whatever, we're going to say at least once a year after a significant change. And it's management's job to do the plan, do, check. They have to act. They have to improve. They have to do their gap analysis. So it's a requirement of 27001 that you have an internal audit of your control objectives, controls, processes, procedures to make sure that they conform to 27001, and B, A, also in any relevant laws in your jurisdiction, and B, to the requirements per the users are effectively implemented and maintained at performance expected. Management has to review, again, at least every year or after a significant change. They take the results of audits. They take customer feedback, maybe. They take my exception reports. They take other things. I don't know. But the output should be some way to remediate it, some way to fix this and improve. And we do it. We calibrate the system. We tune it. People like to work at a good company. So remember, the disgruntled employee does a lot of damage. Well, we want to gruntle them. And people like to work at a winning organization. Now, when I wouldn't say it if they were a company, but since they're no longer a company, Scott Paper is long gone. Marco and I were at Scott Paper for a number of years, and they were laying off, it seemed, at one point every quarter for a while. And that was a miserable place to work. We used to joke around that on football season, nobody worked except for contractors on Monday morning. Remember that, Marco? We'd always joke around that, I forget, I think the blue badges were employees, right? Or no, the yellow badges were employees, whatever. And only the blue badges worked, during that time period because they were miserable. But then you get a company like Google. People are excited. They love that. So you want to publicize your successes. You want to promote these things, and you want people to feel good about their company. Crime prevention through environmental design. All right, that's our summary for this module. They did take out, again, the asset stuff, so we have another domain to do today. I want to do the asset security, but so far the flow seems pretty good. Now, normally in a regular class, if you were to pay for a class, we have more time with practice questions and stuff, something I didn't want to just give away. And also that wasn't the goal of this week. I want to see how long it takes me to go through the slides. So I want to make sure you know there's definite value to purchasing the full class future. All right, let me pause this and start on my other one. Okay, now asset security. All right, so this used to be part of the other previous domain. And so it's a very brief one, except that they introduced crypto. So we're going to see some crypto stuff here. That's kind of cool. Anybody know what asset Scotty's looking at there? It's like the most important asset other than humans to the enterprise. It's like the most important asset on the USS enterprise, other than the human assets. Oh, wrong movie, Philip. The flux capacitor. It's a dilithium crystal, baby. It's a dilithium crystal. Yes, it is. Captain. All right, so here we're looking at assurance requirements for the most part. We're going to find out what the asset is and assume for the most cases. I mean, an asset could be anything, but we're probably talking information assets. We're talking data and stuff. So we'll understand how what the requirements of people need. And don't just think of encryption as providing confidentiality. Again, it's how we authenticate. It's how I know it really was him. So I had used an analogy earlier. I said, I used a different person. Let's take Mike here. Say, Mike, you and I are the only two guys with keys to the filing cabinet. If you open up the cabinet and you see something in there that you go, well, you didn't put it in there, you know it came from Larry. And this is how authentication basically works. The problem is, in this symmetric scenario, where you and I have the same two keys to open it up, I could put something in there and blame you. Now, let's say this isn't a Satan's law, it's a Murphy's law. What I put in the filing cabinet was actually my lunch. I didn't feel like going to the refrigerator. Dangerous shortcuts. So I put this tuna fish hoagie in the filing cabinet Friday, and I forgot about it. I went out for pizza with Marco, and Monday morning, actually it's a 3-day weekend. So for Tuesday, the entire cabinet smells like fish. And Mike's not happy. So he tells Philip here, is the boss. And Philip calls me in his office and he says, Larry, why are you putting tuna fish sandwiches in the filing cabinet? And I'm from North Philadelphia, so I'm very likely to go, I'm putting up what? No, I don't mean to pick. My neighborhood is one of the murder capitals of Philly, if not the murder. It's a very, very, very tough section. But I'm going to say I didn't do it. I'm going to lie. Larry, you and Mike are the only two guys with the keys to the filing cabinet. It had to be one of you. Man, Mike's been acting freaky, man. I think him and his girl broke up. I was trying to talk to me, like snapped out of me. Now, Mike will know I'm lying. But Philip might not be able to tell mathematically. He might not just trust me anyway. But no, mathematically, he can't prove that because we both had the key. We share the key. We share the blame. So that's symmetric encryption. If it were an asymmetric system where I locked it up, say, with my private key and I'm the only one with it, now everybody with my public key can unlock it. So you don't get any confidentiality protection in this scenario. But you do know where it came from. Larry's private key must have been used. And since I didn't share it with anyone else, you could say, Larry, it had to be you. You can't blame Mike. Asymmetric encryption mathematically provides non-repudiation. To repudiate is to deny. You can't deny it. Your public key unlocked. It had to be your private key. Now, mathematically, that's probably true. But operationally, that's not true. No, I'm from North Philly. I'm going to go, damn, someone must have got to copy my key, man, or pick the lock somehow. And that happens all the time, guys. That's the attacks on cryptography. Now, something like DigiNotar was a certificate authority, a Federation Blessed CA, like VeriSign or whatever, and they had their private key stolen. So there was a case, someone got a copy of the key. Heartbleed, a recent attack on SSL, that was a pick the lock thing. So encryption in theory, asymmetric encryption in theory, provides non-repudiation. Operationally, no, it doesn't. And we need to know that. We need to know just for the test, but also so we can defend ourselves in the real world. All right, so our objective is understanding classification. We're going to talk more about how to classify and why we don't just want to classify in terms of sense of loss of sensitivity or confidentiality. That's not the only goal. and determine and maintain ownership. Now, it's funny up until this presentation, typically in these, whether it's CISM, CRISC I teach, or you identify the owner and then the owner identifies value. That's not so easy. Let's back up the truck there. Identify the owner? That is not really that easy many times, because a lot of times in my experience in the corporate world, people didn't know they owned it. They inherited ownership of a given item when they took on this assignment, this role. And the only reason they took on this role maybe was because they didn't like the role they were in. This isn't actually the role they wanted. They're still trying to get a different role, so they're not really paying all that much attention. And when you try to nail them down on, no, you own this is yours, they might even resist it at first, not even realizing. So it is not easy. First of all, you have to even identify the asset. A lot of times we think of running port scanners. You run a port scanner on a new machine. I'm going to bring up this machine. I want to make sure only the ports that are supposed to be listening are listening. Well, if you run a port scanner across your entire enterprise, I'm willing to bet you're going to find stuff you forgot you had. And how will I know who owned it? Well, I'll tell you what. My favorite answer would be the wrong answer on the test. I would turn it off and see who complained. But that's not going to be the right answer. Your answer is going to review periodic usage and needs, and then hopefully someone in that process will step up. Identify the owner and then maintain it and let them know. Sometimes in a project too, it's like during the development phase and before it goes live, it's owned by the PM. But as soon as it goes live, that ownership goes over to somebody else, right? So we also have to track that ownership. Certainly, we need to protect privacy. PII is going to show up a bit on the test, and that could be anything. You know, people think we just got in this debate. In the DoD, it's a little different. You don't have necessarily any expectation of privacy, but everywhere else you do. You can't. And I get people tell me all the time. They were told, my boss wanted me to get in his mail and read. And I said, you know how to do that. No, he could be writing something to his doctor. Since you didn't allow his POP3 mail or his other stuff, he had to use a company mail to write his doctor about his whatever sensitive medical thing. So no, you're not allowed to do that in most cases. Absolutely not. We'll talk about more of this in incident response, how to get access, you know, if law enforcement, they have a warrant or something like that. We need to assure appropriate retention, again, your Sarbanes-Oxley or something. Whatever it is, if there's a business requirement, whether legally or just, you know, for you, it just seems right, then make sure you have come up with not just the proper policies, but the proper media to handle it. Determine the data security controls, and this could be anything from, which we'll do more about in authorization and our identity and access management. We'll look up, you know, giving people read access if they don't need write access and stuff like that. But also encryption, which is what they're going to be doing a lot here. There'll also be just, you know, human controls. Know that you turn that into here. In fact, if you're in incident management, you know all those things about chain of custody and who can, you know, whenever somebody has possession of an evidence, you know, you have to maintain that documented chain of custody. You also have things like if someone does a pen test or an audit, that they can only, you know, provide the results of that to authorized receivers. You know, you can't just give everybody these things. Establish the handling requirements, policy, standards, procedures show up more here, and then the big new thing here, protecting assets with cryptography. Yeah, I used the term earlier. Taxonomy. Tax means to classify. Now, I'm going to use this thing a couple times when we get the databases as gesture drawers. So again, if I take all of my clothes out of the dryer and I pop them on the guest bed, that's not a taxonomy. That's not a database. The easy part is storing things, but I want to retrieve it later. Try to find that left brown sock. It's going to be much harder. So we come up with classification schemes that help us store and retrieve things in a way that makes sense for us. Now, when we get the databases, we'll understand that this drawer is limited. I can only do a hierarchical database with this drawer. I can say shirts go in the shirts drawer, pants go in the pants drawer, underwear goes in the underwear drawer. But I might want to have on St. Patty's Day where I open up one drawer and I just open up the green drawer. But I don't normally set my clothes together that way. In a relational database, I could have virtual type of drawers like that. That's pretty cool. Where does t-shirts go? Are t-shirts underwear or t-shirts shirts? And this is a problem. We have different inconsistent taxonomies. So NIST might tell you t-shirts, nah, it's a shirt. And I say, no, t-shirts are different than underwear. And I'm more concerned with, don't make me spend too much time on this, guys. Don't overtax the business. Don't have a separate drawer for left brown socks unless it absolutely meets your requirements. But other than that, don't force your users. There's another issue with taxonomies. The more drawers you have, the more difficult it is to write procedures. The more difficult it is to read, the more difficult it is to follow. So we really try to keep our classification schemes as simple as possible. How we cracked the German Enigma machine is no longer top secret. Continuing to protect it that way would waste a lot of time and money. So while some assets could appreciate in value, my guitars I hope will go up. Information assets typically depreciate in value. So we want to have specified our declassification criteria so I don't overprotect anything. NIST recommends you create high, medium, and low values for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. You might need more roles. By all means, if you need more levels, do more levels. You meet business requirements. But if you can get away with fewer, I would do fewer. Because again, fewer levels means easier procedures to write, read, and follow. So we try to make it as simple as possible. And I get it. I said in the private sector, I noticed most people still focus only on confidentiality. But at least many are starting to focus on availability. Instead of confidentiality, we know the word sensitivity. Instead of the word availability, we know they may use the word criticality. Do not confuse critical with important. Everybody's important, for example. Your customer service people are important. Your auditors are important. If there is a disaster, it is way more critical you get customer service people up within hours. Auditors, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. I mean, you're important, but I could probably live without you for weeks or months if I had to. They're not as critical. If I get in a car accident, my heart is and my pulse, very critical. It's very important. My retirement plan is very important, but they're not going to check my retirement plan if I get in a car accident. They're going to check my pulse because in time, that's more critical. We have to identify our assets. We could look at logs, and hopefully people log what they bought. Oh, Marco, it goes before you. Before I was at IBM, I was at a place briefly where I handled AT&T in Bedminster, New Jersey, and this is where all long-distance phone calls went in and out of to transcontinental to European phone. It was right during Desert Storm. And I show up one day and there's federal marshals all over the place. And I think there's terrorists in the building. No, somebody, coincidentally the guy I reported to, was turned in for software licensing infringement. And he said, Larry, if I have 100 copies, it was all over, it turned out to be about one piece of software. Walker Richard Quinn's Reflections, Terminal Emulator. He said, if I have 100 copies of Reflections out there, Larry, I bought 100 copies. My problem was I didn't log what I bought. It's very common. People are getting much better, but you never know, especially in smaller offices. Workflow analysis. Just, let me see how you do your job. Let me see the steps you take. And these are important whether you're doing business process reengineering to see if there's a better way to do it, but also when I'm doing business continuity plans, because people don't always remember supplies. You're identifying machines. When you see the workflow, you go, whoa, so you obviously need staples then. Oh, yeah, staples. Yeah, they staple these forms together. Oh, good point. All right, scanning. I told you, just run a port scanner. You might identify or other tools to scan. Even going back to the 90s, Microsoft SMS could scan a machine. It wasn't very good at identifying its own apps, but they've gotten better, of course. And we identify and assign ownership. Now, everybody's going to have a role. Somebody owns some process. Somebody owns something. That's day-to-day responsibility. We identify, we establish, and determine requirements, and that's based on value, which is going to help us classify it. The owners are going to determine who has to access and at what level. Not many people need write access to a DLL. And yet default, Marco and I went through a lot of that. We were installing application after application at Scott when Windows came out, and we were there to just see what changes it made to the OS and what default rights did it leave, and they were awful. Awful. They'd often put stuff in the System32 directory that they didn't need to, and we could move that out. We used to use a tool called Anyman. I'm sure you remember that one, Marco. Anyman is a great tool. In fact, you trained me on it. And we would see all these different things, and maybe this was a real bad one. So, do people need write access? No, of course not. Well, they might. Oh, it's not working. Why? It's trying to open up a temp file in the System32 directory. Let's go. Is there any file I can move the temp file to a local file? No. Maybe there is. Maybe there is. All right. So now I got to give you write access to the directory, and I have to set the attributes of each individual file to be read-only. That's a lot more tedious. But the worst case, notice 123 release 3 on a network. Had a license directory. Required all users to have full control of that directory or else it didn't work. That means any user could break every user by accident. Lovely. So these things are easy. You know, when we talk about identity and access management, we're going to say, oh, need to know and least privilege. Yeah, easier said than done. And the owners will also evaluate how well security is doing. Again, we're there to service them. We don't want to forget when some of your controls break our ability to trade, right? So we don't want to do that. So their job is to say, how's security doing? And it's up to the owners to determine how well we're doing. The users will let you know. Right? So that's important. We have to give people direction. I've become one of these old farts that blames everything on kids. It's you know, really, on the one hand, I feel so bad for them. On the other hand, dang kids, they're disrespectful. They're not the way they were when I was little. I don't know. I mean, it was illegal to do this. I've been working since I was 9. I can't get mad at my kids because they don't have a job yet. You know, she's 9. But I also feel bad because they don't have the directions that we had. Now, when I was a kid, my father passed when I was young, but he was with me till I was 5 years old instead. And I remember a very young age. I don't think I may have been 3 or 4. He gave me tools. And one of them, my favorite, was the hand drill. It was this red wood, really nice thing. And you could drill holes. And I was drilling holes. He gave me a block of wood to drill holes. And I was just drilling holes. I just thought it was the coolest thing. And he had 2 of them. One was his. And he said, this one was your pop-ups. Now it's yours. Who does that with their kids today? How many people outside of us maybe sit down with their kids? This was the antivirus software your pop-up used to use. Now, you remember what pop-up always said? You go on Facebook, they change those privacy settings regularly. You got to look. They don't. Most people, it's like giving kids cars in that generation when cars were new. So the parents would go, kids in their cars. No, thank you. I'll take a horse and a buggy any day. Yeah, I got the kid a car. Guess what he did? Crashed it. Well, yeah, if you gave him no direction on how to use the car. So it's tough. A lot of kids have a hard time right now. They're feeling it all out. You know, it's pretty funny. I've been in this field for long, but my 9-year-old, I don't know how many people have kids here, especially in that age group. Minecraft is just taken over, and she's doing some it's Perl and what else? But she's doing programming, you know, and it's pretty cool. Java, she's doing Java, and it's really cute. 9 years old, and she'll like lose something. Dad, oh no, I got it. Like I said, can I help you, honey? No, you're only gonna mess stuff up, you know. So for 9 years old. Oh, let me go back here. I'm sorry. When we work with senior management to understand the overall direction, to understand our level of authority, to understand the basic goals and the scope, to understand my costs or my budget constraints, my schedules. And then I work with the departmental users, and I did the risk assessment. I think I've identified what they want. I want to make sure I totally got them. So functional requirements, very hard to get. So you might think, for example, if I asked you to bring me a picture of a dog tied to a fence, that's my requirement. I want a picture of a dog tied to a fence. Some of you might take a picture of a dog and tie that picture to a fence. And I go, there's your picture of a dog tied to a fence. But that's not what I meant. Guy I got to work with for one day and impressed me forever. Smeet Malhotra wrote SBVR. This is the semantics of business vocabulary and business rules. And particularly when dealing with requirements, he said it's very important that we make sure that we understand the context of a particular business area. People use different words different ways. Right? So if you talk to, say, a network guy, a physical layer guy about ATM, he's going to think, asynchronous transfer mode. If you talk to a banker about an ATM, he's thinking you mean an automated teller machine. Right? And some older folks, you mean Adobe Type Manager? So we have to understand what they mean in that context of that business. So to make sure that I heard them right, I'm going to architect a paper, me the security architect, called the strategy. And I'm going to pass it before the steering committee. This would be hopefully the CEO, but at least these other business process owners. I go, did I hear you right? Did I capture your intent right? Is this what we're trying to solve? So the strategy paper is just between security and the key stakeholders here, the key managers. Once that's approved, we develop architectures to meet those requirements. And some of the things we architect are, some of the controls are, physical, but some of them are going to be paper. And we architect policies, we architect standards, we architect procedures. And we saw this a little bit, right? Got to give people direction. My buddy who helped me, I told him, Rick Shaw, who used to work with me when I was younger, helped coach me out of my juvenile delinquency. And he just said that you can't take a rock out of a kid's hand unless you're prepared to put a ball in it. You can't just tell your employees what not to do. You have to tell them what to do. Right? So policies direct what, where, when, why we are doing this. So we have to protect personally identifiable information, especially in emails, when dealing with customers, blah, 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 blah. And it's important because we respect people's privacy, and there's also a law against it, blah, blah, blah. Now, 3 broad categories of policies. There's the overall plan that NIST says management creates because they are legally required to, and that's about it. So they're just getting out of a legal requirement there. It's not very detailed, but it better include compliancy issues, very testable, compliancy issues. That basically boils down to what is expected of me, and probably most testable, what will happen to me if I fail to meet those expectations. Oh, you didn't tell me I'd be fired? Yes, we did, Bob. In fact, you signed off on the policy when you were hired. You took a training program about it, an awareness program. You took a quiz at the end. You scored an A. There's your certificate on your wall. Ew, guess you did tell me. But for more details, we have 2 broad categories. We have issue and system specific. Now, issue specific would apply to everybody. It would be an issue like email or acceptable use for internet surfing or something. I don't care what system you use. You go to the internet, this is what you do. You're not to do this. Both the overall plan and issue-specific apply to everyone. They may be considered organizational policies. They apply to everyone in the organization. But if you don't have a company car, there's no reason to read the company car policy. System-specific policies only apply to the users of that system, and they are some of the most difficult to write because management will have to come to terms with 3 big constraints. Technical. It doesn't do that, sir. What? No, there's no way to. Exchange doesn't have a feature for that. Oh. Is there a way to make it? Yeah, I found a third-party product that could do that. Oh, great. Yeah, that's $100 per seat and $100 a year maintenance. Whoa. Well, that might not work. No, we've got one, sir. We're going to do it. We're going to bite down. Okay, great. But it's going to slow things down, sir. We used to get 10 transactions an hour. You're lucky to get 2. So management has to work with a technical administrator to balance the level of detail in these system-specific policies. All of these could include acceptable use. Acceptable use policies could be in the overall issue like email. Acceptable use could be on the company car. Please don't forget acceptable use policies. You have to tell people what's expected. Marco and I did this. They were so terrible. Marco, I quoted every class. We were trying to come up with ways to run Windows Windows was new in a corporate environment, and we'd come up with this tool. Any man could also work with Windows, and people said, "No, I want my Windows the way I look at it. It's my personal computer. I should be able to do what I want with it." And Marco did a presentation and said, "Look, if we gave you a company car, are you allowed to put a radio in it or a moonroof?" Remember that meeting, Marco? That was a great point you had. Marco checked out on me. Marco, no. All right, he's probably sick of me. Oh, there he goes. That was our first dog and pony show, I think. I don't know if we call it dogs and pony. We might have had squids and monkey shows. Marco and I had a good time. Supporting the policy, how? So we told you to encrypt. Now the standard is, and you're going to use AES. If you just remember that AES stands for Advanced Encryption Standard, you might get a test question right to remember that. Same with DES, the Data Encryption Standard. Procedures would be step-by-step instructions on how to do that. And we know that we have so many problems due to failure to follow procedures. We talked about the baselines, got to have at least an 8-character password. You can go to 15, but you got to be at least 8. And guidelines or suggestions. If I were you, as a martial artist, I always say, if I were you, I'd keep my rear hand in front of my chin. But, you can do whatever you want, because when you get in the ring, I won't feel the punch. You'll see it over and over on your test. Something about it. We are the weakest link. Humans are the weakest link. The reasons for non-compliance, people are taking shortcuts, or they're actually doing something wrong. And two-party fraud would be collusion. We'll talk about more countermeasures here. And access control will deal with some of these, but if I'm doing rotation of duties, it can detect fraud and collusion. It's hard in some organizations to do total rotation of duties. You might not have the full. So one thing that will definitely show up on your test is mandatory vacations. So Bob, he's never taken a sick day, never been a vacation. I don't know what we do without him. He's been embezzling for 30 years. So again, a United States bank, if you work in a bank and you touch money, you must take 2 weeks of contiguous vacation off a year. You cannot say every Friday, over the summer. It has to be contiguous. Somebody else is going to go over your work. It's a detective control. Mandatory vacations, detective controls. We talked about training and awareness, education, tells people what to do, rotation of duties, mandatory vacations, and our two-party integrity. And remember, separation of duties and dual control require 2 people to get the job done, to complete the process. But separation of duties, Bob doing one thing and Alice does something else. So while they both provide two-party integrity, separation of duties also provides confidentiality protection. All right, we're going to step into the crypto mart at a very high level. We're not going to expect to be, I kind of like it. But we never expect to be cryptographers. I try to stay consumer level anyway throughout the class. But this way, we could just stick at the very high level for now, not even worry about more. So again, we're dealing with information assets. And I have requirements like I need to make it confidential, but I also need to authenticate it. I need to know that that bank record really came from there. I really need to know that, and think about it, Microsoft doesn't care who reads Service Pack 2. So there's no confidentiality protection in that. But it's very important to a consumer that Service Pack 2 came from Microsoft. It wasn't altered. Microsoft can't blame anybody else. Does that make sense? It's my TCP question, just making sure people are listening. Yeah, sure. Digital signatures provide 3 of the 4 services that you get in encryption. Encryption, you get confidentiality, authenticity, integrity, non-repudiation. Digital signatures give me 3 of the 4, and they don't crypt anything. There's no confidentiality. Crypt comes from the Greek. It means to hide. I want to show you a hash. Well, first, we did the symmetric and asymmetric encryption, really. So I said if we had, Kim and I are the only two keys to the filing cabinet, we have a shared secret, we can encrypt data, and we can also authenticate. But somebody could blame somebody else. Larry could blame Kim. But if it were an asymmetric system where you have one key to lock and one key to unlock. Now, public-private key pairs work like this. Whatever one key does, the other key can undo. If you want to send a confidential message to me, encrypt it with my public key. I'll be the only one with the private key. I'm the only one who can decrypt it. I won't know where it came from, but at least you'll know I was the only one to see it. But if you want to make sure it came from Larry, I would encrypt it with my private. Anybody could decrypt it, but they know it came from me, and I can't blame anyone else. Man, you could do both things. Why do we even have symmetric encryption? Let's get rid of that. Why do we still have symmetric encryption if asymmetric encryption can do all of this? And more. What's an advantage of symmetric encryption over asymmetric? Speed. On a magnitude of 1,000 times faster. We're not going to encrypt any data asymmetrically. They don't encrypt anything over. I've never seen anything bigger than 256. In theory, I could see 512. I've never seen bits. I've never seen anything a K. I've never even heard of encrypting anything a K with asymmetric encryption. I'm sure it could be done, but I've just never seen a system that did that. What I encrypt was your public key. Your secret key. One of the big fundamental problems of symmetric encryption is getting the other person the key. You make up a number. Okay, the key's going to be Eagle123. And I got to tell Alice, well, I can't encrypt that. My telling her that the key is. That's kind of like getting your password to email. I can't mail it to you. I need my password to email. Oh, let me mail that over to you. I can't get in it. Oh, dude, I'll mail it again. Try not to lose it. No, that's a challenge. That's a paradox. So we say you have to have, you'll see this on the test, an out-of-band key exchange. Out-of-band. That means like I didn't get my ATM card and the PIN in the same communication letter. It was a different channel, a different band, different letter. In the private sector, out-of-band key exchange, I understand, is 90+% yellow sticky. So that's why it's a prize jewel of a dumpster diver, right? So that was the major reason asymmetric encryption started. The very first asymmetric algorithm publicly known was Diffie-Hellman, and its only job was to agree on symmetric keys. That's all it is. It doesn't encrypt data. All right, I want you to see a hash, and it might be easier if I just share my entire screen here. Just make sure I don't have anything too embarrassing. Let's see. Let's share my screen. Oh, wait. That's an application. Share screen. Hide icons and taskbar. That sounds good. Let's see if that works. Okay, you guys see a bit of my stuff here, right? It's a yes, I hope. Yeah, okay. All right, I am going to check integrity. Now, let's imagine I drop my car off at the parking lot and I have to leave my keys to my car. Prevention is gone. I don't have prevention to maintain the integrity of my car. So when we don't have prevention, we always look for detection and response. So how can I detect? Well, I could write down the mileage, before I drop it off. And I'd have to check it again when I get there. So the key to integrity is to take account and to recount it. Accounting controls. And counting controls are integrity controls. Right, so I'm going to account for my car. I'm going to account for it, but I'm going to do it with an MD5 hash. So let's create a quick, very simple file. Notepad, my car. Actually, make sure I don't have one in here. DLStart.txt. Okay. All right, Notepad, mycar.txt. And I create a very simple file. Where's my notepad? Where'd you go? It's hidden somewhere. Where'd you go, notepad? It's hidden behind one of these. There it goes. Okay. And my car is going to be something very simple. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. right? 0 through 9, that's a picture of my car. So if somebody drives my car around, these numbers will change. If they do anything to my car, if they move the mirror, this is going to change. I'm going to change Alt FX, save that. And I run MD5 against it. And I get this 128-bit message digest. We call them hashes. The official term is message digest. I'm willing to bet we call them hashes because it's a lot fewer keystrokes. But this is a message digest. That's why it's called MD5, for message digest number 5. All right, now I go, and then when I come to pick up my car, it's not Satan's law, it's Murphy's law. The guy moved a mirror, whatever. He changed a 0 to a 1. From a binary perspective, I'm changing 1 bit of this file. And I run MD5 against it. And I get a different message digest. And I start freaking in. Because I always assume the worst. That's what they want me to think. Sir, nobody moved it. You mean no one moved my... No, someone did something because I'm getting a different MD5. You better find out what happened to my car. Sir, calm down. They figure out. Dude, put the mirror back. This guy's freaking out. Oh, sorry. And I run MD5 again. Okay. All right, everything's back to normal again. See, the point of the message digest, it uses cryptographic math, but not to crypt, not to hide anything, just to check the integrity. We're looking for changes. And the way it's supposed to work is that if there's any input difference in 2 files, you're going to get a different hash. But if they're the same, I should get the same hash. Right? That's the idea. It doesn't always work that way. We'll have plenty of time to discuss that. But we're right now just what is the goal of this? Now, this works if I created the first hash. If I drop my car off at the parking lot and create a hash of it when I first do it and then come back. But that's not what happens. Typically, I bought it over the internet. So the seller creates the hash file. And what am I using? It's called MD5 sum, just a command line utility. There's plenty of Windows free ones, but MD5 is nice from the command line. You're welcome. So I go to the cars.com and I buy a car, and the seller takes a picture of it, and he puts the picture in the glove compartment. He puts this hash in the glove compartment. And the way the process is supposed to work is the delivery man brings the car to me, and I take the hash out, the picture of the car, and I take a picture of the car, and I compare the two. And if I see a scratch in my picture, but it wasn't in the hash or the original picture, then I know the delivery man damaged the car in delivery. Problem is, delivery man did damage the car, but just got a little crafty. He said, let me just remove the hash that they created, and I'll create my own hash with the scratch in the car. The problem with a hash value is it has to be authenticated. I need to know that this was created by the seller, not the attacker. When Microsoft creates a hash of Service Pack 2, they authenticate it by encrypting it with the sender's private. They encrypt that hash with their private key. We have their public key, or we could get it, doesn't matter, and we can check it. And we create a hash, we decrypt theirs, we go, oh, those two look the same. That's what a digital signature is. Does that make sense, guys? Everybody pretty comfortable with that so far? Yeah, it's awesome. So let's go back at this thing here, and what the heck, I'll just share the whole screen. Yeah, because I'm going to want to sniff now anyway, so that's cool. All right, so look, the only things I use my asymmetric algorithms for to share symmetric keys, I can encrypt a symmetric key with this receiver's public. We'll be the only one to read it. That's what SSL does. Or I could validate the hash came from me by encrypting it with my private. The only things we do asymmetric encryption for was to agree upon keys, key exchange, or to sign hashes. And I see there's a comment. I usually use file hash for Windows. That was a CLI command. Cool. You're welcome. Yeah, so that's pretty cool stuff. And while we're here, since I brought it up, let's sniff out an SSL trace and see exactly how this works. Anytime you use a crypto system today, modern crypto systems, I don't care if it's PGP for mail. say, or SSL to talk to a web server, and we use SSL for all kinds of stuff. IPsec, whatever you're doing, there's going to be a negotiation of these algorithms. The system, the SSL handshake, and that's what we're about to sniff out, will say, pick something from column 1, column 2, and column 3, and we'll give you those 4 services. So let's do that right now. I believe I have Wireshark loaded. And let's see. I've had some weird things where I'm going to turn off my Wi-Fi because all right, it's on, but it isn't connected. Okay, great. Because I've had things where the packets took 2 different routes. It's pretty funny. All right, so I'm going to go to the ISC square. Let me get my capture getting ready to start here. Beautiful thing, by the way, start with Wireshark. So it's been 2 full years now. You used to have to sniff on one interface at a time. Now I can sniff on multiple interfaces. Look at all these packets going by too. All right, but I'm just going to sniff that and get ready. I'll get ready to go to the ISC squared. Oh, there's my girls. ISC2.org. All right, now when that goes to SSL, we'll know that we've completed the SSL handshake. So we see the lock come up here. Okay, so we know we got our SSL handshake, so let's stop that. And I've got a predefined filter SSL handshake. And the client, when a client talks to a server, now I don't know, I've got a few hellos, so I might have seen a different thing, but there's a certificate here, a certificate here. We saw there were other packets going on in the background. For all I know, my Gmail was updating in the background. We'll find out. But when a client talks to a server, they'll announce to the server what combinations of IL1, 2, and 3 algorithms do they understand. And this actually looks like Internet Explorer in the background there. That might have been Internet Explorer going on. All of them have updated, by the way, this year with some much better stuff. So much better this year than it was last year. First of all, MD5 has been cracked since 2004. SHA was cracked in 2005, and up until this year, Internet Explorer Firefox didn't offer these SHA 256 versions. Chrome was the first to be out the door for this, and any major browser I know that I sniff. Typically, we used to see a Type 4, and it's not even supported anymore. But let's look at a very simple handshake. Let's say we're going to use RSA for my asymmetric algorithm. Actually, this is a client saying I'm capable of doing this. I could do AES at 128 bits, excuse me, for my symmetric encryption, and I can use SHA for my hash. Now, the server's configured to decide, no, you'll do this. Now, Diffie-Hellman doesn't sign. Diffie-Hellman, I told you, is the first asymmetric algorithm, but it's only used for key agreements. So if you pick Diffie-Hellman, you see this handshake, this cipher suite is capable of doing that. But if it does Diffie-Hellman, that would only be to agree upon this AES 256-bit key. To sign that hash, that SHA hash, they're going to use their RSA key. And we really need to get away from Diffie-Hellman and RSA. These things got to go away. They are so inefficient compared to the elliptical curve. And recently, I found that all the browsers are not only supporting it, but Google is doing it in both ways. So I could use elliptical curve, say, as a Diffie-Hellman exchange, but still use RSA to sign the hashes. And that's where some people went for a while, and I blame the certificate authorities. We'll know more about that coming up here. We'll talk about that. We might have to take a break here and come back. But it took a while for the certificate authorities to give out signing keys that were elliptical curve. But Google has been doing it for 2 years now, at least in my sniff. So in that case, I'll use elliptical curve as a Diffie-Hellman exchange to agree on the AES 128-bit key. But I could also use elliptical curve as a digital signature algorithm to authenticate this SHA 256-bit hash. That makes sense, everybody? Everybody kind of follow that now? Every crypto system in the world. Pick something from column A, column B, and column C. And you might need to pick 2 asymmetric algorithms because Diffie-Hellman can't sign. These are the only algorithms I see asymmetrically ever used. Doesn't mean you won't be questioned by more on the test. They want you to know about some historical one. Did you know that Tahir el-Gamal modified Diffie-Hellman to give you the ability to sign as well? Yes, and when he did it, he weakened it. Ron Rivest cracked it, and no one uses it. Why are you making me learn that? Or one day when Whitfield Diffie wasn't there, and Martin Hellman was working with Whitfield Diffie, Martin Hellman, excuse me, Diffie Hellman. Who was the other guy? Ralph Merkle was hanging around with Martin Hellman, and they created Merkle-Hellman, also known as knapsack. Cracked very quickly. No one uses it. The ISC squared considers it common freaking knowledge, but whatever. We'll worry about this. In real life, I never see anything but Diffie-Hellman, RSA, and I'm always happy when I see elliptical curve. Just out of curiosity, let's see if I did get the ISC square. All right, so they chose to do elliptical curve with AES, with RSA. So whoever this server is, they don't have an elliptical curve signing key. They're still using it. So, and let's see who the certificate is. When you get a certificate, you're getting someone's ID card. It's a credential. It validates your X.500 name. You can claim to be www.microsoft.com. I need proof. So and this is the ISC square. So their certificate, their ID card does claim. I'm pulling them over. Hey, by the way, let me check your ID, man. Now on an ID card, typically, you got a photograph, and they look at your face and they look at that picture. Well, they're not going to work that here. They're going to go back to the IP address that this came from and check with the DNS server. Is this IP address actually domain named www.isc2.org? Okay, good. Just double checking that. All right. When we come back, we'll check more on this certificate. I really want you to know how to check people's ID on the internet. So we'll go over these fields. It's a signed certificate. But we'll go over these, the version, the serial number, and it can be very important to know this concept. It was signed by a third party with SHA at 256 bits using RSA. Who signed it? Oh, Thought. Thought is their certificate authority. And when you get a driver's license, it's good between this date and that date. Well, that's not to use before this date and that date. But these other stuff. Oh, the basic thing is public key. Now look how big this public key is. Because it's a signing key, that's a big key. I believe it told me if the certificate itself is 3036, well, about a good deal of that is the private key. If this were an ECC key, I could get away with about 256 bits. It'd be stronger than this. Be way stronger than that. 128 bits might even do it. Or no, not 128. I'm sorry, be closer to probably 256. I probably need 256 to get it. 512 would be larger than this thing. You'd need 15,000 bits of an RSA public key to give me 512 bytes of entropy. So we'll know much more about that when we come back. So it's 3 o'clock. Everybody still enjoying class? Still going well? Yes, sir. All right, let's take another break. We probably got about a half hour more to go. So get back at 3:15. It's called MD5 sum, Mike. You can see it actually there. Where is my recording icon? Claims I can see it. All right, welcome back. Get the recording going. So again, we saw how SSL and all crypto systems will do this. Mix something from aisle 1, 2, and 3 to give you confidentiality, integrity. You never get availability from crypto. Authenticity and non-repudiation. Yeah, be careful. There are some tricky questions like that. Can you get availability with encryption? No. No. If it is available already, encryption can help protect it. But if it's not available already, encryption's not going to do anything. And I like to think, anybody recognize this guy? It's the father from Mary Poppins. Again, confidentiality isn't the answer to everything. Many times it's much more important that we know where it came from, that it wasn't altered, and people can't blame people. So I like to think of a pompous British banker, and no one did it better than Mr. Banks. I often say that when you're like CISM especially, you read these questions like a pompous British banker, you'll understand. I want to know that this is properly accounted for. This is totally irresponsible of somebody. I don't know if it's been modified or not. The way things run around here, I don't know who did what or what did who. So when we encrypt the data, we get confidentiality. When you sign something, you get authenticity, integrity, and non-repudiation. The hash gives you the integrity, and the asymmetric system gives us the authenticity, and the fact it's not, can't be denied, can't be repudiated, or some people might say refudiated. I'm sorry, I'm just teasing. What I want to point out here too. Anybody remember what it was? You can't pass your test without it. It doesn't matter. No, I just make sure that, I know what it was. Confidentiality, I have two types of things here. Secrets and private. And this will help you understand which key to use. Secrets are things you share. So if you're having a personal conversation with a person, that's a secret. Shh, don't tell anybody. But when you do, you encrypt your hard drive, that's just private, that's personal. And either of these can fall under confidentiality. So be careful. In a symmetric system, there's secret keys. They're not private keys. Secret keys are shared between people. But a private key in an asymmetric system, you keep to yourself. You give the public key out to anybody, and your private key is supposed to stay with you. We'll talk more about that. That makes it a little difficult to back up if that's the case. Now we're going to have the OSI model and stuff and network and beat it up way more. But just to recoup here, the OSI, or the ISO creates this open system interconnect model, the 7-layer model we're all familiar with in the mid-'80s. It's there to replace TCP/IP. TCP/IP is going away, baby. It's going away. Government's already signed off. It didn't go away. The truth is, the OSI model failed. People generally don't think of it that way. Let me go back. It actually failed. And the ISO dropped support in '94. But with everybody using it as a sales tool, they brought it back in like 2010, and now, guess what? $200 and some to find out what they're calling. So I didn't buy it. But yeah, when people decided to put the World Wide Web over TCP/IP, Marco and I used to do IPX networks. That was our biggest stuff, and that was more OSI compliant. But let's break it down. It didn't really change. We can still use it. So people work with an application. Bob works with whatever word processor. You work with your mail client. That mail client is going to want to talk to something else. Whenever you're talking over the internet, you're going to have to take this data and somehow put address information so the receiver knows what to do with it. So originally they had the host-to-host layer. The host-to-host layer's job was to identify the source and destination application. So to the web browser or the web server at port 80 from the web browser at whatever port 5000. Well, that's like saying make sure when you get to the hotel it goes to this room. Well, what's the address of the hotel? So at the internet layer, you define an IP address. This is associated with the operating system. Now, everything that goes on this OS is going to have this IP address. These are the addresses we mostly think of when you send packet sniffing. I'm talking about the packet header. I'm talking about the thing at layer 3 here, the internet layer that identifies the source and destination operating system. But I could say to a web server in China, my mailman's not picking that up and going to China. No, at the network interface, where the rubber hits the road, there are locally significant addresses that don't make sense to the users. They're not paying attention to this. When I mail a letter to a friend in China, I'm thinking of my friend in China. I'm not thinking that the mailman's going to pick it up at my address, drop it off at the nearest mail hub. They're going to pick it up, and depending on whether they're sending it via a boat, it's going to have a dock, source and destination dock. If it's going by plane, it's going to have a source and destination airport. Your network interface headers in the frame header, the MAC addresses, which associate with the network cards and stuff, these are only locally significant. They're stripped off at every router hop. Now, this quick introduction to the OSI model. We'll get much deeper. The OSI model got a little more granular. We maintain the integrity of these levels. We just got more granularity. So yes, people work with applications, but how will the application present the data in binary form? So I'm typing in letters A, B, C, D. What's the right way to represent the letter A in a series of ones and zeros? Well, we have to agree. And I avoided the movie The Titanic because it was a chick flick. I had no intention of seeing the silly movie. But eventually I got to see it, and I became obsessed about the Titanic. One of the problems in the Titanic was we had electronic communication, we had the telegraph, but not everybody agreed on how to present the data. After the Titanic goes down, we decide, you know what, we got to pick a standard. In the Radio Act of 1912, the very first law I know in the United States governing electronic communication, one of the things they said, you will use Morse code from now on, because they were getting messages in different coding schemes. Now, I don't think it's because somebody decided that is God's holy way to encode data. It's got to be Morse. No, but if we don't agree on something, it's like we had to pick red to, something could equal stop and green could equal go, whatever. We picked red. And now let's stick with it. And now everybody can share the road. Everybody can share this data. Attackers know this too, A lot of our IDSs are looking for the ways that you present the data. When they spell Viagra wrong, it's not because they can't spell. They're trying to elude IDS. You presented it differently. We're going to get a lot more detail on how we can present things differently. And, generally they encrypt it. There's so many attacks today, the botnets are encrypted. The data is encrypted. I can't see that. So I can look at the headers. Let's move it down, though. Say Bob works with an application, all right, Microsoft Word. He's going to present it as a .doc file, and he's going to save it on the F drive, but he doesn't have an F drive locally. No, that's on the NFS server. Well, how do I get his attention? How do I get in there? Login authentication, DNS, different protocols. I always think of the magic words. I go to a few different countries for my job, and whatever country you go to and you want to learn a little bit of the native language, what do you learn? You learn please, thank you, hello, goodbye. These are the session layer protocols. I at least need to know how to log in. Right? Anytime I'm establishing a connection with Mike Harding, I know you've taught a number of Cisco classes, and there might be a few people out there done Cisco. It's my experience that Cisco beats this up a lot. And when you don't understand the question, the answer is very likely session layer. Just a little tip I give. All right, the host-to-host just became transport layer. The internet layer became the network layer. The network interface became data link. And they told us how to drive on the road, but they didn't tell us what the road would look like. So we added in a physical layer. We're going to know a lot more about this. We're going to know a lot more on network data. Right now, we're just trying to look at it from an encryption perspective. If I have like whole disk encryption, I'm running an application. That's an application. PGP does a lot of stuff, which is generally thought of as an application. So we'll think of that as application layer. S-MIME. Well, when I was your boy, and I got Marco here to back us up, you couldn't send attachments in an email, not without making it look like it was an ASCII code. You had to use UU encode, right? We're going to beat this up much more in the next module tomorrow. But we write things in 8 bits at a time, a byte. But ASCII doesn't require 8 bits. ASCII required 7. So they only expected for mail that you would be using 7 bits at a time. When you did other stuff, graphic files, whatever, you couldn't do it in mail. But then they came out with a way to use that 8th bit, and that was the multi-purpose internet mail extensions. And that was one of the major reasons to go from MS Mail to Exchange. SMIME adds encryption services to this. So basically, I can encrypt your mail so no one else could see it. I could sign the message so you know it came from me, it wasn't corrupted. I can't blame anybody. You can do both. Those are basic services we think of. On a test too, I noticed that most people think that encrypted mail is either PGP or SMIME. There's a lot of ways to encrypt mail. I'm doing POP3 and SMTP for some of it over SSL. Most people think SSL is only for web servers. We're going to see SSL used for all kinds of stuff. I don't know what they want on the test. I'll just give you a few things. I do know that they beat up SSL. So. SET. I love SET. Secure electronic transaction. If everything goes well and everything worked properly when I go to Amazon and I put in my credit card number, I feel comfortable that only Amazon people could have seen my credit card number. And I ask why. I feel less secure than giving my card to a waiter. I don't know if that's a good idea. Why can't I just encrypt my credit card number with my bank's public key? Let Amazon say, hey, I can't read this, but I can see his bank name. Give it to my bank. My bank just has to decrypt it with their private key and then give Amazon money. Well, of course, my bank wants to make sure it came from me. All right, why don't I encrypt my transaction once with my private key, my credit card number, once with my private key to ensure that it came from me? But I'm going to do it again with my bank's public key. Now I give this to Amazon. Amazon says I can't read the credit card number, but I can see his bank is Fred's bank. Let me send it over to Fred's bank. My bank can decrypt it with their public key, or excuse me, with their private key. I know only they could see it if it was encrypted with their public. And since I encrypted it with my private, they can decrypt it with my public and know that it came from me. Now I have everything, and I have another feature that most people don't consider in security, and we have a lot of problems. I have mutual authentication that way. I know it's my bank knows it's Larry. Think about that concept that we knew as little children. When you learn to use the telephone and electronic information sharing devices, you were taught the protocol of identify yourself and the other end. Hi, this is me. Who are you? We forgot to do that on most of the internet. We mostly just prove it's me. And this is why ATM cards are so skimmable. Because when you go to the ATM machine, you're only proving that it's you. You could, if we had a smart card, have my private key prove that it's me and the public key of a CA to determine whether or not that this bank is really who they claim to be. And those of you with CACs are doing just that. That's exactly the benefit of your CAC if you were to ask me. I see all kinds of stuff on the news about smart cards, and they never seem to get it right in the elevator speech anyway. The problem with the Target problems because we have very simple memory cards. Now, if we had chip and pin would be so much harder. It would be chip and pin, yeah, with the chip and pin we could do that because you have the chip and you have the pin. Explain to me, I'm the manager. I'm the owner of the company. In a couple of sentences, why I should spend 100 times more money. Don't just say chip and pin. Tell me what feature I get. Well, you get a couple features. They're harder to copy. They are harder to spoof. They can automatically update some certificate revocation list if someone tries it, 3 times or whatever threshold you decided. But if you were to ask me, what is the primary benefit you would gain? I would say mutual authentication. It is a big problem, and we mostly forgot about it, and it's still an issue. Sometimes it works the other way. When I go to Amazon, they give me their certificate. I know it's Amazon because of their ISO approved, the Federation's ID card they have. How does Amazon know it's Larry? If that credit card worked, that would be Larry enough for this transaction. Thank you. It's just a lot of rollout. There's going to be a lot of overhead. After the Target compromise, there's a lot of talk that people we wanted to move banks to this anyway, but Target's claiming they're going to be up a year ahead of schedule. I think they're claiming as soon as next year they're going to have smart cards. I've got a smart card from my bank. I don't believe it's used for anything. It just has a chip on it. It makes me feel good. Looks good. And also maintaining a PIN. I get chip and PIN. SET, very testable. Please remember SET, created by Visa and MasterCard to provide mutual authentication. Very slow to adopt. The problem is the banks have to roll this stuff out. My understanding, though, while SET hasn't adopted to the desktop, to me, to the end user, bank-to-bank transactions, I believe, are mostly all set, if not all set in the United States. DNSSEC. DNS, typically, and we'll beat this up more on Internet Day or Network Day, but I know you by the name, www.nist.gov, and I need to know your IP address. And DNS's job is to do that. Well, the DNS server, say at larry.com, if I look up mail.larry.com or www, it knows where it is. But when I say nist.gov, my DNS doesn't know that. But my DNS has friends in the DNS business. Hey, let me find out for you. Do a little recursive look up here. Hey, who's authoritative for the .govs? I am. Could you find where www.nist.gov is? Yeah, sure, hold on. Hey, name server 1 at nist.gov. Yeah. Where is www.nist.gov? Oh, that's it, whatever, 47.6. Okay, that's it for you. Hey, don't keep bothering me with that, okay? If you're going to be working here for today, why don't you hold that? And you put it in your cache. You don't want to keep bothering people. If you didn't ask a question, you shouldn't be getting answers. It's been an old vulnerability we've known for years. Unsolicited DNS replies. Oh, I know how to get to Microsoft.com. It's at this IP address. I don't remember asking you, but thank you. That way I won't bother people later. And they've had people much smarter than me banging, you got to do something, you got to do something. People wouldn't do anything about it. We could use encryption to protect these things, to authenticate and whatever, check the integrity. And then in I think it was 2009, in June of 2009, all of the root servers had their cache poisoned. They rolled out DNSSEC on the root servers by, I believe, March of 2010. But I don't know how many servers below are running DNSSEC. It's a lot of work. The problem with encryption in general is just key management. Forget all the math stuff. That, you set up once. The hard part is just like, what's the number one call to the help desk? I forgot my password. It's the same thing. It's the same concept. People are just going to keep losing authentication credentials and stuff like that. So it's it's hard to administer. It's the hardest job in any type of lock system is your keys. I got a great safe. I bought a safe. I was so proud. Hey, I got a safe. I'm like, Batman. I got it. Hey, look at that. I put the stuff in there about my valuables. Got 2 keys to the safe. I can't put those in the safe. It's a safe place for the safe keys. I'll put one up here over the hot water heater, and I'll put the other one. I knew you never played that Fender Mustang, Larry. Put it in that bag there with the pick guard. Yeah. Then I got to get something out of my safe. Where did I put those keys? I decided to have nothing of value in my safe. I mean, it depends. Sentimental. My girlfriend was throwing out my daughter's drawings, artwork. Mommy, I said, honey, these are very important. I agree with you. I'm putting them in the safe. We'll take care of these. If somebody breaks into my house or steals a safe, unless they're a big fan of children's watercolors, they're going to be very upset because I have nothing else in there. There's another problem with DNS. Name server 1 might go down. So name server 2 periodically will request, hey, give me all the records you're authoritative for again. Guys, you got to lock down who would do that to you. Because this is a list of all the live IP addresses and their names. And sometimes the names are indicative of the service. Guess what Mail Exchanger 01 does? Right? So some people have actually decided to name their servers something totally. Marco, remember the Susquehanna, all South Park characters? Did you hear about what happened when I forget who the big CIO came in there and he knew who Mr. Hankey was, and Mr. Hankey was a SQL server. Do you know how hard it is to change a SQL server's name when it's embedded in scripts all over the place? Not fun. But it depends on your needs. Whenever people say, what's the right way? I always say, that depends on the results of your risk assessment. Coca-Cola is going to come out slightly different than Pepsi. See, yeah. All right. So DNSSEC can actually lock down these zone transfers as well and make sure that only your authoritative backup DNSs are allowed to request those records. Now, I want to wander off a little bit into IPv6 for something, just to plant a seed here, because for one thing, though, they used to ask as many as 4 IPv6 questions up to 2010, right? 2008, 2010. I had like 4 IPv6 questions. I haven't heard them since then. The problem is I think IPv6 turned out to be really hard, so we just don't talk about it. No, it's really messed up. And I'm going to talk a little bit about it, whether it's on the test or not, because it's a pet peeve of mine. Just thinking of doing reconnaissance. Could you imagine doing like a figure we have, for those of you who understand IP addresses, we have 32 bits in an IP4 address for the entire planet. Write a script that scans the entire planet. You do an Nmap scan of the entire planet. Figure out how that long would take. Now consider that in IPv6, you have 64 bits just for your network. That type of reconnaissance attack is going to go away. And the big target for reconnaissance is going to be the DNS servers. It's going to be, and that's not just me. There's a great, much smarter than I am, researcher here. I love his stuff on IPv6, Van Houser. And if you have the curiosity, I would Google or YouTube, look up some of this stuff. He created the IPv6 attack toolset back in like 2005. So nobody knows more about these vulnerabilities and how little people are doing about it than Van Houser. German guy, doesn't give any classes in English. He had one in Canada or in March, or just went past, and it was just too expensive. I couldn't afford it. Too many other things to do. I'm hoping to take one of his classes someday. All right, SSH and SSL will beat up more on network day, so we're not going to be. But what they can do, if you're looking at this model, what they do is they take your data, it's clear text when you start it, and they encrypt the data as they're packaging it up for delivery. So the headers stay in clear text. I can still see your packet segment header. I still have an IP port number you're talking to, but all the data is encrypted. IPsec can encrypt everything behind a packet header. Now, that could work a couple of different ways. And again, more on network day, but in IPsec, I could encrypt all the stuff as it leaves my workstation. The transport mode VPN. Problem with this is I've got to touch every workstation. I can't stand touching workstations. And there's another issue. If I wanted to encrypt the packet header, I can't, because all routers need to see that in the middle. But if I did this in tunnel mode, where I have some perimeter device, maybe the firewall, the router, a dedicated VPN appliance or something like that, then all the text, it goes clear text, but when it goes over that network that we want to encrypt, as it gets packaged for that link, the perimeter device puts a new packet header on top of it, and they can protect your original packet and then make it all confidential. So that's pretty cool. And that's the tunnel. That's a big difference between tunnel and transport. And we'll beat those way up on network day. Now, WPA, WEP, and things like that, they encrypt everything behind the frame header. Well, that would be a trouble if I had to cross a router, but you don't, right? You usually terminate to your access point. The access point then decrypts everything, and then the packet header is in clear text for everything else. But suppose I wanted to do link layer encryption like many military sites do. I would have to have a link layer encryptor and decryptor process go on at every router because they need to see packet headers. We'll talk more about that on network day. Yeah, most of the time people think you're doing PGP or SMIME, and that's fine if that's what they want for the test. I mean, I can't sign my mail. When I'm doing SMTP and POP3 over SSL or something, I'm just encrypting the data. I can't sign anything. So it's not the same. But it's certainly better than SMTP and POP3 over clear text. It's just that this is how my provider does things. Now, internally, I can do the other stuff. The big difference between PGP and SMIME, really, as far as we're concerned, is who's validating that public key. So when I create a private public key pair, I put my name on the public key and I send it out to everybody, and I give it to anybody who wants. But I wrote in Barack Obama. If the fundamental challenge in symmetric encryption is sharing that initial secret key, the fundamental challenge in asymmetric encryption is validating that public key really belongs to the sender or to the recipient. And if that's the case, well, the way we can do that is by creating a hash of it, right, and having somebody digitally sign that hash so we both trust. And in PGP, it would be your homeboy. And in SMIME, it's a certificate authority like VeriSign. And I like to picture Kirk and Spock arguing here. I picture Spock really prefers PKI. It has that hierarchical trust model with roots and subordinate CAs, captain. It's very logical. It's what the Federation wants us to do. And the Captain Kirk and me goes, but Spock, I've never met VeriSign. I trust Flanagan from the Intrepid. He's a good man. If he signed that key, I trust him. So I always think that Kirk would always prefer PGP, Spock will always prefer SMIME, and one is not better than the other. It depends on your needs. Now, there are times when I don't trust the government anywhere near as much as I trust my friends. But there's other ways, too, and it goes the other way. My friends are idiots sometimes, especially if it's whether or not I should take shots that night. You drink shots, come on, Green. And I'm like, no, dude, it'd be illegal for me to get in the car. Do you understand? Screw that. There are definitely times I trust the government more. So it depends on your needs. Either way, they do basically the same thing. Bob could encrypt all of his mail with Alice's public key, and she'd be the only one to read it. She'd be the only one who could decrypt it because she is the only one with the private key to decrypt that. But that's very, very slow. So instead, he's going to encrypt it symmetrically. What do I use for a key? I don't know, just randomly generate one. And whenever you talk about random numbers in computers and security or whatever, you're going to have a nerd at work that goes, there's no such thing as random number generator. It's always pattern. Not so fast, tough guy. Let's put it another way. In order to prove it's random would take infinity. And we don't have that kind of time to work with in our project. So to make that guy happy, is it random enough? We call them pseudo-randoms. So here I'm going to pseudo-randomly generate. That's a PRG. Pseudo-randomly generate some symmetric number that I'm going to use. This is a symmetric key. It's going to be my key. Randomly generate a password. I'm only going to use this on this email. I will never use this again. Any number that you only use once is a nonce. A number used once. We're going to beat this up a lot more in day 3 when we talk about passwords. They're really basically symmetric keys. So whatever we do in passwords is symmetric keys. All right, so we encrypt the mail with this symmetric key. And I give it to her on a yellow sticky. No. I want to send it in the same channel. I want to send it in band. And we know symmetric requires out-of-band channels, but not if I use asymmetric to share the symmetric key. So I add the symmetric key to the mail, but to ensure that only Alice can read the symmetric key, which is only, 256 bits, I encrypted that with her public key. Hybrid encryption. This should be called a digital envelope. I don't hear that term many, many years, but the concept is hybrid. I have the body of the message is encrypted symmetrically for that speed, but the message, the key used to encrypt that message is encrypted asymmetrically. So Alice's first job, she uses her private key to decrypt the session key. Now that she has a session key, she can decrypt the message. Does that make sense, everybody? It's amazing how much more savvy my users are over the years with encryption permeating things. When I first started teaching this 12 years ago, wow. All right, now there's a lot of things that can go wrong. We're going to look at this, again, in much greater depth tomorrow. We're going to look at PKI in great depth and stuff. But I just want you to understand the basic attacks on encryption. And we're just going to use Pig Latin here. It's the encryption algorithm. Make it very simple. So Bob says happy birthday. But it gets encrypted over that computer there, and it goes over the wire as Happy Hey Earth Day Bay. And Alice she knows the key, she can decrypt it. How many samples of Pig Latin would you need before you could figure out what people are saying, even if you never knew the rule before? Sure, you can figure that out, right? You find a simple pattern recognition. Absolutely. It'd be a lot easier if you heard Bob say, "Happy birthday, happy birthday, Bay." What? Bob says, he says, happy birthday, birthday, Bay. Oh, yeah. If you knew the plain text and then how it came out, it'd be a lot easier to figure out and see the pattern. You know, it'd be even easier if you could just say to somebody, "What does happy mean?" It means happy. Happy hay means happy. So does Earth Day Bay mean birthday? Yeah. Oh, I got your key. I figured it out. So it's even more powerful if you could pick out a piece of ciphertext and see how it gets decrypted. But actually, the most powerful of these class of attacks would be you choose your own words. All right, how would you encrypt the word test? Est-te. Huh. Let me change one letter on that. How about vest? Est-ve. Oh, I know what you're doing. So of those attacks, of that class of attacks, the chosen plaintext by far the most powerful. So these are the four basic attacks. Ciphertext only, known plaintext. I heard Bob say happy birthday, came out as happy birthday. Chosen ciphertext, what does happy hay mean? It means happy. Chosen plaintext, how would you encrypt the word? Now, a man-in-the-middle attack can happen many different places. We have network-based. We have some do some MAC addresses. We could do it with Wi-Fi spoofing. But I'm going to do one with an asymmetric encryption. I'm going to create a key pair, and I'm going to put Bob's name on one of them, and another one I put Alice. And I give Bob's phony public key to Alice and Alice's phony public key to Bob. And whenever Bob sends Alice a message, I really decrypt it. And I look at it, and then I re-encrypt it with Alice's public key. This is why we need to validate public keys. When you download someone's public key, you need some third-party proof, right? So let's go back to that trace we did. This was the public key for ISC Square. And I check, well, I don't know, anybody can claim to be ISC Square, but the signature from the issuer said thought. Well, that means they created a hash with thought's private key. Well, let's see if I can make this easy here. I already have thought's public keys. Microsoft put them on here because they're an ISO approved certificate authority. All these guys, Starfield, Root, these are trusted certificate authorities from the Federation, from the ISO, right? So they say, yep, you can trust them, and Microsoft, because we can trust them, put them here. I think Microsoft put them here. Guys, if I wanted to take over the world and I want to create some bad software to do it, my software would install rogue CAs into this list. You would trust everything I signed, and I could claim to be Gmail or whoever I wanted to be, and you trust it. Yeah, you can import these things. That's how I would do it. How many people regularly check this list to make sure it's a trusted list? I'll tell you, I don't either. These are the things. This is much bigger than somebody rather hacks, and they're coming. They're going to get worse. They're only going to get worse. All right. So this is why I can validate this, a trusted third party. So this is the PKI solution where Kirk would prefer PGP, but Spock would like that. He could sniff it out like I did and look at it. A replay attack. Those are my favorite. So we'll talk more about nonsense. I love this concept. All right, so the first, and they're all testable protocols. So we're going to think of the first password authentication protocol is called PAP, the Password Authentication Protocol. PAP sends credentials in clear text. Let me say that equals bad. So we don't want to do PAP bad. That's my Tonto voice. When I want to make things just clear. I don't know, is that good or bad? PAP bad. Butch Cavendish, Rob Bank, him bad. It's very easy to understand. All right, so they went to encrypting passwords. That's great. So we'll take this part a lot and see exactly how it worked. But all right, so instead of sending the password of Eagle, we're going to encrypt it as Eagle Schmay. And they send that over the wire. Nice. And the system says, don't look for Eagle. The password is encrypted as Eagle Schmay. Okay. And Eve sniffs that out. And she goes, I don't know what that is. And she says, hi, I'm Bob. Oh, yeah, if you're Bob, put in your password and encrypt it and send it over. She goes, how about if I just play back that Eagle Schmay thing I saw last time? Encrypting passwords doesn't really matter if you always accept the same encrypted version of it. They'll just replay that. So that's very silly. So we learned to add something to your password. When you add a number, it's called a salt. When I add a number, I salt. So I'm going to, what's your name? Bob. Bob, I'm going to take a number. I want you to take this number, add it to your password. Hash the two together. Send me that hash. That number can only be used once. It must be pseudo-randomly generated, and it must time out. These are my three favorite things in math. So imagine, and this is a worst case scenario from a guy named Ross Anderson. Ross Anderson wrote the book Security Engineering, my favorite book on security. So it's probably worth typing in Security Engineering by Ross Anderson. He says, imagine your bank gives you a key. So the number they ask you to salt your message, this is a challenge. It's called a challenge. I challenge you to salt your password with this. But in this case, he said, no, they're actually going to give you the number, and you're to encrypt that number with the key they gave you when you first enrolled at the bank. Eve tries to get in. Hi, I'm Bob. If you're Bob, take this number, encrypt it with that key we gave you, and send it back to us. Okay. She's inferred Bob is an Eagles fan from earlier passwords. She sets up a Facebook page, a fan page of Eagles, and she advertises, oh, everybody look, I've got a recording of a video of a wardrobe malfunction from a cheerleader. And Bob, a dedicated fan, would like to investigate. So he goes to the Facebook. Can I see it? And well, if it's really you, Bob, would you encrypt this number that she got from the bank? With that key you have, will it help me see the wardrobe malfunction? Yes, it will. Well, then of course I will. And he clicks it. But she tried to get into the bank at 9 a.m. Monday morning, and he didn't actually go to her website, Facebook page till Wednesday. And I think that's an unreasonable time frame between username and password. I'd much rather give you about 30 seconds. So these salts, these challenge values, whenever I take this number and add it to blah, 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 and hash the two, please make sure that number is only used once. It is randomly generated, and there's some reasonable timeout value. We'll talk more about that as we go on. Side channel attacks are any time you are not meeting the math head on. So let's do a side channel attack on a bicycle lock. And this is a good example for you because some of you are going to have the same math on your test. It'll be an ATM card, but it's the same basic math. So I have a bicycle lock, and it has 4 wheels, and each wheel has 10 positions. So how many possible combinations are there to the bicycle lock? Right? 4 wheels. I can go 0, 0, 0, 0 all the way through 9, 9, 9, 9. How many combinations is that? Ooh, I think people are retiring earlier. Some people must, you guys must have went home. I'm probably talking to nobody. Brain failing. Well, what is the number 9999? 999, and and I had 0, 0, 0. I have 10,000 possible numbers, 9,999. I have 10,000 possible. We would call that the entropy of the system. So in this case, the bicycle lock has an entropy of 10,000. All right. Now, let's assume I can process 1,000 numbers an hour. I can sit there and tweak those numbers. Well, then that bicycle lock, on average, is going to be cracked at about 5 hours. About 5 hours, the odds are 50-50. Someone's going to guess it. So we would never plan to use a bicycle lock like this if we needed more than 5 hours worth of security. But it should provide, on average, about 5 hours worth of security. So these are, we're going to call these the work factor. The work factor of something is based on entropy and processing speed. But actually, most bicycle locks don't provide anywhere near that type of security, because when you get the first number right, the lock gets looser. You work with those wheels. They're four wheels. When you get the first one, it loosens up. You don't have to do 1 in 10,000. You do 1 in 10 four times. That's a side channel attack. I didn't meet the math head on. I found another vulnerability. They did this actually in early password systems. They used to reject you on the first wrong character. So say the password's Fred, and you try A, and you reject it in 2 milliseconds. B, 2 milliseconds. C, D, E, F, 4 milliseconds. Ooh, F is the first right character. FA, FB, FB, you get to FR, 6 milliseconds. Every modern password system I know of knows that lesson. You parse the entire password before you give your accept or reject. Right? Pretty cool. That's a side channel attack. We'll have more of those. I was thinking my trainer, Joe Lewis, always said, never come straight at a guy. When you come straight at a guy, the bigger, faster, stronger guy wins. But if I can get you to look left and I'm coming right, it doesn't matter. And I always thought of that as Bugs Bunny Kung Fu. That's my other style. I joke around called Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny wasn't bigger or stronger or faster, but he had better presence of mind. He could always spoof somebody's attention span. So that was much more important. It's much more important. I don't care who's bigger and stronger. If you can't pay attention, it doesn't matter. The ultimate goal is the key. That's what they want. And depending on which key they get, they could gain access to confidential information, bad, but impersonate someone else, probably much worse. And key management is the hardest job. Key clustering. Imagine the cryptographer thinks to himself, the only way to get into the safe is to know that two numbers when multiplied out equals 64. And he thinks only 2 times 32 would open that safe. No, dude, 4 times 16 will open that safe. 8 times 8. This is why we need prime numbers, especially in asymmetric systems. You know, if I had an entropy of 10,000 in that bicycle lock, in a symmetric system, every one of those things could be a key. In an asymmetric system, nope, only the prime numbers would work. That's why they're so much slower, right? So key clustering is when cryptographers notice, hey, I changed keys, I get the same ciphertext. But the real bad problem would be a key clustering attack. They didn't have to find the right key. They just found any key. It was close enough. This is a problem with the algorithm. And this is when they say an algorithm's cracked, they mean they found some type of problem like this. They found that you're not getting the entropy you thought you were. DES wasn't cracked. DES was brute force. DES supposedly gives us 56 bits of entropy, and I haven't heard that it doesn't. It's just that that's not a lot of entropy today. E0 used in your Bluetooth, that's cracked. E0 claims 128 bits of entropy, but it's very vulnerable to a known plaintext, and it provides about 38 bits of entropy. That's not cool. All right, so ciphertext only. What does Appy Hey Earth Day mean? It's like trying to put a jigsaw puzzle together without the picture in the box of what it used to look like. I could just brute force it. Does this piece go to this piece? But you're probably, no, all these flat pieces go to edges, all these green pieces probably go together. You do some pattern recognition. The very, very testable pattern recognition you're looking for in your test, frequency analysis. Frequently used words. In fact, statistically, the letter E will show up more frequently than any other letter. Related key. Be careful. We use keys to authenticate as well as encrypt data. And in web, it was the same freaking key. That is horrible. In fact, a number of U3 thumb drives came out with that vulnerability too. If you guys haven't seen it, U3 thumb drives came out with a 128-bit ASIC, a hardware chip to do AES on this thing. Awesome. Problem is, they use the same key to authenticate to the device as all the data was encrypted. So they created a USB sniffer and were able to get everything. Only Iron Key, I believe, got it right in that shootout. Every encrypted thumb drive but Iron Key made the same mistake. They were the only ones to know, no, create a session key to encrypt the data. WPA and WPA2, they're not the same key. The authentication key is nowhere near relay. Well, there is some key derivative function. We'll know more about that on network day, but it's basically just real quick. If you use personal mode, right, as opposed to enterprise mode, your encryption key is made up of your MAC address, the access point's MAC address, a nonce you thought of when you booted up and tried to connect to that access point, a nonce the access point thought of, and the pre-shared key that you originally set up. And you take these 5 numbers and hash them through MD5, you get a 128-bit number. It makes a great encryption key. That is not very. I know the authentication key. I should be able to directly figure that out. It's a little more complex than that. Known plain text. I heard Bob say happy birthday, and I saw it come out as happy hey birthday bay. It's a lot easier to put a jigsaw puzzle together when you have access to the before picture. PKZip very vulnerable to this. They had their own proprietary encryption. E0 I mentioned, very vulnerable. Chosen cipher. A lot more powerful. Sometimes called a midnight attack, and we got that term from World War II. We would plant spies at Nazi sites and as cleaning people. And then at nighttime, when everyone went home, these cleaning people had access to the some messages and the decryptor device, and they're just trying to get this. Now they would let me see how happy hey comes out. It comes out as happy. How does birthday bay come out? It comes out as birthday. That's an adaptive. Based on that, we'll have with this guy. This is how Ron Rivest cracked his own public key certificate system. This is how he cracked El Gamal. This was that modified Diffie-Hellman. It was very, very resistant to a known plaintext, but very vulnerable to chosen cipher. But the most powerful is if you can choose what gets encrypted. So there was a very famous case of this in the Midway in World War II, where we knew we had a Japanese mole. Every time we had a meeting, we'd hear some chatter after that. And upon further investigation, what we did was create a big phony message. Listen for it. That was a batch. Big job, and listen to it. It would have been a lot more powerful if we could have sent the message again, changing one letter. And that's known as adaptive, with a differential analysis. I can't make my chosen cipher different because I'm just dealing with whatever messages they have. But here I can change one letter and just see how a slight input difference affects the output difference. We'll talk more about that concept. Everybody remember when I changed my hash by one character? By one, I said from a binary perspective, I changed it from like one letter. In fact, I think it's still there, or one number, one bit. And look at the difference in these hash values, though. I mean, they're completely different. To throw off a differential analysis, it is best practice that our algorithms implement the avalanche effect. The avalanche effect says if you change one bit on the input, at least half the bits of the output should change. That's a good thing to do. Avalanche effect, good, Kimasabe, to throw off differential analysis. They know about it on the test. I bring that up because I've heard that it might be important in the near future. Okay, asymmetric systems, again, I create, or Eve creates 2 key pairs. Pretends to be Bob on one, and Alice on the other. Now when Bob thinks he's talking to Alice, he's encrypting stuff with Eve's evil public key. She gets to read it and re-encrypt it. And the countermeasure to this is to validate public keys. And the way we do this is to have a trusted third party digitally sign the public key. And the way the Federation wants us to do it is to have CAs. And that's exactly what happened here. Again, we see this CA from Thought digitally signed. They created an SHA 256-bit hash and used their RSA private key to encrypt that hash. This is a signed certificate. So that mitigates those man in the middle or any type of spoofing attack where people are impersonating someone else on a public key. Replay attacks. This is one case that they did it. So Bob says, hi, I'm Bob. The authentication early versions of chat did this. Take this number, add it to your password, hash the 2, send us the hash. Never sent the password in clear text. Eve says, hi, I'm Bob. Take this number. She ignores it. She just replays the one she saw Bob. These challenge values must be unique. Now, that point where I said even if they give you, their bank gives you a key and Eve lured Bob to her Eagles fan site, Ross Anderson called that the mafia in the middle attack. So way to do this is we make sure that that value is only accepted once. A number used once is a nonce. The value has to be randomly generated. Oh, the last one was 22. I bet you the next one's 23. No, it's going to be some pseudo-random number. And the key has to time out. So again, if it's a password, I'm giving you maybe minute tops. Awesome. Yeah, it's time for us to have a little drink and think about it. Asset ownership, lad. So far, so good, guys? We're all done for the day. Oh, awesome, awesome. So we understand, again, this used to be part of the other domain, but they broke it out and allowed me to do encryption here. So I kind of like it. Change is always tough for anybody, but I'm going to embrace these changes with the ISC square and just go with it. I really like the idea that I get to do crypto and break it up so I don't have to overwhelm everybody. Awesome. I'll stick around here and monitor for a couple questions for the next couple minutes. But until then, I'll see everybody tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And I will have the other slides ready for you, and I'll put those in the material as well.